25. Outside a house in Clay Bottle Alley, there was a naughty child with a slug hanging from his nose. He was kicking the door fiercely, cursing and spitting everywhere. Qin Pingon. If you don't come out, I'll find someone to hack you to death and smash all the junk in your house. I know you're at home. What are you busy with? Are you doing that with Song Jisun's wife and GQ? It's broad daylight. Don't you know how to take care of Song Jisun's feelings? Fine. You don't want to come out, right? I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. Once I leave, you won't want to see me for the rest of your life. I originally wanted to leave all my treasures to you, Qin Pingon. Come out quickly. For some reason, at the end of the scolding, the child actually sounded like he was about to cry. He fiercely whipped the two slugs back into his nest. Gukin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He quickly turned around and saw the familiar face. The child cursed loudly, Qin Pingon. Damn you. The straw sandals youth's expression didn't look too good. Gukin quickly changed the topic and added, "How's your body?" His words were natural and smooth without any stiffness at all. Qin Pingon was used to this brat's thoughtlessness. Carrying a new clay pot, he said unhappily, "You still don't know whether I'm well or not?" Gukin realized that he still had business to attend to. He quickly pulled Qin Pingon to the entrance of the courtyard. Then he stuffed two exquisitely embroidered bags into Qin Pingon's hands. The child lowered his voice and asked, "Do you still remember the little loach I asked you for last year?" Qin Pingon was confused. Holding the heavy bags, he wasn't unfamiliar with them. At that time, the brocade-clothed youth who forcefully bought the golden carp had specially given him a bag of copper coins. Qin Pingon looked around. There were no pedestrians at either end of Clay Bottle Alley. He still hurriedly opened the door and brought Gukin into the courtyard. After putting the clay pot aside, he asked straightforwardly, "A foreigner bought that loach from you, right?" "Gukin, I advise you not to sell it. Don't sell it even if you beat me to death. Don't you want me to live a good life in the future? You must keep that loach, do you understand?" Gukin burst into tears and grabbed Qin Pingon's sleeves with both hands. Choking with sobs, he said, "I wanted to return the loach to you, but mother wouldn't let me. She even slapped me in the face. Mother has never slapped me since I was young. And that storyteller, I don't know if he was a deity or a ghost. He was very scary. First he brought me into the white bowl, and then that loach suddenly became very big. It was much bigger than my family's large water tank." Qin Pingon covered the child's mouth and stared at him sternly. "I gave you the loach, so it's yours. Gukin, do you still want your mother to live a good life in the future? Can you eat meat every day, let your mother use rouge and face powder, and buy those silky clothes that feel smooth to the touch?" Gukin sniffled and nodded vigorously. Qin Pingon let go of his hand and crouched down. He asked, "What's the matter with the 2 bags of money? Did you steal them?" Gukin's eyes turned. He was just about to lie. Qin Pingon's relationship with him couldn't be more familiar. The little bastard knew what kind of shit he was going to shit when he stuck his butt out. He directly gave Gukin a chestnut and said sternly, "Take it back." Gukin's stubborn temper also rose. "I won't." Qin Pingon was so angry that his face turned ashen. He raised his hand and was about to give a genuine chestnut. However, when he saw the child's stubborn expression, Qin Pingon's heart softened. He softened his tone, thought for a moment and asked, "What's going on? Tell me." Gukin told Qin Pingon the whole story from beginning to end. He didn't deny that this child usually made people gnash their teeth in hatred, but he was indeed very intelligent from a young age. From the old locust tree to the iron lock well, and then to the courtyard of Mud Bottle Alley, he clearly told Qin Pingon about the adventures of the storyteller who wanted to take him as his disciple. At this moment, Qin Pingon had a rough idea in his heart. Gukin was most likely one of the people in the small town who obtained the ancestral locust tree leaf. Whether it was smoke from the ancestral grave or whether it was a lucky chance like Mr. Qi and Priest Lu said, Gukin should have been taken away from the small town by the storyteller. However, when he thought of that true Lord Lu Jimao who cut off the river, Qin Pingon's heartstrings tightened. According to Mr. Qi's words, this person's conduct was really bad. He wanted to get rid of him quickly, so he didn't hesitate to use the magical power of immortals to frame him and Kai Qian. Was it a good thing that Gukin took this person as his master? However, taking a step back, if this person was willing to take Gukin as his disciple and didn't cheat him or force him to sell, didn't this mean that Gukin's life wouldn't be in danger for the time being? The mischievous child's eyes turned rapidly. While Qin Pingon was thinking, he suddenly grabbed the 2 money bags in Qin Pingon's hands and threw them into the room. Then he turned around and ran. In the end, Qin Pingon grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back to his original place. Guken held his head with both hands, looking very pitiful. Although Qin Pingon forcefully pulled the child back, he was hesitant about how to deal with him. The matter involved was too big. Qin Pingon was very afraid of making the wrong choice and causing Guken and his mother to be implicated. If it was only about himself, this straw sandals youth who had no one to rely on would probably be much more straightforward. At some point, the black-clothed girl had already gotten off the bed and stood behind the door. Zhou. My mother once said that everyone has their own fate. This child looks like a scourge that will live for 1,000 years. In the future, he's the kind of person who won't lack dog shit luck. Guken's eyes lit up and he hurriedly wiped off his 2 streams of snot. He grinned, revealing a missing tooth, and said with a flattering smile, "Older sister, you're so handsome. You look exactly like my second sister. This place is small. Why don't you come to my house?" Qin Pingon helplessly said, "When did your mother remarry your father?" After being exposed, the child immediately rolled his eyes and changed his expression and tone. He clicked his tongue and said, "Qin Pingon, not bad. When did you kidnap a woman home? Do you want to disturb the bridal chamber? Unfortunately, I can't make it in time. Otherwise, I'd definitely squat in the corner and listen to you immortals fight on the bed." Qin Pingon slapped Guken's head and said to the black-clothed girl apologetically, "He's just like that. Don't be angry." The girl glanced at the child. Idiot. Guken was just about to show off his family's skills when he felt the hand on his head quietly increase in strength. He immediately became sickly and said weakly, "Older sister, you're so beautiful. Everything you say is right." The black-clothed girl ignored the child and turned to look at Qin Pingon. She said meaningfully, "You'd better accept those 2 bags of copper coins. Otherwise, you'll turn against each other in the future. Moreover, once this child succeeds in his cultivation in the future, if you don't make him feel less guilty today, it's very likely that his Taoist heart will become unstable, allowing external demons to take advantage of the situation." Guken liked hearing this. He gave the older sister a thumbs up. "With long hair, you have a lot of knowledge. You really are more reliable than that little girl next door." The black-clothed girl raised an eyebrow and actually accepted it gladly. In the distance of Mud Bottle Alley, a furious roar rang out. "Guken." The child's face was slightly pale. I'm leaving. Qin Pingon, I'm leaving." Even though he said he was leaving, the child himself did not realize that his grip on Qin Pingon was tightening. Perhaps in his subconscious, Guken had long since taken Qin Pingon as his only family apart from his mother. Qin Pingon brought the child out of the courtyard. He crouched down and said quietly, "Guken, remember to be careful of your master. Also take good care of your mother. You're a man. Your mother can only rely on you in the future. Don't always make her worry." Guken grunted in agreement. Qin Pingon continued, "When you're outside, do more and speak less. Watch your mouth. If you suffer some losses, then suffer some losses. Don't always try to get back at them with your mouth. The people outside are not like us. They hold grudges." The child's eyes reddened as he disagreed. "The people on our side hold grudges too. You're the only one who doesn't." Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was speechless for a moment. Qin Pingon suddenly woke up and asked in a deep voice, "Guken, did you get a locust tree leaf?" If he didn't, Qin Pingon did not think that Guken had obtained an immortal's opportunity. Perhaps the arrival of the storyteller was a talisman that hastened his death. As soon as the child heard this, he became angry. He took out a large handful from his pocket and cursed out of habit, "I don't know which bastard secretly stuffed so many tattered leaves into my pocket. I only found out when I was sneaking out of the house and hiding the 2 bags of money. If it wasn't little fatty Zhao, then it was that girl Lu Mei. If my mother saw this when she was washing clothes, she would scold me for being worrisome again. Fortunately, I'm leaving now. Otherwise, see if I don't secretly throw stones into their latrine." The child was scolding with vigor. Qin Pingon was dumbfounded at first, but then he felt relieved. Seeing that this guy was about to throw the stones to the ground, he hurriedly stopped the child's actions. With an incomparably solemn expression, he said, "Guken, keep them well. You must keep them well. If possible, it's best not to let your mother see these locust tree leaves. It's very likely that this is for her own good. The child was at a loss, but he still nodded and said, okay. Qin Pingon exhaled a long breath and said to himself, now I'm really relieved. Gukin suddenly leaned forward and used his head to knock Qin Pingon's head. He whimpered, I'm sorry. Qin Pingon rubbed his little head and scolded with a smile, silly. Gukin suddenly whispered in his ear. Qin Pingon was stunned on the spot. The child turned and ran away. As he jogged, he turned his head and waved his hand. I heard that old man say that he's going to take me and my mother to a place called Book Bamboo Lake in Xianxia Island. In the future, if you can't afford to marry a wife, you can come find me. I'm not bragging, but I can give you 17 or 18 good-looking bitches like GQ next door. Qin Pingon stood in place and nodded. He also felt a little sad. After all, this guy Gukin was like his little brother. Therefore Qin Pingon was willing to let Gukin do whatever he wanted. The straw sandals youth looked at the child's figure gradually fading away, lost in thought. His life was always like this. The people he truly cared about, it seemed that he couldn't keep them. The youth in Clay Bottle Alley grinned. The heavens were quite stingy. The door to the courtyard next door gently opened and the maid GQ walked out. She was slender and elegant, like a lotus flower in a pond. Qin Pingon asked, Gukin said bad things about you before. Did you hear it? She blinked her limpid eyes and said, just pretend I didn't hear it. In any case, I can't beat the mother and daughter in an argument. Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. He could only help that bastard Gukin and say good things about him. He smoothed things over. Actually, his heart isn't bad. It's just that his words are a little unpleasant. GQ expressionlessly tugged at the corner of her mouth. I don't know if Gukin's heart is good or bad. His widowed mother isn't someone easy to deal with. I'm very sure. Qin Pingon didn't know how to answer. He could only learn from her and pretend that he didn't hear anything. She suddenly asked an inexplicable question. Qin Pingon, you really don't regret it? Qin Pingon was stunned. What? GQ saw that he didn't seem to be pretending to be stupid. She sighed and turned back to the courtyard, closing the wooden door. Qin Pingon, who had excellent eyesight, had been standing in the alley. He finally saw the door to Gukin's courtyard open and 3 people walk out. The mother and son were carrying large and small bags as they slowly walked to the other end of Clay Bottle Alley. Qin Pingon even clearly saw the storyteller turn his head and glance at him with a playful smile. After the 3 figures disappeared at the end of the alley, Qin Pingon returned to his courtyard and saw that the black-clothed girl could already sit on the doorstep by herself. Was her body made of iron? Qin Pingon first put the jade hairpin that Mr. Qi gave him and the 2 bags of copper coins that Gukin gave him on the table. Then he began to boil water, fill the herbs and decoct them. He was so familiar with the process that he didn't look like a kiln worker. Instead, he looked like a shop assistant who had worked in a pharmacy for many years. The black-clothed girl was a little confused, but she didn't ask. Bored, she got up and walked to the table. After thinking for a while, she took out the money bag that Qin Pingon hid in a bottle. After she sat down, there were 3 bags of money and a jade hairpin on the table. Of course, there was also a spiritual longsword that was tactfully hiding in the corner. Qin Pingon didn't stop her from taking out the money, but he turned his head and reminded her. The jade hairpin was given to me by Mr. Qi. Miss Ning, be careful. Qin Pingon was probably afraid that the girl wouldn't take it seriously, so he reminded her again, you really have to be careful. The girl rolled her eyes. 3 bags of gold coins, spring money, allowance money and wuxing money. What a coincidence. She just happened to have all of them. The girl held her cheek with one hand and fiddled with the 3 coins with the other. She asked casually, how's your matter? Can you tell me about it? Qin Pingon squatted by the wall near the window and carefully watched the fire. He flipped through the 3 prescriptions from time to time. When he heard the question, he said, is it appropriate to tell me? The girl frowned and said, you're already in such a miserable state, and you're still worried that I'll be killed after I hear the secret? Qin Pingon, I don't want to criticize you, but you're such a good person. I advise you not to leave the town for the rest of your life. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. The girl lamented his misfortune and was angry that he didn't fight for it. This old-fashioned boy, even if he was a powerful sword immortal who had both the golden body of Arhat and the Taoist technique of Lord of Heaven, would definitely die within a year in her hometown. Moreover, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. The straw sandals boy said happily, then I'll tell you. The girl used 3 fingers to press on the 3 coins and rub them on the table. It's up to you to say it or not. Qin Pingon told the girl what happened before Mr. Qi appeared. He selectively told her what happened after that. After listening to him, the girl said calmly, that Lu Jimao who intercepted Jiang Zhenjuan is obviously the main culprit. However, Kai Qianxian and Fu Nanhua aren't good people either. If it wasn't for Mr. Qi, you wouldn't be able to escape from the encirclement of the 3 forces even if you ran to the ends of the earth. To put it bluntly, it's really easy to kill you. If we weren't in the town, not to mention Lu Jimao, even that girl from Yunxia Mountain could crush your soul with 1 finger. Qin Pingon nodded and said, I know. The girl said angrily, you know ***t. Qin Pingon didn't refute and continued to brew the medicine. She asked, the reason you're in this mess is all because of that loach. Why didn't you tell that child the truth? Qin Pingon didn't remain silent this time. He also didn't turn his head. He sat on the stool and looked down at the green and red flames. He said softly, that's not right. The girl wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at the thin and weak figure and sighed, then do you know that if your fist isn't hard enough, no one will care if you're right or wrong? The boy shook his head and said, it doesn't matter if others listen or not. Reason is reason. He seemed a little uncertain. He turned his head and asked with a smile, right? The girl glared at him. Right your ass. The boy turned his head back and continued to brew the medicine. The girl in black, the girl from outside the town named Ning Yao, picked up the jade hairpin and looked at it. She found a small line of words engraved on it. She glanced at the boy named Qin Pingon. There were 8 words on the hairpin. Even the girl, who was only a little literate, felt that it was very moving. Speaking of a gentleman, gentle as jade. 26. Decocting medicine was like threading a needle's eye with a thread. Qin Pingon did it methodically and immersed himself in it. The young man exuded an inexplicable joy. However, the black-clothed girl was not a patient person. In fact, except for practicing swordsmanship, the girl was not interested in anything else. She left her hometown at a young age and traveled around alone. She lived a rough life. Therefore, she did not feel uncomfortable with the young man's house with 4 bare walls. It was really because she lived in the wind and rain. No matter how delicate and fastidious a person was, she would become very unfastidious. The girl asked, is your left hand okay? Qin Pingon, who had his left hand bandaged with a cotton strip, was holding a bowl of medicine with both hands. After the girl took over, he smiled and said, it's okay. Before I went back to the alley, I found some herbs and mashed them and applied them to the wound. When I was a kiln worker, I used this medicine every time. It was a secret prescription that an old man in the Yang family's shop told me a long time ago. However, I promised the old man that I would not tell others. Otherwise, Miss Ning, you may need it when you travel around. If you want it, I can go to the old man in the Yang family's shop and ask him. It's just that I was in a hurry to go to the medicine shop today, so I didn't see the old man. I only hope that he left temporarily. When the girl drank the medicine, her long eyebrows, which were not like willow leaves but more like narrow knives, slightly frowned. However, she still drank the medicine without changing her expression. After returning the porcelain bowl to the waiting straw sandals boy, she muttered, you're such a good person. No wonder you're so poor. You deserve to be bullied. Before the boy could react, the girl added, don't mind me. I'm a straightforward person. The girl probably did not know that the latter sentence was more hurtful. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. The black-clothed girl used her thumb to wipe off the remnants of the medicinal soup at the corner of her mouth. Then she sat up straight and said seriously, the saint who is now in charge of this world, that is, the teacher you mentioned, although he wants to help you clean up so that you won't have to worry about your life in the future, you have to know that there will be a time when a person's strength will be exhausted. Even the saint is no exception. What's more, Mr. Qi's situation is not very good. He can't even protect himself. I'm just afraid that he won't be able to care about your life and death in the future. I, Ning Yao, am a person who will repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. If you glare at me, I will take revenge for the smallest grievance. There is a limit to a man's strength, but he must repay his debt with a gushing spring. He must seek revenge for the smallest grievance, just like a clay Buddha crossing the river. At this moment, the young girl's heart was filled with an unknown pride. Listen, aren't my words very knowledgeable? It was a pity that Qin Pingon's neighbor was a knowledgeable scholar. Almost every morning and twice at dusk, the neighbor would recite the sage books to show his sincerity. According to Song Jisun's own words, "I'm good at nurturing the great spirit." Therefore Qin Pingon had seen a pig run even if he had not eaten pork. He was not unfamiliar with the scholarly words. Even if some of the words were obscure, he could still guess most of them by analyzing the context. The young girl stared at Qin Pingon, trying to find shock, admiration and doubt from the young man's face. However, Qin Pingon's face was full of, "I understand. Young girl, please continue." The young girl was very discouraged. Her originally high-spirited expression had decreased sharply. She said in a bad mood, "For example, if you save my life, I will help you kill Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City or Lu Jimao from Book Slip Lake. However, if you want to kill both of them to prevent future troubles, you will have to pay to avoid the disaster. Because we just met by chance, we don't have a deep relationship. Therefore you will need to give me a bag of gold coins as a reward." The young girl quickly pointed at the bag of winter jasmine money. "For example, I like this bag very much. The other 2 bags of copper coins are not good looking and the inscriptions are not pleasing to the eye." Then the young girl slightly raised her chin. "If you are willing to pay me 2 bags of copper coins, I will help you deal with Old Dragon City and Red Cloud Mountain. Of course, if I die in Lu Jimao's hands early on, then there is nothing to talk about. After all, my cultivation is not high. I have just reached the 6th of the 9 realms of martial arts. As a pure martial artist, my body is not strong enough. As for the 15th floor and the 15th floor, I have only reached the Dragon Gate realm of the middle 5 realms. In the alchemy room I have 6 diagrams, but I have not succeeded in adding the finishing touch, nor have I made the fairies fly." This time Qin Pingon was really confused. He was completely confused. The young girl suddenly became angry out of humiliation. She had always been ashamed of her low cultivation level. Qin Pingon's, "Miss, please explain to me again." Demented appearance had undoubtedly poked at the young girl's sore spot. Seeing the young girl's gloomy expression, even if Qin Pingon was an idiot, he knew that the situation was bad. He quickly changed the topic. "Young girl, why were you so heavily injured before but now you seem to have mostly recovered?" The young girl's eyes narrowed. She crossed her arms over her chest and said in a hoarse voice, "I was indeed about to die. If Taoist Lu hadn't saved me, I would have. In any case, I owe you a great favor. I shouldn't have taken advantage of the situation and asked you to take out 3 bags of gold coins. How can my life be compared to Lu Jimao's? So it's my fault. Just pretend I didn't say anything. After I leave the town, I will do my best to help you solve your worries. But let me say the ugly words first. I Ning Yao will only do what I can. I won't risk my life with others, even if I know I'm going to die." Perhaps it was because the young girl bowed her head and admitted her mistake. It was too rare, so she was very disappointed. Qin Pingon asked, "Where is the money?" The young girl pointed at one of the golden embroidered bags. Qin Pingon took out 3 copper coins from the bag. After holding them in his hand, he pushed the 3 bags in front of the young girl and said with a smile, "These are for you." The young girl was stunned. After a long time she asked, "Qin Pingon, did your head get hit by a door when you were young?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "No. When I was a child I often got hit by the tail of a cow." The young girl suddenly flew into a rage. She slammed the table and asked, "Do you like me?" Qin Pingon was dumbfounded. The young girl grinned and gave Qin Pingon a thumbs up. "Good taste." Then she bent her thumb and pointed at herself. She said in high spirits, "But I won't agree. The man that I Ning Yao like must be the most powerful sword immortal in the world. The most powerful. The great sword immortal. What Taoist ancestors, Buddha, Confucian saints, before his sword, they all have to bow their heads and make way." Qin Pingon's face turned red. He scratched his head and said, "Miss Ning, you misunderstood. I don't like you." The young girl raised her eyebrows and thought for a moment. She leaned forward and narrowed her eyes. She raised her hand and left an inch of space between her thumb and index finger. She asked guiltily, "You don't even like this little bit?" Qin Pingon was resolute and decisive as he said in a firm tone, "No. Miss Ning, don't worry." The young girl withdrew her hand and sighed heavily. She said with pity, "Qin Pingon, even if you are lucky enough to marry a wife in the future, she will most likely be a simple-minded one." Qin Pingon sat across the table and smiled happily. "As long as she is a good person." The young girl didn't comment on this. Just like what her mother had said, everyone had their own fate, so there might not be a clear distinction between the better and the worse. However, her father had a different opinion about this. Don't force things when it's not in your life. Not forcing things didn't mean that you didn't want anything at all. If you wanted something, you still had to ask for it. If you couldn't get it in the end, it was a different matter. Of course, her father would never dare to say these words to her mother's face. Qin Pingon asked casually, "Miss Ning also came to our town to seek opportunities?" The young girl didn't hide anything and replied, "I used up all the resources that I accumulated through my adventures and a favor in exchange for a place to enter the town. However, I am different from those people. I don't ask for any opportunities or fate. I just want someone to help me forge a sword. It would be best if it could be to my liking. As for whether it is sharp or not and whether it can bear a huge amount of sword qi, it is very secondary." Qin Pingon was puzzled. "Forge a sword?" The young girl said, "It's that blacksmith Master Wan. He is very famous here and has a rule that iron cannot move. He only forges one sword every 30 years. The reason why he is willing to come here to replace Qi Jingchun is because he feels that this place is suitable for forging a sword. I am going to try my luck and see if he is willing to forge a sword for me. If it really doesn't work, there is nothing I can do. I will just take it that I am unlucky." Qin Pingon smiled. "Good people will be rewarded." The young girl said weakly, "There is nothing I can do." She glanced at the young man. "Your left hand doesn't hurt?" Qin Pingon was stunned. "It hurts," she said suspiciously. "Then why don't you look like it?" Qin Pingon said righteously, "Even if I roll on the ground and scream, it won't stop hurting." The young girl slapped her forehead. "There is nothing I can do. You are the same as my father, but your ability is far worse than his." Qin Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. He quietly looked at the courtyard outside the house. The young girl pushed the 3 bags of copper coins back. "I don't want them." Qin Pingon looked away and said softly, "Miss Ning, have you ever thought that it might not be a good thing for me to keep them? After seeing Mr. Qi, I am even more certain of this." After the young girl decided on something, she wouldn't change her mind. She shook her head and said, "That is your business. It has nothing to do with me. I have thought about it. I will repay the favor of saving my life in the future." Qin Pingon said awkwardly, "It's hard to explain in a short time. Just tell me if I can stay at your place." Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "Why not? But you have to promise me that you will help me keep an eye on GQ. Don't let that little bastard Song Jisun rape her. When the time comes, you have to help me protect my future wife's innocence." Qin Pingon said without hesitation, "Don't even think about it." Xianxia patted Qin Pingon's shoulder and said earnestly, "I'll take it that you agree." The black-clothed young girl in the house suddenly turned her head and said, "Do you know that you are a natural sword embryo? The reason why the porcelain buyer didn't take you out when you were 9 years old was probably because he wanted you to absorb more spiritual energy here. This choice was correct. So when you are with Master Wan, you must seize the opportunity and let him take you as a disciple. Remember, you must at least be an inner disciple. It's best if you are a direct disciple. As for being an inner disciple, don't even think about it. Your innate talent isn't that good yet." Xianxia smiled and nodded vigorously. He said yes, then turned to look at Qin Pingon. He pointed at the young girl in the house and then pointed at his own head. Qin Pingon said, "She's telling the truth. Don't take it lightly." Xianxia no longer smiled mischievously. He fell silent and said in a low voice, "I feel that something is wrong. There are 2 groups of people in the covered bridge. Guess who's leading them? It's that bastard Lu Jingchun from Fulu Street. Isn't this like a weasel paying a visit to a chicken? I don't care about money, so why should I do business with them? Moreover, that armor is an antique passed down from generation to generation. If I sell it, I'll be cursed half to death by my grandfather in my dreams." Qin Pingon heard all this and felt like he was facing a great enemy. "You must be careful. Lu Jingchun and those outsiders are not to be trifled with." The youth turned and asked, "Miss Ning, do you know where those people came from?" The girl in black nodded and said, "The old man and the little girl came from Xinjiang Mountain. They're considered an orthodox sect of your eastern Aquarius continent. The old man is not human. In short, he's 100 times more powerful than Fu Nanhua or Kai Qinqian. The woman and her son are not simple either. Actually, those who can enter the town together are not ordinary rich people. The woman is very shrewd and the little boy doesn't seem to be kind either. So I advise your friend to quickly get Master Wan to accept him as a disciple. That's like having a life-saving talisman. In this town, no matter how strong the backing is, no one dares to wrestle with a saint. Qin Pingon asked Lu Xianyang, "Are you confident that you can become Master Ruan's disciple?" Lu Xianyang was a little conflicted. He said hesitantly, "When I first became an apprentice helper, the way Master Wan looked at me was similar to the way Old Man Yao looked at me. I think he'll observe me for a while before deciding whether to accept me as a disciple." But Qin Pingon glared at him fiercely. Lu Xianyang smiled embarrassedly and said, "It's just that Master Wan has a precious daughter who can eat a lot." I was shocked, so I joked a little. I didn't expect that when the daughter was forging, she would be so fierce and overbearing when she swung the hammer. But she is usually very shy, so I didn't expect that she couldn't take a joke. At that time I made her cry and coincidentally bumped into her father. The way he looked at me was strange, so I'm sure he won't accept me as his disciple. But anyway, I don't want to be anyone's disciple. It's enough for me to serve Old Man Yao, who has a strange temper, and it's enough for us. I just want to make a living at the blacksmith shop. Qin Pingon looked up with a black face. 27. Not long after Lu Xianyang arrived at Mud Bottle Alley, another rare visitor came to the alley. It was the elegant blue-robed scholar Zhao Yao, who somewhat resembled the teacher Qi Jingchun. Zhao Yao was the eldest grandson of one of the 4 major surnames in the small town. Compared to Lu Jingchun and the other good-for-nothings, Zhao Yao, who was also from a rich family, had a good reputation. Many lonely old people in the small town had received the kindness of this youth. If one were to say that this was the so-called famous scholar nurtures his hopes in the wild method, it seemed to be overestimating Zhao Yao's ambition. It was a bit like measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. After all, this youth had been kind to others since he was 10 years old. Year after year he did not slack off in the slightest. Even the old people who had watched the youth grow up in Fulu Street would give him a thumbs up. Every time they reprimanded their own children, they would always use Zhao Yao as an excuse. This made Zhao Yao not have many close friends among his peers. Lu Jingchun and the others had a free heart and did not like to deal with a bookworm who was all day long. Imagine everyone excitedly climbing up the wall to peek at a pretty widow, only to have someone say by the side, "Don't look at indecent things." Wouldn't that spoil the fun? In short, young Zhao Yao liked to deal with people outside of Fulu Street. He had walked through almost all the alleys, big and small, except for Mud Bottle Alley. This was because Song Jisun lived in this alley, a peer who often made Zhao Yao feel ashamed of his inferiority. However, when it came to friends, Zhao Yao probably only recognized Song Jisun as his chess partner. Although he had lost to Song Jisun in chess for so many years, the desire to win was just that. Zhao Yao had always admired the talented Song Jisun from the bottom of his heart. However, Zhao Yao was somewhat disappointed because his intuition told him that although Song Jisun and he were usually very close to each other, it seemed that Song Jisun had never regarded him as a true friend. Although Zhao Yao had never visited Song Jisun's house before, when he saw a certain house, he knew that it must be Song Jisun's house. It was because of the Spring Festival couplet pasted on the door. There were many words, and at a glance he could tell that it was Song Jisun's handwriting. The reason was very simple. There were too many changes in style. It could almost be said that each word was different. For example, the 2 words imperial wind were written in one smooth flow, free will, and had a great sense of floating. The word yuan, beside the word water, had a deep meaning. The word qi, when mentioned, had great boldness and was like a thunderbolt. The word gu was written in a neutral and peaceful manner, like a sage sitting upright. There was not the slightest flaw to be found. Zhao Yao stood at the door, almost forgetting to knock. He leaned forward and stared at the words in a daze. He felt that he was about to lose the courage to knock. It was precisely because of his diligent practice of calligraphy that he was even more aware of the strength, weight, and spirit contained in those words. Zhao Yao was dejected. He took out a money pouch and bent over to place it at the door, preparing to leave without saying goodbye. At this moment the door to the courtyard suddenly opened. Zhao Yao looked up and saw Song Jisun about to leave with the maidservant GQ. The 2 of them were talking and laughing. Song Jisun pretended to be surprised and joked, "Zhao Yao, why are you bowing so respectfully? Zhao Yao awkwardly picked up the money pouch. Just as he was about to explain, Song Jisun took the embroidered pouch away and said with a smile, "Oh my, Zhao Yao is here to deliver a gift. I'll accept it. But let me say this first. I come from a poor family, so I don't have anything that can catch Brother Zhao's eye. If I don't return the favor, then it'll be rude." Zhao Yao smiled bitterly. "This pouch is worth more than money. Just treat it as my parting gift. There's no need to return the favor." Song Jisun turned to his maidservant and smiled knowingly. He handed the money pouch to her. "See, I told you that Zhao Yao is the most polite scholar in town. How about it?" The young girl took the money pouch and held it in front of her chest. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed. She was very happy. She slightly leaned to the side and curtsied. "Thank you, young Master Zhao. My family's young master said that a family that accumulates kindness has more to celebrate, and a person that does good will have good fortune. This servant wishes young Master Zhao a meteoric rise and a bright future." Zhao Yao hurriedly returned the gesture. "Thank you, Miss GQ, for your auspicious words." Song Jisun rubbed the back of his head and yawned. "Aren't you tired?" GQ beamed. "If I could get a pouch of money every time, then this servant wouldn't be tired even if I curtsied 10,000 times. Zhao Yao blushed with shame. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Miss GQ." Song Jisun waved his hand. "Come, let's drink." Zhao Yao had an awkward expression. Song Jisun tried to goad him. "What an idiot. You only read about rigid rules, how can you not read about the romance of a famous scholar?" Zhao Yao asked tentatively, "Drink a little to lighten the mood?" Song Jisun rolled his eyes. "Get drunk." Zhao Yao was just about to speak when Song Jisun grabbed him by the neck and dragged him away. When the maidservant GQ locked the door, the four-legged snake tried to sneak out, but she kicked it back into the courtyard. When she passed by the house next door, she quietly stood on her tiptoes and stole a few glances. She saw Lu Xianyang's tall figure. Lu Xianyang also noticed her and immediately smiled brightly. Lu Xianyang was about to greet her, but she had already retracted her gaze and walked away quickly. There was a restaurant in the small town. It wasn't very big, but its expenses weren't small. However, Zhao Yao was a descendant of the Zhao family and had a good reputation. The restaurant's manager was famous for being stingy. He didn't know what was wrong with him today, but he patted his chest and said that he wouldn't accept a single copper coin. His restaurant was honored to have 2 scholars come to his restaurant for a drink. The 2 young masters should accept his money instead. Song Jisun immediately stretched out his hand with a chuckle, asking for the money on the spot. The innkeeper angrily found a way out for himself, saying that he owed Song Jisun and that he would send a few jars of good wine to young Master Song tomorrow. Zhao Yao wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. The manager had always known about young Master Song's eccentric temperament, so he didn't really get angry. He personally found a quiet window seat for the 3 of them on the 2nd floor. Song Jisun and Zhao Yao didn't talk much. Song Jisun also didn't try to trick them with wine. This made Zhao Yao, who was unafraid of death, feel very strange. Looking out the window on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, one could just see a plaque on the 12-legged memorial arch. Song Jisun asked, "Is Mr. Qi really not leaving the small town with you?" Zhao Yao nodded and said, "Mr. Qi changed his schedule at the last minute. He said that he will stay in the school and finish teaching the penultimate chapter, knowing etiquette." Song Jisun sighed and said, "Then Mr. Qi is going to talk about a great principle. He's going to teach the world for the Confucian sage. He's going to tell us that at the beginning of the world, there was no such thing as law. The sage used etiquette to teach all living things. At that time, the monarchs all worshipped etiquette. They believed that if something went wrong with etiquette, it would be punished." Zhao Yao was already a little tipsy, so his speech was a little slurred. He asked, "Don't you think so? Why doesn't Mr. Qi just teach us the last chapter, knowing etiquette?" Song Jisun didn't answer his question. Before leaving the small town, there were mountain spirits, water ghosts, immortals and monsters. If you believe it, they existed. If you don't, they didn't. As for how Mr. Qi will teach and how the students will listen, that's up to fate. The maidservant GQ also drank a cup of wine. She looked dizzy and playful. She didn't even look at the towering memorial arch from beginning to end. There were 12-foot archways, and at the base of the stone pillars were the 9 different beasts of the dragon's 9 sons. Outside them were the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. The people of the small town had lived here for generations, so they were already used to it. Zhao Yao couldn't help but burp. He stood up shakily and said, "Farewell. I hope we'll meet again." Song Jisun thought for a moment and stood up as well. He smiled and said, "We'll definitely meet again. Zhao Yao, don't worry about not knowing a friend on the road ahead." Zhao Yao, whose eyes were blurred, bit his tongue and said sincerely, "Song Jisun, you should leave the small town as soon as possible. Who doesn't know you? You can do it." Song Jisun obviously didn't take him seriously. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's go. Drunken talk is a disgrace to a gentleman." After Zhao Yao and Song Jisun left the restaurant, they went their separate ways. Before Zhao Yao left, he asked, "Song Jisun, do you want to go to the supervisor of Kill's official residence to take a look? I can convince the gatekeeper." Song Jisun's face was cold as he said, "Get lost." Zhao Yao left quietly. The maidservant GQ looked at his back and whispered, "Young master, he had good intentions." Song Jisun sneered and said, "Good people in the world have good intentions, but in the end they end up with bad consequences. Isn't that a lot?" She thought for a moment. It seemed to be such a tedious truth, so she didn't insist. Zhao Yao lived on Fulu Street to the north of the small town. Mud Bottle Alley was to the west, where the poor gathered. When Song Jisun and the maidservant walked side by side through the memorial arch, she looked up at the plaque that said "Fighting Bull." She looked like an old woman past her prime. The girl, whose real name was Wang Zhu, smiled without showing her teeth. When Zhao Yao returned to the ancestral residence on Fulu Street, the servant told him that the old ancestor was waiting for him in the study and that he had to go there immediately. The scholar, who reeked of alcohol, immediately had a headache and rushed to the study. The Zhao family didn't show off in the small town. Their wealth was restrained, unlike the Lu family, who showed off their arrogance. They liked to boast that they were a scholarly family. The study was also very antique. An old woman with a walking stick was standing beside a desk. She stroked the surface of the desk. Her weathered face was full of sadness and reminiscence. When the old woman smelled the strong smell of alcohol coming from her grandson, she didn't get angry. She smiled and waved her hand. "Yao, come in. What are you standing at the door for? It's not like you're drinking horse piss. It's not shameful." Zhao Yao smiled bitterly and stepped over the threshold. He respectfully bowed to the old ancestor. The old woman impatiently said, "That's the bad thing about studying too much. There are so many rules and regulations. It makes scholars feel like they're going around in circles for the rest of their lives. So boring. Take your grandfather, for example. You're the best at everything, but when it comes to talking about grand principles with me, it's so long-winded and annoying. Especially that attitude of his. He really deserves a beating. I just can't win against him in words." The old woman was suddenly amused by herself. She laughed out loud. "I almost forgot. I didn't need a walking stick back then." She smiled and asked, "Why? You're drinking with that ingrate Song?" Zhao Yao said helplessly, "Grandma, how many times have I told you? Song Jisun is very talented. He has a high level of comprehension and is a step ahead of others in learning everything." The old woman sneered. "He's the smartest. It's just that your grandfather was already 3 years old when he was alive. I've always admired that little thing. Do you want to know what your grandfather said?" Zhao Yao hurriedly replied, "Grandson doesn't want to know." The old woman didn't care whether her precious grandson was willing to listen or not. She continued, "Your grandfather said, at such a young age he's so shrewd. It's a pity that he's the one who ruined the reputation of his ancestors." She then pointed at Zhao Yao. "Your grandfather also said, gentle, courteous and thrifty. At first there's nothing special about him, but he's the one who nurtures the vitality of his descendants. He's definitely my grandson." After the old woman finished speaking, she smiled. Damned old man. After being jealous for his whole life, he finally said something nice. Zhao Yao was about to speak when he heard his grandmother sigh. I'm old, I'm old." The youth had no choice but to swallow his words. He smiled and went forward to hold the old woman's arm. "Grandma, you're as old as the southern mountains. You're still very young." The old woman stretched out her withered hand and patted the back of her precious grandson's hand. "You're better than your grandfather. You don't know how to study, you know how to talk nonsense, and you know how to say nice things." The youth smiled. "Grandpa is really knowledgeable. Mr. Qi also said that Grandpa is very good at studying. He's very experienced in understanding the word righteousness. The old woman immediately revealed her fox tail. She couldn't hide her pride, but she pretended to snort coldly. Of course. Don't you know who picked the man? Zhao Yao pursed his lips tightly to hold back his laughter. The old woman led Zhao Yao to a chair behind the desk. The youth discovered that there was a wooden carving of a sleeping dragon placed on the desk. It was vivid and lifelike, but for some unknown reason after careful examination he discovered that this blue wooden dragon had eyes but no pupils. The old woman picked up a brush that had already been dipped in ink. It was a brand new small awl brush made from the branches of an old locust tree. She held it with both hands and trembled as she handed it to her eldest grandson. Zhao Yao took the brush in confusion. He felt a weight on his shoulder. It turned out that his grandmother had placed her hand on his shoulder. He took the opportunity to sit in the seat that only the head of the Zhao family could sit in. The old woman took a step back and said solemnly, "Zhao Yao, take a seat. Today you will add the finishing touch to the dragon for the ancestors of the Zhao family." The dilapidated clay statues of deities lay on the ground covered with weeds. No one paid any attention to them. It had been like this for thousands of years. There would even be clay idols that would fall here. Not only were the townspeople used to many things, but they also didn't have much respect for these idols. The elderly would occasionally nag at their children to not come here to play. However, the young children still liked to come here to play hide-and-seek, catch crickets and so on. Perhaps when these children grew up and became old, they would also tell their children not to come here to play. Generation after generation, this place passed without wind or rain. It was plain and uneventful. Here there were tumbling heads, broken torsos and separated palms. They seemed to have been forcefully pieced together by someone to maintain their original appearance. However, this was all that was left of them. A youth in straw sandals hurriedly ran here from Clay Bottle Alley. He clutched 3 coins tightly in his hand. When he arrived, he walked around in circles, muttering to himself. Then he found a statue with great familiarity. He squatted down and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he quietly placed the coins into the cracks of the statue. He got up and went to find a second and third statue. He did the same thing. Before the youth left, he stood alone in the lush green grass. He put his palms together and lowered his head as he muttered, "Broken pieces of peace, broken pieces of peace. I hope that you will bless my parents so that they won't suffer in the next life. If possible, please tell my parents that I'm doing very well now. They don't need to worry." 28. At dusk, Qin Pingon returned to town. When he passed by the east gate, the sloppy guard was still humming a tune. He was singing, "An inch of time can't be taken lightly, glory, splendor, wealth and rank can be thrown away." Perhaps he was disturbed by the footsteps of the youth, but when he opened his eyes, he happened to meet the youth's eyes. When the guard saw that it was the debt collector, he was disappointed. He waved his hand and said, "Go away, your time is worthless. If you can have even one word of glory, splendor, wealth and rank, you should be burning incense." After Qin Pingon ran past, he raised one of his palms high, opened his 5 fingers and shook it with all his might. Obviously, he was reminding the guard that there was a 5 copper coin relationship between the two of them. The guard spat and cursed, "You're not a good person either." The youth's figure quickly disappeared. The guard looked up at the clear blue sky. It was like a beautiful layer of glaze. The man rubbed his stubbled chin and clicked his tongue. Mr. Qi once said a line in a poem. What was it again? Good stuff, colored glass? An ox cart slowly drove out of town. Sitting on the cart was a well-known scholar in a green robe. The cart driver was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. The man immediately waved his hand and laughed loudly. "Brother Yao, don't be in a hurry to leave. I have a sentence that I forgot. I only remember good stuff, colored glass and the like. I can't remember anything else. You're very knowledgeable, so tell me." Zhao Yao was in high spirits. He held a bag in his arms and said loudly, "Good things in the world are not firm. Colorful clouds scatter easily and colored glass is brittle." The guard gave him a thumbs up. "You're indeed worthy of being called Brother Yao. You're very knowledgeable. When you're successful in the future, don't forget to visit me in your hometown. Who knows, maybe you can replace your husband and be a teacher for the children in our town. That's good too." Zhao Yao was stunned. He then cupped his hands and smiled, "Thank you for your kind words. The man was happy and took out an embroidered pouch from his sleeve. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the pouch high into the air and grinned. I've wasted so many years making you write so many couplets for me. Most importantly, you're also kind and honest. You've never found it troublesome. I've always been right about people. Here, I'll give you something. Zhao Yao hurriedly caught the money bag. See you later. The man smiled and nodded. He waved at the young man's ox cart and muttered, It's going to be difficult. The straw-sandaled youth walked towards the depths of the town while Zhao Yao's ox cart sped towards the world outside the town, brushing past each other. The man sitting on the stump counted with his fingers. The young man from the Great Sui Kingdom with a bamboo basket full of golden carps, the son of Widow Gu from Clay Bottle Alley, and the young man from Fortune Street. That's 3. However, there were still so many people following. If they all barged in, wouldn't they only be left with the job of picking up scraps? Why don't I take the opportunity to find a filial disciple who can massage my shoulders? The man stretched out his hand and touched his wrinkled, dark cheeks. He chuckled and said, It'd be best if it's a beautiful female disciple who's bright and smooth. I can bear with a bad face, but her legs must be long. This famous bachelor of the town held his hands behind his head and looked up at the sky. He was secretly happy. When he thought of these happy things, his worries disappeared. He only felt that there was great beauty in the world. Before Qin Pingon left Clay Bottle Alley, he made an appointment with Lu Xianyang and the black-clothed girl to meet at Lu Xianyang's house. When Qin Pingon arrived at Lu Xianyang's house, the door was unlocked. So, as long as you meet the old man from Xingyang Mountain, try not to argue. But once there's a conflict, just stall for time. Don't fight with others and don't have any wishful thinking. You must stall until I appear. Lu Xianyang said in a low voice, This is our territory. Do these foreigners really dare to kill people in our territory? Qin Pingon glanced at him and nodded, Yes, they do. Lu Xianyang swallowed. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, Do you remember what priest Lu, the fortune teller who set up the stall, told you? Lu Xianyang felt a headache coming. After trying hard to recall, he scratched his ears and cheeks and said, How can I remember clearly? I only know that it's some unpleasant words of bad luck. Anyway, he said that there's going to be a big disaster and that we need to burn incense. It's all a mess. I just thought he was talking nonsense and scamming people for money. Qin Pingon turned to look at the girl in black. The girl said fiercely, He can't remember the sign. How can I explain it to him? Does he really think I'm a deity? Qin Pingon was a little confused. He couldn't figure out why Miss Ning was so angry all of a sudden. The girls strode out of the house. Compared to the slow and leisurely way they came, they were now much more swift and decisive. The girl with the saber walked in the wide alley. She wondered if she should find some time to read a few books later. The girl thought of walking around in the future, beheading people with a flying sword and composing a few impassioned impromptu poems. Even if there was no one around, she felt that it was really cool. Just as the girl was filled with longing, a familiar figure brushed past her. See you tomorrow, Miss Ning. When the voice fell, the figure was almost at the end of the alley. The young man in straw sandals carried a basket and walked as if he was flying. The girl was stunned and muttered to herself, Is there really such a money grubber? 29. The youth stepped on the fragmented starlight all the way out of the town and went straight to the stream. Although it was night time, Qin Pingon's running speed was not slower than during the day. Qin Pingon deliberately avoided the position of the covered bridge where the water level was the deepest. The stream there was much higher than other places. Qin Pingon chose a section of the stream where the water level only reached his knees. He took off the large bamboo basket on his back and bent down to pick up a small bamboo basket hidden inside. He tied it tightly around his waist, took off his straw sandals, rolled up his trousers and went into the water to feel for stones. The wound on his left hand that was cut by the broken porcelain was still painful. Naturally, he could not let it soak in the water. The youth could only use his right hand to pick up stones in the stream. In fact, the stones on the dry riverbed were the easiest to pick up. However, as Lu Xianyang said, the color would fade quickly. Now that Qin Pingon roughly understood the mystery behind it from the black-clothed girl, it was not difficult to understand. He felt that these stones were actually like the soil he chewed on when he followed Old Man Yao over the mountains in his early years. The soil looked ordinary, but in some places, even if it was separated by a mountain, when it entered the mouth, it would have a completely different taste. Old Man Yao said that this was called the moving of trees and dead people, the moving of soil to become a Buddha. As long as the soil in the hand left the original soil, it would quickly change its taste. The stream did not have a name. The stones in the stream were as big as a fist and as small as a thumb. They were colorful, but the people of the town were used to seeing them quietly lying in the clear stream for generations. Naturally, no one thought that it was a rare thing. Whoever carried these stones home would definitely be treated as a fool. If one had the strength to not do more farm work after eating, then what was one if not a fool? Qin Pingon, who was bending over and wading in the water, kept moving and turning over the large stones at the bottom of the stream. He had already picked up 7 or 8 stones and put them into the bamboo basket. They were of different sizes and different colors. The color of the stone's skin was like golden oranges hanging high on the branches in autumn, white and tender like a baby's skin, dark and shiny, bright like red peach blossoms, and the most common color was the green of shrimp's back. These stones were called snake gallstones by the villagers. Most of them were not big and were slippery and heavy when held in the hand. If held high in the sun during the day or illuminated by candlelight late at night, the texture of the stone could be vaguely seen. It was like silk, like a tiny snake or fish winding. When looked at from a distance, the color of the stone was like shining fish scales or snake scales. About 2 hours later, Qin Pingon's fish basket was almost full. He went back to the stream bank where the basket of straw sandals was placed. He first went to the shore and pulled out a few large reeds, wild celery and dog's tail grass to cushion the bottom of the basket. Only then did he put the stones into the basket one by one. He carried the straw sandals, tied the fish basket and carried the basket on his back. He went ashore and returned to the stream bank where he turned back. He put down the straw sandals and basket again and went down the stream to continue moving the stones. After picking up half of the basket, Qin Pingon straightened his back and looked up at the starry sky, hoping to see a shooting star across the night sky. However, he obviously did not have such good luck tonight. Even if Qin Pingon didn't know the mystery of this stone before today, he still felt from the bottom of his heart that the big stone was really beautiful. Qin Pingon sighed and suddenly stopped in his tracks. 30 steps away on the bluestone cliff by the stream, sat a young girl in green clothes. Her cheeks were bulging, but she was still stuffing food into her mouth. Qin Pingon's first impression was that the young girl must have been reincarnated as a hungry ghost, so that's why she was so pitiful in the middle of the night. Qin Pingon thought about it and didn't go any closer, afraid that he would disturb the young girl's mood of eating supper. However, he didn't turn around and leave. After all, he had already made up his mind to go to the waterhole tonight to try his luck. Every time he touched 1 or 2 stones to go ashore, he would succeed if he tried too many times. Moreover, the snake gall stone in the waterhole was bigger than the other places in the stream, and its color seemed to be more vibrant. Qin Pingon's swimming wasn't as good as Zhou Xian's, but he wasn't bad either. Qin Pingon didn't expect that the strange young girl would pick up something to eat after finishing one. She didn't stop to rest and her cheeks were always bulging. Qin Pingon carried more than half a basket of heavy stones on his back. Thinking that it would be physical work to touch the stones in the water later, he turned sideways and put the basket on the ground. Qin Pingon underestimated the young girl in green's hearing. As a result, the moment he put the basket down lightly, the young girl's ears suddenly perked up, and her eyes immediately swept over. Qin Pingon couldn't tell the young girl to eat slowly, so he could only smile awkwardly. The young girl's expression was a bit sluggish and she burped twice in a row. Then she seemed to choke and hurriedly puffed out her chest, using her hands to pat it with all her might. Qin Pingon only then realized that she wasn't old. Looking down from her neck, the scenery there was truly spectacular. It didn't lose to many women who had given birth and raised children. The clothes in front of her chest were extremely tight. Qin Pingon quickly withdrew his gaze, but he didn't have any perverted thoughts. Only then did the young girl in green remember that she had brought a water bottle. She didn't forget to turn her back to Qin Pingon, raised her head and gulped down a large mouthful of water. Only then did her breathing become smooth. The youth carrying the straw sandals only had a simple thought at that time. The fabric of this young girl's clothes couldn't be cheap, or else she wouldn't be able to withstand so much strength. The young girl in green continued to eat. This time she was much more reserved and at least her cheeks weren't as exaggerated. She lowered her head and nibbled, occasionally glancing sideways at the strange small-town youth. A pair of peach blossom-like eyes, with the ends of her eyes slightly upturned, made the young girl look like a young fox. She seemed to be using her eyes to ask the youth, "What's wrong with you? Continue on your way." Qin Pingan's face was full of helplessness and he could only point at the stream outside the green stone cliff, shouting, "I'm not passing by here, I'm going to the stream on your side." She looked at the thin youth but didn't say anything. Qin Pingan hurriedly picked up a stone from the basket and continued to explain, "I'm going to the stream to pick up these stones." The young girl suddenly remembered that she had something important to do, and raised her finger to her lips, indicating that Qin Pingan shouldn't speak. Then she moved her position, clearly letting Qin Pingan go over. She wouldn't hinder him from picking up the stones in the water. Qin Pingan could only carry the basket and braced himself to walk over. Fortunately, the green stone cliff was very big and more than 10 people could stand. Moreover, the young girl had already taken the initiative to sit on the edge, unlike before when her legs were stretched out. She sat cross-legged and there was an open bag on her knees, filled with all kinds of pastries and snacks, like a small mountain. So far the young girl had only eaten a small mountain. Qin Pingan put down the straw sandals, basket and bamboo basket. Originally he wanted to go into the water in the middle of the night bare-chested, but now he couldn't think about it. There was an unfamiliar young girl sitting next to him, and not to mention whether she would scream if her family elders saw or heard this. Qin Pingan estimated that his legs would be broken and he wouldn't be wronged. Qin Pingan came to the edge of the cliff, and with a fierce dive he rushed to the bottom of the waterhole. Soon he touched a palm-sized stone, but unfortunately, it wasn't a snake gallstone. He had to wipe his face and continue to dive. After 3 times he finally touched a dark green snake gallstone. Qin Pingan climbed up the cliff, wet, and put the stone into the basket and then continued to dive into the water. From beginning to end the young girl's back was facing him and she was busy eating. In less than half an hour, Qin Pingan had already touched 7 or 8 stones. Except for the first dark stone, the rest of the stones were large and bright. The last time he went down he didn't take a stone ashore but caught a palm-sized live fish. In the small town it was commonly known as the stone fish. When it met people it liked to hide under the stones. The taste of its meat was very delicious. Generally it was only slightly longer than a finger. It was rare to see a stone fish as big as the one in Qin Pingan's hand. Qin Pingan had actually sneaked into the cracks of the stones at the bottom of the pit and found a few. But at that time because of the stone he let them go. This time it was a flash of inspiration. He suddenly felt that if he could catch a dozen fish tonight, it would be good to stew a pot of fish soup for Miss Ning tomorrow. After Qin Pingan came ashore he threw the fish into the bamboo basket. The second time he caught a fish ashore, Qin Pingan suddenly found that the young girl was squatting next to the basket, looking at the basket with only one fish lying in it. Her face was full of spirit, just like GQ when she saw the stone in the alley. Qin Pingan threw the second stone fish into the bamboo basket. The young girl slowly raised her head. The barefoot youth had already turned around and walked quickly down the stream. After the young girl heard the youth splash, she quickly grabbed a fish from the bamboo basket, looked down at them that were still jumping and nodded with a serious expression. Amazing, amazing. The green-clothed girl knew that there were many strange sights in this small town. It was called the Well in Apricot Blossom Lane, and it was unknown how long the iron lock was. Not far away the covered bridge was actually a stone arch bridge that spanned the stream for 3,000 years. At the bottom of the bridge there was a rusty iron sword, and the tip of the sword pointed to a bottomless dark green pool. There was a 12-legged crab memorial arch, and in the grass outside the ancestral hall, there were dilapidated mud statues. There was a porcelain mountain in the north, piled with porcelain that had been judged as defective by the supervising officials of the dynasties. All of them were broken and so on. She even knew most of the reasons. When she was very young she had followed her father everywhere, so she was worthy of being called someone who had seen the world. But when Qin Pingan caught the slate fish for the 3rd time, the empty-handed girl was still squatting beside the fish basket. However, her 2 hands were still secretly wiping the corners of her clothes. She looked up at the barefooted youth as he approached. Her gaze was like a commoner looking at an immortal. Qin Pingan was uncomfortable with her strange look and asked tentatively, "You want these fish?" The young girl subconsciously nodded. Qin Pingan smiled. "Then I'll give you all 3. I'll catch more later." The young girl blinked her eyes and then smiled happily. Foxy and charming. 30. Qin Pingon was very familiar with this kind of gaze. It was the same way he looked at Lu Xianyang when he was a child. At that time, Lu Xianyang was the king of the children in the area of Apricot Blossom Lane and Clay Bottle Lane. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that Lu Xianyang could not do. Later, some of his peers who were originally followers of Lu Xianyang also went to the dragon kiln to be apprentices. Most of them scattered to various grocery stores in the town to work as clerks or help their relatives with the accounts. As Song Jisun said, only the most useless people would go to the fields to eat. In the end, he was the only one who still mingled with Lu Xianyang. Qin Pingon gave the 3 slate fish to the girl. He strung them together with a few green foxtails through the gills and handed them to the girl. She took the fish and lifted it. It was a little light. She felt that it was not enough for a plate of green pepper fried fish. She tilted her head and glanced at the puddle in the creek, full of expectation. Qin Pingon understood and apologized. I'm going to make soup for my friends with the next fish. I can't give it to you. The girl pointed to the open package not far away, indicating that she could exchange the pastries for the fish. Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled. No, the pastries are delicious and can fill the stomach. But they are not as nourishing as fish soup. The girl nodded and did not force him. She silently sat back and carefully put the fish at her feet. Then she continued her great undertaking of eating without doing anything. Although Qin Pingon was curious about her identity, he did not ask. Looking at her dress, she did not look like a girl from a noble family in Fulu Street. She looked a little like the neighbor next door, GQ. She was delicate and did not like to talk. Qin Pingon suddenly felt a little worried. Could she be a servant girl who had stolen food from home? He had heard that the rules in those big mansions were very strict. Lu Xianyang and Song Jisun always liked to contradict each other. This was the only exception. However, Lu Xianyang's explanation was very frightening. He said that servant girls who walked in those mansions with high courtyard walls would have their legs broken by the stewards, who had sharp eyes like a serpent's, and throw them outside the walls to wait for death on the streets. Song Jisun, on the other hand, said that Lu Xianyang was spreading a false rumor. It was not that exaggerated. However, the servant maids and mamas in everyone's household indeed walked like cats, not making a single sound. At that time, Lu Xianyang caught a glimpse of the happy maid GQ. He immediately became angry and scolded Song Jisun. What goose? Can your goose talk? In the end, Qin Pingon caught 7 or 8 slate fishes. The bamboo basket was shaken by their collision. The pale-faced youth knew that he was almost at his limit. The water in spring was cold to the bone. Of course, the most important thing was that his injured left hand couldn't bear it. After Qin Pingon went ashore for the last time, he quickly jumped off the blue stone cliff and drilled into the grass by the stream, making a rustling sound. Not long after, he pulled out 3 or 4 types of grass. Many of the grass roots were mixed with soil. He picked up an ordinary stone and returned to the stone cliff. He found a natural pothole the size of the palm of his hand. After wiping it dry, he began to gently pound the herbs. Soon it turned into a mass of blue paste. The juice emitted the unique fragrance of the spring weeds by the river. With his back to the girl, Qin Pingon took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. He began to untie the cotton cloth on his left hand. Sweat quickly oozed out of his forehead, covering the cold stream water that slid down from his head. Although the bloody wound was a little better than the white bone before the bandage, it was still a ghastly sight. When Qin Pingon came, he did not expect that his left hand would touch the stream water, so he did not prepare a cotton cloth. Before, his mind was full of snake gallstones that could make money and catch fish to make soup. Only now did he realize that he had made a big mistake. The teenager was a little confused. Suddenly, a palm appeared in front of him. There were several dry and clean strips of cloth. It turned out that the girl in green had torn off a part of her sleeve. Qin Pingon smiled sadly. He did not care about being polite with the girl. After applying the herbs to the wound on his palm, he put it close to his mouth and bit one end with his teeth. His right hand tightened and made 2 circles around the back of his hand. This series of movements was orderly, like a butterfly circling a branch, dazzling the onlookers. After the binding was completed, Qin Pingon slowly raised his right arm to wipe the sweat on his face. His 2 arms were trembling uncontrollably. The girl in green who was squatting nearby gave Qin Pingon a thumbs up. Her face was full of praise. Qin Pingon pointed to his eyes with his right hand and said with a wry smile, "In fact, it hurt so much that tears came out." The girl turned her head and glanced at the big basket and bamboo fish basket that the teenager had woven himself. He was a little puzzled. Qin Pingon looked embarrassed. Those stones can make money, and catching fish is also very important. The girl was confused but still did not speak. Her eyes were a little empty. She turned her head and stared at the sparkling stream. The gurgling stream water rubbed against the stones that were exposed above the water surface, making a crashing sound. At that moment the starry sky was bright and the world was silent. It seemed that there was only a boy and a girl in the world. Qin Pingon's body gradually calmed down. His originally rapid breathing began to subconsciously slow down, turning into a long and continuous breath. It was like a small stream that had turned from a flash flood to a stream that had dried up in spring and autumn. The teenager did not care about this quiet change at all. It was natural and natural. Qin Pingon knew that his body was wet and could not be exposed to the cold wind of early spring for too long. He had to hurry back to the town to change his clothes. The teenager naturally did not understand the health and pathology of the medical books. However, the teenager who was most afraid of getting sick in this life had long developed a keen intuition about the changes in the seasons and his body's adaptation. So he quickly put on his straw sandals, tied the fish basket to his waist, and carried the basket on his back. He waved to the girl in green and said with a smile, "I'm leaving. Miss, you should also go home early." Otherwise, with Song Jisun's identity, how could he not even live in Falu Street? Obviously, it is impossible. The girl seriously thought for a moment. "Father, are you saying that he is a bit like bait?" The man touched her head. "More or less." Then he smiled and said, "If we father and daughter were not the sword cultivators in the world who did not care about external things, opportunities and fate, father might have kept him by his side to see if he could give you more benefits." The girl in green was a bit depressed and was not in a good mood. The man sighed. "Xiao heir, father's words are rough but they are reasonable. Don't mind them." The girl in green was still sickly and could not muster up any energy. The man thought for a moment and pointed to the covered bridge in the distance that looked like a black dragon crossing the stream. The construction of that covered bridge was a huge investment of the Dali dynasty, all for the sake of suppressing that unremarkable iron sword. Think about it, 3,000 years later, an ownerless sword with a broken primordial spirit, after more than 3,000 years, in order to suppress its remaining power, a dynasty still had to pay such a huge price, and all they wanted was for it to rest for a moment. The girl made no sound, her head drooping. She kept glancing at the foot of the mountain and absent-mindedly agreed. "Amazing, amazing." The man did not know whether to laugh or cry, rubbing his forehead. The world was big but eating was the most important. But the child's mother was not such a woman. Then whose personality did this girl take after? The man patted his daughter's shoulder and said softly, "Father is going to meet someone. Eat slowly, no one will take it from you." The girl suddenly raised her head and grabbed the man's arm. There was a crimson bracelet on her wrist, shining brightly, showing the shape of a dragon with its head and tail connected. It was like a living flame dragon wrapped around the girl's wrist. The man was gratified. "Finally, you have some conscience. Okay, don't worry. Father's going to meet Mr. Qi." The girl let go of his hand and immediately grabbed the pastries, wolfing them down. The man was furious. He had endured so much until now and finally could not help but mutter, "Eat, eat. That Lu bastard is asking for a beating, but he did not say anything wrong. Sooner or later you will eat until you become a fat girl. Who would dare to marry you then? Do you want to steal a live-in son-in-law?" The girl stopped eating and held the pastries with both hands, about to cry. The man ran away, not forgetting to slap himself with his back to his daughter. It was like this every time, failing at the last moment. In the middle of the night, Qin Pingon ran all the way back to Lu Xianyang's house. When he unlocked the door, he could hear the guy's thunderous snoring. What a big heart. If it were him, Qin Pingon, he would not be able to sleep well tonight. First he put the wicker basket and the fish basket in the kitchen built in the courtyard, then went to the side room on the right that Lu Xianyang had prepared for him. Qin Pingon hurriedly changed into a new set of clothes, then returned to the kitchen in the courtyard and began to deal with the slate fish. He cut open their bellies, washed them and put them on a clean porcelain plate. Then he covered them with another plate to avoid attracting snakes, rats and insects. Qin Pingon picked out 5 or 6 of the most eye-catching snake gall stones from the wicker basket and moved them to the side room where he slept. He took a look at the long sword that Miss Ning had placed on the cabinet. It was still lying there quietly. After doing all this, Qin Pingon was finally able to lie in bed. His body gradually warmed up, but the youth's eyes were shining. On one hand, his left hand was tingling, and on the other hand, he was not sleepy. But the real reason was that Qin Pingon knew more about the unreasonable foreigners than Zhou Xian. The youth did not dare to sleep like a log. Thus Qin Pingon did not sleep for the whole night. He kept an eye on the courtyard door and the door of the room. At dawn, Qin Pingon got up and went to the kitchen. He picked up a pole and prepared to go to the iron lock well in Apricot Blossom Lane to fetch 2 buckets of water. The sleepy Zhou Xian was hiding in bed, only showing his head. When he heard the slight noise, he groggily shouted, "Qin Pingon, you're up so early? Where are you going?" Qin Pingon said unhappily, "To fetch water." Zhou Xian shouted again, "If you see GQ, say hello for me." Qin Pingon did not bother to pay attention to this guy. Just as he was about to leave the courtyard, Qin Pingon suddenly heard Zhou Xian say, "Qin Pingon, as long as you're willing to help, I'll go to the waterhole and help you get the stones." Qin Pingon smiled brightly, "Okay." Zhou Xian rolled his eyes and even hid his head under the blanket. He muttered, "What a disloyal guy. I knew this trick would work." A middle-aged Confucian scholar sat alone on the stone steps of the covered bridge. He sat there until dawn. When the first ray of light appeared in the sky, he looked up and laughed softly. 1,000-year-old dark room is illuminated by a single light. 31. When Qin Pingon arrived at the iron lock well with a bucket of water, he passed by several breakfast shops in Apricot Blossom Lane. His stomach started to growl without warning. However, he was shy of money, so the youth could only brace himself and line up to fetch water. There were 3 families in front of him. When it was his turn, GQ suddenly stepped in with a small bucket. The people behind were immediately unhappy. Although it was not to the extent of cursing, the words were not pleasant to hear. Especially a stooped old woman known as Granny Ma. Both of her sons were very promising. They each owned a dragon kiln. Although it was very small and ranked at the bottom of the 30 dragon kilns, it was naturally considered as a wealthy family in Apricot Blossom Lane. However, for some reason, the relationship between the old woman and her 2 daughters-in-law was not good. Her sons and daughters-in-law had already moved to Peach Blossom Lane. The old woman had been living alone in her ancestral home in Apricot Blossom Lane. In the eyes of Qin Pingon and Liu Yongxian's generation, Granny Ma had always been a very scary elder. She was very vicious when scolding people and was especially stingy. In the winter, she would hug the snow outside the courtyard door into her own house. If there were children who used the snow in front of her house or pulled out the icicles under the eaves of her house, she would chase after them with a broom and scold them for a few streets without getting tired. In the past, only Gukan's mother could suppress Granny Ma's arrogance in these alleys in the west of the town. It was said that Widow Gu had followed her dead man's distant relative to seek refuge in her husband's hometown. Granny Ma, who had become slightly kinder over the years, immediately returned to Jianghu full of vigor and vitality. She did not like anyone she met. When Song Jisen's maidservant made such a scene, Granny Ma immediately began to speak sarcastically. Her voice was not loud and she put on a fake smile. She deliberately chatted with the women around her, saying that some girls could finally show their faces and eat noodles. Anyway, when they walked they could not keep their legs together. This was a joyous occasion. Finally, they did not need to use the identity of a young lady and the life of a maidservant, and could openly be called Madame. Qin Pingon's scalp tingled when he heard this, but he could not drive away GQ, who was at fault first. After all, they had been neighbors for so many years. After helping Liu Xianying fill 2 buckets with water, he quickly brought a bucket of water for her. He wanted to leave this group of gossipy women as soon as possible. Granny Ma saw that the little Song family's maidservant pretended not to hear her and became even more annoyed. This was the case when experts exchanged blows. What they feared the most was that the opponent simply did not respond. Even if they had good martial arts skills, they would have nowhere to land their feet. In the past, when the old woman quarreled with that coquettish fox, Widow Gu, she would lose, but every time the old woman felt that her skills had improved, she would definitely be able to get back at her the next time they quarreled. Unlike this little whore from Clay Bottle Alley, who would deliberately keep quiet every time. However, every time the young girl left, her eyes would reveal a look that made the old woman extremely uncomfortable. It really made the old woman gnash her teeth in hatred. She really wanted to go up and scratch her face so that the youths and strong men in the nearby alleys would not be able to wait to hang their souls on the waist of that shameless servant girl. Especially that grandson of hers. Although he had always been a fool in the eyes of outsiders, recently even she, as his grandmother, felt that this child had really lost his mind. He talked nonsense all day long and always said that he would marry this maidservant from Clay Bottle Alley and make her his wife. Then he would punch a hole in the heavens with one punch. Seeing that the hateful girl didn't respond, Granny Ma turned her attention to the poor boy. She clicked her tongue and said, "What a good-for-nothing lowly mud embryo. Even after killing your parents, you still have the face to live in this world. Knowing that you are destined to not have the ability to marry a wife, you still shamelessly seduce other people's maidservants. What a pair of adulterous man and woman. Why don't they just get together? Anyway, Mud Bottle Alley is a place where trash and lowly people live." Qin Pingon thought for a moment. He bent down and was about to put down the burden on his shoulders. The maidservant GQ had already put down the bucket and strode towards the fearless old woman. The girl slapped Granny Ma without saying a word. Granny Ma's whole body spun in a circle. She was dizzy and didn't fall down until the women next to her supported her. GQ didn't wait for the old woman to come back to her senses. She took another step forward and slapped her in the face. The girl scolded, "Old thing, I have tolerated you for a long time." The old woman shook her head. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. She was about to fight back. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but the 2 women next to her were supporting her so hard that she couldn't break free for a while. As a result, she was humiliated for the 3rd time. The maidservant hit the old woman for the 3rd time. She bent her finger and knocked the old woman's forehead. "If you dare to curse again in the future, I will pull out your tongue. For every word you curse, I will stab you with a needle once." The old woman was so scared that she forgot to talk back, let alone fight back. The girl turned and walked away quickly. She found that the neighbor boy had already helped her carry the bucket. She smiled and returned to Clay Bottle Alley with him. Without waiting for Qin Pingon to speak, the girl said, "Don't thank me. My cursing has nothing to do with you." Qin Pingon was speechless. The empty-handed girl muttered to herself. Anyway, she didn't think about taking back the bucket from the straw sandals boy. Next to the iron lock well wheel, the old woman sat on the ground and howled, "You little bitch, you are going to be punished by God. My life is so bitter. God doesn't have eyes. Why didn't he strike down a lightning bolt and kill this little bitch?" The girl's footsteps were brisk. She raised her hands to the sky. It was a very strange gesture. Fortunately, Qin Pingon had been neighbors with her for so many years, so he didn't find it strange. When the 2 of them passed by the breakfast shop, Qin Pingon saw a familiar figure. She wasn't tall and was wearing a green dress. She was buying freshly baked meat buns. The steaming hot meat buns and the fragrance wafted through the entire street. Qin Pingon. This morning it was unknown when the clouds were hanging low. It was particularly thick, like a rich family's big quilt, lying there to bask in the sun. Rumble, thunder rumbled over the town's head. Granny Ma on the other side of the iron lock well stood up and hurried home. The small bucket swayed and spilled the well water all the way. It was estimated that there would not be half a bucket of water left when she got home. It was probably because the old woman was well aware that if the heavens really opened their eyes, the first lightning strike would most likely fall on her head. After Qin Pingon heard the thunder, he looked up and was a little puzzled. It didn't seem like it was going to rain. The girl smiled and said, "My young master said that he had seen it in a book. It is rumored that every early spring, there will be a god of the heavenly court wearing golden armor and beating drums in the sky. They will bid farewell to the old and welcome the new year." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Your young master does read a lot." The girl sighed, "My young master is good at everything, but he is a little lazy and likes to scold God. I don't think that's good." Qin Pingon didn't have the habit of talking behind people's backs, so he didn't say anything about it. Song Jisun next door has a strange temper that has persisted for many years. He scolds God, which is the same as Granny Ma. He scolds God for not opening his eyes and so on. However, scholars also have their own characteristics. On a snowy night, a thunderstorm, and when the sky is full of rosy clouds, this is Song Jisun's 3 dawn kiss. He wants to take advantage of God's nap to scold him. If God can't hear him, he won't be angry, and his Song Jisun can also vent his anger, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing that Qin Pingon didn't answer, GQ said casually, "You didn't go home last night. Did you go to Lu Xianyang's place?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "There were guests at home, so it wasn't convenient." She suddenly asked, "By the way, did Mr. Qi meet you? What else did he say?" Qin Pingon asked, "Why do you ask?" She smiled innocently and said, "I'm just asking. Because when I went out to get water today, I happened to meet Mr. Qi. He said that he was taking an early morning walk and asked me if you were at home, so I answered truthfully." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I accidentally met Mr. Qi before and he said a few words to me. The general idea was that I should have gone to school with Lu Xianyang back then. I can only say that my family is poor and I have no choice. Otherwise I would be willing to study." GQ was puzzled and asked, "Is that so?" Qin Pingon looked at her eyes and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" She laughed it off. The 2 of them parted at the corner of the street. Zhigui took the bucket and went to Mud Bottle Alley, while Qin Pingon returned to Lu Xianyang's house. After that, he still had to go to the east gate of the city to get a letter from his family. Each letter cost 1 copper coin. If he had this business earlier, with Qin Pingon's speed of running all over the mountains within a radius of 100 miles, he would probably have saved enough money for his wife. At the entrance of Clay Bottle Alley, GQ saw her young master standing there yawning. She walked quickly and asked curiously, "Young master, why did you come out?" Song Jisun slowly stretched his body and said languid, "It's boring to stay here." She whispered, "Young master, when will the new supervisor return to the town? Will we be able to go to the capital after that?" Song Jisun thought for a moment and said, "It should be within 10 days. GQ hesitated and the small bucket in her hand also shook. "But if you want to warn a sage not to go against the heavens and go against the Tao, then the only thing in the world that matched his status was probably the mighty heavenly thunder." 32. Qin Pingon carried water back to Lu Xianyang's courtyard and poured it into the water tank in the kitchen. Then he ran to the door and shouted, "Lu Xianyang, I want to use your firewood oil and salt to make fish soup for Miss Ning to nourish her body. Is that okay?" Lu Xianyang, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened and roared, "You with the surname Qin. You're so annoying. I just dreamed that GQ smiled at me. Quickly compensate me with a GQ." Qin Pingon shook his head and remembered something. He apologized, "I really did meet GQ at the Iron Lock well just now, but I was interrupted by Granny Ma and forgot to help you pass on a message. When I send the fish soup to Miss Ning later, I promise to help you pass on the message." Lu Xianyang jumped up like a carp and quickly put on his clothes. He ran to the threshold outside the main hall and sat down. Looking at the thin figure busy in the kitchen, he chuckled and said, "I'll go with you to deliver the fish soup later." "Oh right, is Shigue wearing that bright red pomegranate dress today? Or the light green one? Alas, when I save 200 copper coins later, I can buy the dragon-crushing silver powder box. I know she has been eyeing it for a long time, but she is reluctant to buy it. It's all Song Jisun's fault. He's so stingy. He dresses like the cats and dogs of Fulu Street. Poor GQ doesn't have many new clothes all year round. If I were her young master, I'm sure she would buy whatever she likes. She would be richer than the rich young ladies of Fulu Street. She would be a rich young lady." Qin Pingon ignored Lu Xianyang's daydreaming. He really didn't understand why Lu Xianyang liked GQ. Of course, it wasn't because he looked down on her as Song Jisun's maid, nor did he think that GQ wasn't good-looking. He just felt that she and Lu Xianyang didn't seem to be fated to be married. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Why do you call her GQ instead of Wangzhu?" Lu Xianyang grinned and said, "After knowing that you don't know how to write GQ, I don't care anymore." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "What's the use of comparing yourself to me? Compare yourself to Song Jisun. GQ is not my maidservant." Lu Xianyang sneered and said, "That guy is not better than you in every aspect. For example, has he ever called anyone father or mother in his life? I don't think so. Doesn't that mean I'm not as good as Qin Pingon?" It was no wonder that Song Jisun's mother and Granny Ma's wives had poisonous mouths. That guy Song Jisun was not an innocent person. Otherwise, why didn't he live openly in the provincial yamen? Why did he go to Mud Bottle Alley to live a hard life? This guy even dares to look down on others. So he deserves to splash dirty water on others and call them bastards. Qin Pingan stood up and walked to the door of the kitchen. Lu Xianyang, although Song Jisun and I are not friends at all, but if you say that about him. Lu Xianyang hurriedly raised his hands and firmly refused to let Qin Pingan continue to talk. He said cunningly, I won't say any more, okay? Qin Pingan, who do you take after with your bad temper? My grandfather said that your parents are very easy to talk to, especially your mother. She speaks softly and likes to laugh. Her temper is really good. My grandfather also said that in the early years, Granny Ma almost scolded everyone in the alley. But when she saw your mother, not only did she not pick on her, she would even smile. Qin Pingan couldn't stop smiling. Lu Xianyang waved his hand to drive him away. Hurry up and make soup for your little wife. Qin Pingan rolled his eyes. If you have the ability, why don't you say it in front of Miss Ning? Lu Xianyang laughed. You're stupid, but I'm not stupid. Soon after, Qin Pingan came out with a small clay pot. The two locked the door and walked together to Clay Bottle Alley. When they arrived at the door of Qin Pingan's courtyard, Lu Xianyang saw him foolishly knocking on the door. Only then did Lu Xianyang know that this guy had left all the house keys to the black-clothed girl. Lu Xianyang felt that this guy was really hopeless. When the black-clothed girl was at home, she didn't wear a curtain hat. When she opened the door, her clear face was revealed. Lu Xianyang was a little afraid of this girl who didn't smile. The tall boy didn't even know the reason. When it came to her cold temperament, GQ next door was even worse. Lu Xianyang also had the courage to be shameless. If it was because of the black-clothed girl's sword, it was also wrong. When Lu Xianyang faced the rich people of Fulu Street, even if he was chased several times and fled like a stray dog, the boy's heart was actually not afraid from beginning to end. But he was a little afraid of this girl who was not from the countryside. The black-clothed girl sat at the table and opened the pot. After smelling the fragrance, she slightly narrowed her long and narrow eyes and nodded softly. Thank you. Qin Pingan's observation was meticulous. He knew that this should mean that the indifferent girl was in a good mood. Qin Pingan first cooked a pot of porridge for her and asked her to pay attention to the temperature. Then he said to Lu Xianyang, Are you waiting for GQ to come out? I have to deliver a letter. Lu Xianyang was sitting on the threshold, listening to the movements on the other side. He was afraid that he would hear the sound of immortals fighting. The tall boy who was in a bad mood impatiently said, Do what you need to do. Qin Pingan left the courtyard. When he was about to run to the entrance of Clay Bottle Alley, he suddenly found that the front line was dark. He looked up and saw a tall man in a snow-white robe. He had one hand behind his back and the other on the white jade belt around his abdomen. He was looking into the distance. Probably realizing that he was blocking the narrow alley, the man smiled and took the initiative to make way for Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan was puzzled. He quickened his pace and left Clay Bottle Alley. When he looked back, the man had already slowly walked into Clay Bottle Alley. Previously, even if it was just a glimpse, Qin Pingan saw that on the spotless snow-white robe, there were sparse golden threads embroidered on the chest and back. They faintly formed two patterns as if there were living creatures wandering in the mountain fog and sea of clouds. It was very wonderful. Qin Pingan stopped thinking about it. He just thought that the man was a foreigner like Fu Nanhua who came to Clay Bottle Alley to look for opportunities. After walking under the old pagoda tree with Mr. Qi that day, the straw sandals teenager was not too worried. He always felt that as long as Mr. Qi was in the town, even if something really happened, at least he could ask for justice. When Qin Pingan trotted past Apricot Blossom Alley, he saw the girl in green that he met last night. She was still sitting in a wonton shop there. With a pair of chopsticks in each hand, she stood upright on the table and gently tapped. Her slightly childish round face was full of vigor. Her eyes were full of the wontons cooking in the hot pot over there, and she did not notice Qin Pingan who was 5 or 6 steps away. For the girl in green, in front of delicious food, even if the sky was falling down, she would eat it before running away. Qin Pingan sincerely admired this strange girl. He did not disturb her and continued to run to the east of the town with a smile. Some people and things, even if they were just the roadside scenery, would still make people feel beautiful just by looking at them. When Qin Pingon came to the east gate, the sloppy man was standing on a tree stump. He stood on his tiptoes and looked to the east as if he was waiting for an important person. In the past, Qin Pingon had heard the old people chatting by the old pagoda tree. They said that when the current supervisor first entered the town, there was a great show of extravagance. Almost all the elders from the ancestral temples of the 4 families and 10 clans came out to welcome him at the east gate. However, after waiting for a few hours under the sun, a steward of the government office rushed to the east gate, saying that the supervisor had just woken up from his afternoon nap in the back courtyard of the government office. He told everyone to go directly to the government office for a meeting. Those rich old men were so angry that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas were sent to heaven. However, it was said that after entering the government office, no one dared to let out a fart. Each one smiled more than the other like the obedient grandson of the family. Qin Pingon had always felt that it was strange. Why did those old people talk as if they had seen it with their own eyes? Every time they talked about the gossip of Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley, they sounded more real than the truth. For example, when they talked about the Liu family's second aunt and the head guard being together, and when the door was broken down, the details of how the second aunt packed her clothes to cover her ample bosom in a panic were all described accurately. The person telling the story was almost like the head guard himself. Liu Xianyang swallowed his saliva every time he heard it. Song Jisun would occasionally go, but he would not bring GQ. His smile was more reserved than Liu Xianyang's, but when he secretly cheered with the others he was especially energetic. It was louder than when he read the holy books in the morning and in the evening. Qin Pingon squatted by the tree stump, patiently waiting for the town's gatekeeper. The man cursed and jumped down from the tree stump. When he caught a glimpse of the straw sandals youth he did not say anything. He went to the yellow mud hut and brought over a stack of letters. There were 6 letters from home, but he only gave 5 1 copper coins. Qin Pingon roughly flipped through the addresses of the letters and did not say anything. Because 2 of the letters were from neighbors on Fulu Street, Qin Pingon did not want to take advantage of them. Of course, if the man was kind for the first time and gave 6 copper coins, Qin Pingon would definitely not refuse the money. After Qin Pingon thought about the order of sending the letters, he casually asked, "Waiting for someone?" The man glanced at the wide road to the east and said angrily, "Waiting for me." Qin Pingon did not want to stay and be a punching bag, so he quickly ran away. The man laughed angrily, "Oh, you have some eyesight." The man looked at the sky. The rolling thunder had long disappeared. The low-hanging clouds that seemed to almost press down on the eaves had gradually dispersed. The man sat down on the tree stump and sighed, "When immortals fight, mortals suffer." 6 letters, 1 from each of the 4 surnames Liu, Li, Zhao and Song on Fulu Street. There were 2 letters in Peachleaf Alley. Coincidentally, one of them was a letter from the amiable old man from before. What was more coincidental was that the person who opened the door to receive the letters was also the old man. After seeing that it was Qin Pingon, the old man recognized the straw sandals youth and joked, "Child, are you really not coming in for a drink?" Qin Pingon smiled shyly and shook his head. The old man was not surprised. He only took out a handful of copper coins from his sleeve and handed it to Qin Pingon. He explained with a smile, "Today there is a good thing in the family. This is a bit of money. It's just for luck. It's not much, just a dozen copper coins. So you can rest assured and take it." Qin Pingon took the copper coins and smiled, "Thank you, Grandpa Wei." The old man nodded and suddenly said, "Child, recently when you have nothing to do, you can often sit under the locust tree. If you see locust tree leaves and branches on the ground, you can take them home and put them there. They can protect you from ants, insects and centipedes. How good is that? You don't have to spend money." Qin Pingon bowed to the old man at the bottom of the stairs to thank him. The old man smiled happily, "Go go. A year's plan is in the spring. It's definitely a good thing for a young man to exercise his muscles and bones." The young man ran away from the Peachleaf Alley on the Bluestone Street. The old man stood in front of the door for a long time, looking at the peach trees on both sides. A young maid with a graceful figure came to the old man's side and whispered, "Old ancestor, what are you looking at? It's cold outside. Don't catch a cold." The maid had served the old man for many years. She knew that the old man had a bodhisattva's heart. The young girl respected the old man without fear. She smiled sweetly and asked playfully, "Old ancestor, are you thinking of the girl you met when you were young? That girl was standing under the peach tree at that time?" The white-haired old man smiled. "Taoya, you're the same as the young man who delivered the letter. You're also a schemer." The maid was praised and smiled sweetly. The old man suddenly smiled and said, "In 2 days a distant relative will come to visit. When the time comes, Taoya, you and the other children of the family will leave the town together." The maid was stunned and her eyes turned red. She sobbed and said, "Old ancestor, I don't want to leave here." The old man, who had always been easy to talk to, waved his hand. "I'll look at the scenery of the alley for a while. You go back first. Taoya, be obedient. Otherwise I'll be angry." The maid could only leave timidly, looking back 3 times with every step. The peach leaves in the peach leaf alley were lush, but there were no peach blossoms. The old man gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He stepped over the threshold and walked down the stairs to the nearest peach tree. Standing under the tree, the old man said sadly, "The peach blossoms are bright and beautiful. I'll never see them again." The old man looked back at his house and murmured, "The town is blessed by the heavens. It's not compatible with the great Tao. Back then, the saints changed the world and allowed us to enjoy a good fortune for 3,000 years. The people who left the town in the past mostly started a family in the entire eastern vase continent. However, the heavens are smart. It's time to settle accounts and collect rewards from us. You children, if you don't leave this place quickly, are you going to follow us, who are already broken old porcelain, and wait for death together? You have to know that death can be big or small. Our town has several thousand people. If we die, it'll be a big death. We won't even have a next life. That's why we should take advantage of the fact that the heavens are still turning a blind eye. Let's leave as many people as we can." The old man stretched out his withered hand and supported himself on the peach branch. There's a will. Let's hope the heavens don't let us down." At some point, the grandmother of the young scholar Zhao Yao, an old woman with a walking stick, had walked over. An old man with one foot in the grave is still so naive. It's like this old lady is wearing rouge. You're really repulsive. Is this calamity something that can be changed by your kindness? The old man's gaze was somewhat absent-minded. He looked at the old woman with the same snow-white hair and said inexplicably, "You've come." The old woman was stunned at first, but then she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She swung her walking stick at him. "Shameless old thief, you still dare to talk nonsense at your age." The walking stick fell on him like raindrops. The old man had no choice but to flee, but he laughed heartily. The old woman stood under the peach tree, still angry. She regretted being soft-hearted and coming to Peach Leaf Alley. Finally, the old woman raised her head and looked at the peach leaf that had sprouted tender buds. The old woman walked back to Fulu Street step by step, her walking stick tapping on the bluestone pavement again and again. A peaceful town that had flourished for 1,000 years. Who would have thought that in the end, there would only be pitiful people without a next life? Was there really no chance of survival? The stream was getting shallower, the well was getting colder, the old pagoda trees were getting older, the iron locks were rusty, and the big clouds were hanging low. There were no peach blossoms on the peach leaves this year. 33. Qin Pingon saw the girl in green again. She was silently following behind a middle-aged man, eating a scallion egg pancake with her head down. The man looked like he had nothing left to live for. After seeing Qin Pingon, the man stopped and asked, "Are you the guy I drove away last time?" The man's back was slammed heavily. The green-clothed girl, who had slammed into the wall, looked up with a blank expression. When she saw Qin Pingon, she was just about to laugh when she abruptly turned her back to Qin Pingon. The girl hurriedly wiped her mouth. Qin Pingon held back his laughter and nodded to the man. "Hello, Master Ruan." It seemed that the girl was most likely Master Ruan's daughter. However, the father and daughter didn't look alike. Fortunately, they didn't look alike. The man called Master Ruan by Qin Pingon was the blacksmith who moved to the South Stream not long after he arrived in the town. He continued to ask, "Why didn't Lu Xianyang go to forge these 2 days?" Qin Pingon was about to explain for Lu Xianyang, but the man said coldly, "Go and tell that kid if he doesn't see this master today, he doesn't need to come to my shop tomorrow." Qin Pingon hurriedly said, "Master Ruan, something urgent happened in his family." The man interrupted the teenager and said rudely, That's his business. What does it have to do with me? Qin Pingon was not good with words. He was stunned on the spot and his face turned red. He didn't know what to say for fear that he would be more of a hindrance. He had personally experienced Master Ruan's straightforward temper. The girl in green tried to help Qin Pingon, but she was taught a lesson by the man who knew her best: eat your pancake. The girl who was full of grievances suddenly sped up and stepped on the man's foot. Then she disappeared in an instant. The man sighed and ignored Qin Pingon and continued to walk. Qin Pingon also sighed. He ran to the breakfast shop and bought a basket of 6 steamed buns before rushing to Mud Bottle Alley. When he arrived at his house, he saw Zhou Xian squatting on top of the wall, half of his body leaning towards Song Jisun's courtyard. He was eavesdropping very attentively. Sometimes Qin Pingon also felt that Zhou Xian deserved a beating. He could only remind him, "I just saw Master Ruan. He asked you to go to the blacksmith shop to help out today. He also said that if he didn't see you today he would fire you." Zhou Xian said absent-mindedly, "What's the hurry? It's hard to find an apprentice like me who is nimble and hardworking. Even if Master Ruan said something harsh, it's fine to go tomorrow." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I'm sure that Master Ruan is not joking." Zhou Xian said irritably, "I'll go later. Don't delay my work." Qin Pingon brought breakfast to the black-clothed girl. He directly gave Zhou Xian 3 steamed buns and only bit one for himself. Zhou Xian finished all the steamed buns in a few bites. He wiped his mouth and whispered, "Just now a guest came to Song Jisun's house. At first glance I can tell that he's a big shot. If I'm not wrong, he should be the current supervisor of the official kiln. When he wore the official uniform to our dragon kiln, Old Man Yao thought that you bunch of useless apprentices were an eyesore and didn't let you show your face at all. I'm different. Old Man Yao even asked me to show him what a jumping knife is." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "The new supervisor cares more about Song Jisun. This is something that everyone in town knows. Why are you being so suspicious?" Zhou Xian said worriedly, "Song Jisun is a pretty boy. He definitely can't compete with me. But if GQ falls in love with this extraordinary official, my chances of winning are not big. At that time your future sister-in-law will run away with him. What will I do? What will you do?" Qin Pingon directly walked back into the house. "Now where do you want me to find a secret manual with the lowest requirements?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Robbery? No, it's not robbery. It's finding someone to borrow a secret manual. You have to return what you borrow." Unfortunately, her face quickly dimmed and she hatefully said, "Damn old eunuch. Just you wait. See if I don't turn your palace upside down." She had a sad face and sadly said, "Do I really have to find the swordsmith surnamed Ruan? I'm good at killing people since I have 40 to 50% of my mother's skills. But I'm really not good at asking people for help." The straw-sandaled youth sat on the doorstep and looked at the girl named Ning Yao. She talked to herself, her face constantly changing like the clouds in the sky. A handsome man in a white robe and a jade belt stood in Song Jisun's room. He looked around and slightly frowned. "That surnamed Song arranged such a shabby place for you?" Song Jisun pursed his lips and didn't say anything. The maid, GQ, had already hidden in a side room. According to the most popular rumor in town, the previous supervisor, Song Jisun, was not good at his job and couldn't make the tribute porcelain that the court was satisfied with. Relying on his hard work, he left behind a covered bridge and returned to the capital to take up his post. Of course, he also left behind Song Jisun, his illegitimate son, and only bought him a personal maid to take care of his daily needs. Then he entrusted him to his good friend, the new supervisor who replaced him. It was said that his surname was also Song. But as for the truth, the person involved couldn't see clearly. Bystanders might not know. Song Jisun himself also didn't know what kind of relationship this person in front of him had with that man surnamed Song. Were they close colleagues in the court? Were they classmates and good friends in the past? Or were they enemies of the other factions in the capital? Before Song Jisun left, he mentioned a few words that after the new supervisor arrived in town, he would soon bring the two of them out of town and rush to the capital. He requested that Song Jisun be extremely respectful and not neglect him in the slightest. Song Jisun didn't have a good impression of this domineering man in front of him, probably because he hated the house and its crow. The confidence he showed in front of the maid, GQ, and the calmness he showed about leaving his hometown was just a youth's pride. The man smiled and said, "Forget it. That sour scholar surnamed Song has always had a cautious personality. He's not like a man but more like a woman. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him come here to take care of you." Song Jisun's eyebrows were gloomy. The man casually glanced at the large box in which the youth stored his items. He curled his lips and said with disdain, "Before coming here I've already met Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City. He's really unlucky. His Dao heart almost collapsed here. You can continue your business with him as usual. You're responsible for your losses. I won't get involved in this kind of trivial matter. But before you leave, you have to come with me to the covered bridge and kowtow a few times. After that there's nothing for you to do. Come home with me, do what you should do, sit in the seat you should sit in and do your duty. It's that simple. Do you understand?" "Of course I understand. Lord Song's words aren't obscure." The youth sneered and said, "But why?" The man smiled. He turned around and looked at the youth for the first time. He asked, "That sissy surnamed Song said that you have extraordinary talent. He's really not afraid of biting his tongue. Why don't you take a guess? Why don't you guess why he thinks I have?" If one looked closely they would find that there were some similarities between the two. Song Jisun was even angrier but he kept it in. The man stopped keeping him in suspense and said playfully, "Why? Of course because I'm an unlucky person. I can't believe I'm your uncle." Song Jisun was shocked and his face turned pale. The white-robed man turned a blind eye to this. He held the jade belt with both hands and looked at the sky outside the window. He smiled and said, "Because I'm the #1 martial artist in the Dali dynasty." In fact, this sentence was even more shocking in another way. However, the man would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He felt that as long as he was behind others, even if it was only 1 or 2 people, it was not worth bragging about. The man thought of the scholarly sage who was in charge of this place. The corner of his mouth was full of disdain. He snorted coldly. His heart was pounding. "If I wasn't in this world I could kill you, Qi Jingchun and the other immortals of the 3 sects with one hand." In the thatched cottage of the school Mr. Qi was listening to the children's reading. He was sitting upright. He was sitting upright in the true sense. Song Jisun and Zhao Yao, who were scholars, could not understand the essence of sitting upright. There was a classic of founding a sect in the Confucian religion. It was called Great Etiquette. In it, the self-cultivation chapter specifically said that a gentleman should sit like a corpse. Because a corpse was a divine elephant, sitting like a corpse was solemn and solemn. At this moment, Qi Jingchun seemed to have heard the white-robed man's thoughts in full detail. He smiled lightly and said, "It's amazing that a martial artist is in charge of a country. However, it's not a good omen to be a white dragon." 34. Footsteps came from the door of Song Jisun's house. Lu Xianyang was about to jump off the wall, but he heard the voice before he saw the person. Someone asked with a warm smile, "Are you the apprentice of old Yao at the entrance of Baoshi Kiln? Is your surname Lu?" It was the supervisor of kiln management who wore a white robe and a jade belt. He strode over the threshold and looked at the wall with a smile. Lu Xianyang's body stiffened and he found that he didn't have the strength to jump off the wall. He smiled guiltily and said, "Sir, it's me. When you came to our dragon kiln to open the kiln, my master asked me to show you some work." The man nodded and looked at the tall teenager. He asked directly, "Young man, do you want to go outside and have a look? For example, you can join the army and fight in the battlefield. I promise you that as long as you can survive 10 years, you will be a high-ranking official. At that time I will personally hold a banquet for you in the capital to celebrate. How about it?" Song Jisun, who was standing behind the man, had a gloomy face. He clenched the jade pendant that Fu Nanhua gave to the old dragon to make rain. This scholar, who had been called illegitimate child and bastard for many years, now knew the real identity of the man beside him. Therefore, the teenager understood the weight of the man's words. The words "personally hold a banquet" would be the most powerful life-saving talisman in Dali and the longest ladder in the officialdom. Lu Xianyang racked his brain to think of some sour words and stammered, "Thank you for your kindness, supervisor. I'm so sorry. But I have already promised to be the apprentice of Master Ruan's blacksmith shop. I can't go back on my words. I hope you won't forgive me. The words that the tall teenager wanted to say were stuck in his throat. He couldn't remember them no matter how hard he tried. He was so anxious that his face turned red. Song Jisun seemed to be considerate as he reminded him, "It's a great person who doesn't bear grudges against a petty person." The white-robed man dismissed it with a smile. "It doesn't matter. When you have a chance to leave the town one day, you can go to the nearest Danyang mountain pass and find a warrior named Lu Linxi. Tell him that Song Chongjing from the capital recommended you to join the army. If he doesn't believe you, you can tell him that you, Lu Linxi, still owe him 30,000 heads of the Great Sway's cavalry." Lu Xianyang nodded and said, "Okay." The man smiled and left. Song Jisun walked him to the gate of the yard and wanted to stop. The man seemed to know what he was thinking. Without turning his head, he said, "Come with me to the construction supervisor's office. I'll take you to meet someone." Song Jisun's feet were rooted to the ground like nails. With a dark face he said, "I'm not going." That place was extremely difficult for the people in the town. However, for the teenager who grew up listening to rumors year after year, it was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It was a pit that he couldn't get over. The man, who had always acted swiftly and decisively, was not annoyed by the teenager's ignorance. He didn't stop, but he slowed down a lot. "According to the records of the spies in the office, you have already met the Sui dynasty's prince surnamed Gao, right? Do you know that the Sui dynasty's Gao family and our Song clan are irreconcilable enemies for thousands of years? Both are princes, but he dares to come to this small town in the hinterland of the enemy country, Dolly. You Song Jisun are also princes, but you don't dare to go to a small official's residence in your own territory?" Song Jisun didn't think about the deep meaning of these words. Instead he turned his head instantly and looked at Lu Xianyang. He saw the tall teenager sitting on the wall rubbing his hands and legs as if he didn't hear the man at all. Walking in the mud bottle lane, the white-robed king of Dolly smiled. The man got a little surprise. Worthy of being the son of our Song clan. However, when he thought that the teenager was the son of that woman as the #1 martial arts master in Dolly, the powerful king also felt a little annoyed and troublesome. Song Jisun gritted his teeth and turned back to GQ, who was standing at the door of the house, and said, "I'll be back soon. Don't worry about me for lunch." Song Jisun just walked out of the courtyard, turned his head and smiled. "Take the bag of broken silver on my bedside and go to the Du family's shop to buy the pair of dragon and phoenix pendants. Anyway, we don't have to save money in the future." GQ nodded and made a sign to be careful. Song Jisun smiled happily and left in a carefree manner. When Song Jisun walked away, Lu Xianyang, who was sitting on the wall, asked carefully, "GQ, what is the relationship between Song Jisun and the supervisor?" GQ looked at the tall teenager with pity. Lu Xianyang couldn't stand her gaze the most. "What? He just knows an official who is in charge of porcelain. What's the big deal?" GQ pulled the corner of her mouth and went back to the house to get food. She began to feed the old hen and the group of fluffy chicks. Lu Xianyang felt discouraged for no reason. He jumped down the wall and shouted to the house, "Chin, let's go to the blacksmith shop. I don't want to be annoyed." The girl's back was facing the neighboring house's courtyard. She laughed and said, "Buddha fights for incense, people fight for a breath of air. Unfortunately, a good-for-nothing can only be annoyed." Lu Xianyang's blood rushed to his head. Even his ears were red. He walked to the yellow mud wall and punched the wall heavily. "Wang Zhu, I dare you to say it again." The maidservant threw away all the corn and vegetable leaves, clapped her hands and turned her head with a smile. "Who do you think you are? You want me to say it?" Lu Xianyang looked at the girl, who was becoming more and more beautiful. He was speechless. His heart felt empty, as if a porcelain bowl had fallen to the ground. Qin Pingon had already been standing at the door for a long time. When he saw this scene, he quickly walked to the courtyard and said softly, "Let's go." The two youths walked side by side in the alley. The tall teenager suddenly asked, "Qin Pingon, am I a good-for-nothing?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and said seriously, "The neighbors in the alley all say that my mother is very good. They also say that my father is famous for being a taciturn person. Therefore, I think that whether you like someone or not, it might not have much to do with whether you are a good-for-nothing." Lu Xianyang's face was sad. "Then I'm even worse. Even if I work hard to build a dragon kiln in the future, or learn all of Master Ruan's craftsmanship, she still won't like me." Qin Pingon tactfully shut his mouth to avoid adding fuel to the fire. Lu Xianyang stared at the eyes and face of the person in front of him and said disdainfully, 200 strings of coins, do you think I'm a beggar? Sincerity? I advise you not to be hypocritical with me. I still have business to attend to. Get out of my way. At the corner of the clay bottle alley, a little girl was riding on the shoulder of a burly old man. A boy in a red robe was being held by a woman. He should have been at an innocent age, but his face already had a sinister expression that didn't match his age. He said in the language of his hometown, "Isn't this Lu family too stupid? What's the use of it?" The woman shook her head and said softly with a smile, "When you're doing favors to others, you have to know how to deal with them. When talking about business, if you want to profit the most, you should be like Lu Jingchun and test the bottom line of the other party's psychological price." The child was puzzled and said, "Is it so troublesome to do business with these natives?" The woman smiled and said, "Human nature is complicated and people's hearts are dark. It's not based on the level of cultivation. People from small places, even if their knowledge is shallow, they're not all fools. If you have such thoughts, you'll suffer losses sooner or later." The child said, "Mother, you're familiar with people's hearts. Why don't you just talk face to face?" The woman explained patiently, "Look at what we're wearing. No matter which shop you go to, as long as the seller is slightly shrewd, they won't be able to resist the urge to rip off their customers." The child sighed, "It's just that we're so shy, it's too uncomfortable." The woman squatted down and held the child's cheeks with both hands. She looked at the face that resembled his father and said seriously, "Remember, cultivating the heart is also a part of cultivation. Favorable conditions cultivate strength. Adverse conditions cultivate the heart. You can't do without either." The child shook his head and broke free from the woman's hands. He said angrily, "This empty reasoning again. It's so annoying." The woman was a little helpless, but she did not continue to teach him the truth. She only felt that her child was talented and had a good foundation. He also had the backing of two families, so he still had a long way to go in the future. Although his temperament was a little paranoid and gloomy, it could be stewed slowly. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow was the biggest mistake. Listening to the boring conversation in the alley, the little girl was a little worried. "Grandpa White Ape, what should we do if that person refuses to sell anything?" The old man with his hands on his knees smiled and said, "Then let him die. I came here to deal with this worst-case scenario. Otherwise, that money would be equivalent to going down the drain. There wouldn't even be a sound. However, when the time comes, Mrs. Safety will be a little troublesome. I reckon we'll have to entrust it to the Song family or the Li family." Putting everything else aside, if he were to kill someone, although the old man would be banished by the saints, compared to silently going down the drain, it was like throwing a stone into the water. At least there would be some splash. However, the old man would not do this unless he had no other choice. After all, no matter how significant the sword scripture was and how precious Jingyang Mountain was, it was still far inferior to the immortality path of the young lady on his shoulders. At least to the old man, that was what he thought. The Lu family was the head of the small town's 4 families and 10 clans. However, if it was outside, it would be the opposite. In fact, the Lu family was at the bottom. After the Lu family's main ruling dynasty was destroyed by Dali's 2 major border armies, the Lu family's position in the eastern Aquarius continent was in jeopardy. On the other side of the alley, Lu Xianyang listened to Lu Jingchun talk about high positions and generous salaries. He felt like he was facing a Song Jisun that had fallen from a bookcase. He was particularly annoyed. He took a step forward and pointed at Lu Jingchun's nose, saying resolutely, "That armor is my Lu family's ancestral heirloom. It has nothing to do with money. Even if you ask me to move to your house today, I won't care if you, Lu Jingchun, call me grandpa every day from now on. Lu, do you hear me?" Standing alone at the entrance of the clay bottle alley, Lu Jingchun stared at this unscrupulous person in front of him. Obviously, he had nothing to lose and was not afraid of wearing shoes. The young master of the Lu family even had the thought of killing himself here. Previously, he acted as a lobbyist at the covered bridge and blocked Lu Xianyang's way to the blacksmith shop. However, he failed at the beginning. When he returned to the house on Fulu Street, his grandpa greeted those high and mighty guests. He calmly called him to the secret room. He didn't say anything harsh, nor did he boast about the family's great business. He just pointed at the corpse under the white cloth. "Jingchun, grandpa doesn't have any other request. I just hope that your brother won't die in peace. I hope that on the 7th day of his death, you will have already left the small town. Just treat it as seeing the scenery outside for him." Lu Jingquan's eyes suddenly became wet. He choked and said with a trembling voice, "Lu Xianyang, I beg you, okay?" Lu Xianyang was stunned. This young man who lived a luxurious life became more and more fragile and helpless. His lips trembled and he sobbed, "Okay? I will kneel in front of you. I will apologize to you." Eh? Plop. Lu Jingchun firmly knelt on the muddy ground of Clay Bottle Alley and began to kowtow. "A man has gold under his knees." The young man kowtowed without hesitation. Bang bang bang. At the foot of the outer wall of Clay Bottle Alley, the little girl gently kicked the old man's chest with her feet. She thought about the mountains she saw along the way. She wanted to choose which one to move back to her hometown. The boy was somewhat gloating. He casually asked, "Mother, is this surnamed Lu crazy? Are we really going to take a lunatic out of the small town in the future? How shameful would that be?" The woman's expression was complicated. She thought of many strange people she had witnessed with her own eyes. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end she shook her head and said, "No." Lu Xianyang was somewhat at a loss. The tall teenager never thought that Lu Jingchun would do such a thing. The eldest grandson of the richest family in the small town was kneeling in front of his feet and kowtowing. Lu Xianyang's face was tangled. At this moment the straw sandals teenager who had been observing Lu Xianyang and Lu Jingchun suddenly pulled his sleeve and gently shook his head. Lu Xianyang couldn't bear it and said, "This is too outrageous." The determination in Qin Pingan's eyes was self-evident. The careless tall teenager was already showing signs of softening. However, the straw sandals teenager who was a good person in the eyes of the black-clothed girl seemed extremely cold-hearted at this moment. Qin Pingan's intuition told him that if Lu Xianyang agreed to this deal before Lu Jingchun knelt, he might suffer a little at most, but his life would not be in danger. But now Lu Xianyang was in the same predicament as before. At that time, if Mr. Qi had not intervened, his fate would have been to kill Fu Nanhua and then be killed, either by the people of Yunxia Mountain or Old Dragon City. What was even more fatal was that according to the rules Miss Ning told him, if Lu Jingchun himself was from a small town, if he or the Lu family wanted to kill Lu Xianyang, it was very likely that Mr. Qi would not be able to stop them. Qin Pingan's thoughts turned. While Lu Jingchun was still desperately kowtowing, he lowered his voice and said to Lu Xianyang, "If you really can't do it, pretend to agree to him. We'll see Master Wan first and talk about it after you're accepted as a disciple." Lu Xianyang nodded and said to Lu Jingchun, "Bro, you should get up first. Get up and talk. What the f***ck are you doing?" Lu Jingchun did not get up. He raised his head, his red and swollen forehead covered with dirt. Lu Xianyang said helplessly, "But you need to go back first and discuss with them. You need to come up with a fair price. Don't fool me anymore. I'm not an idiot. What 200 strings of copper coins? Let's not talk about whether I'll lose money or not. Don't those nobles think it's degrading?" Lu Jingchun slowly got up and said with a smile, "That's true. As long as you're willing to agree, Lu Xianyang, I, Lu Jingchun, will be your brother from now on. It doesn't matter if you acknowledge me or not. I'll acknowledge you anyway." Lu Xianyang walked over and put his arm around Lu Jingchun's shoulder. They walked to the entrance of the alley together and comforted him. "Old Lu, you have to bring your brother to enjoy life together in the future. When this deal is done, I'll treat you to a good drink." Lu Jingchun wiped his forehead and laughed cheerfully. "Isn't drinking easy? What's so difficult about that? Moreover, I'm the one who's treating. How can I let you spend money? It's settled then. Otherwise I'll be angry." Lu Xianyang laughed and said, "I knew you were a kind person. I'll be right to follow you in the future." Qin Pingan followed behind the two. He leaned slightly to the side of the alley wall and stared at the entrance of the alley. The white-robed man brought the young Song Jisun to the back hall of the supervision office under the guidance of the elderly steward. The steward said that Mr. Li from the academy, who had come from afar, had been waiting here for half an hour. He said that he was going to the school to visit a Confucian elder. Song Jianqiang did not say a word about this. He only asked, "Have you found out who the assassin who died in the alley is?" The steward was hesitant. Song Jianqiang frowned and said, The elderly man hurriedly bowed and said in fear, It's the Song family from Fulu Street. Song Jiangqiang sneered and said, "You don't know how to give me a little surprise." The elderly steward was sweating profusely. Song Jisun was silent, but his eyes were burning. In the school, Qi Jingchun gently put down his book and turned to look. A handsome young man in a laurel scholar's robe was standing at the door. He smiled but did not say a word. Qi Jingchun's face was calm and serious. In the town, a bald man in strange clothes walked barefoot. He looked haggard and came to the iron lock well. He looked at the deep well, put his palms together and closed his eyes. He whispered, "A bowl of water in Buddha's view, 108,000 worms." Outside the town, on the top of a mountain, someone stood on a thick branch of a towering ancient tree. He looked at the outline of the town with a tiger tally hanging on his waist and a long sword on his back. Outside this world, on a long road that inclined upward as if it was connected to the sky, there was no scenery in sight. A young yellow-crowned Taoist nun rode a white deer and slowly climbed up. Beside her was a Taoist priest with a jade-like face. His steps were light like flowing water. There were two big fish with long whiskers, one red and one green, swimming around him. Confucianism, Taoism and soldiers, the three religions and one family, were about to gather in the town. In the blacksmith shop by the stream in the south of the town, a father and daughter were forging. Sparks flew like a gorgeous fire rain. The man held a sword embryo and said to the ponytailed girl who was hammering, "Don't go to the town during this period." The strength of the girl's hand immediately weakened. She felt that all the strength in her body had slipped away with the snacks in the town. The man laughed angrily and said, "Useless." The girl turned her grief into strength. She hammered heavily on the red sword. Under the bright sparks, the girl was like a fire god descending to the world. 35. After Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingon walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, they saw two groups of people standing on the left and right respectively. The little girl was riding on the neck of the burly old man, while the arrogant boy in a bright red robe stood beside the graceful woman. When Lu Xianyang walked through, he was calm and composed. In the eyes of the white-haired old man, he had the demeanor of a general. The cautiousness and restraint that the straw sandals youth was trying his best to hide was nothing to him. After Lu Jingchun bid farewell to the two of them, he stayed where he was, trembling in fear. He reported carefully, "Lu Xianyang suggests that the immortals give him a suitable price. Next time he will bear the pain and sell his family heirloom." The woman looked at the white-haired old man of Xingyang Mountain and asked with a smile, "What do you think, Senior Ape?" The old man pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Don't do things more than 3 times. Before that we'll do as Lu Xianyang said and give him a great fortune. Xingyang Mountain can give this young man the identity of a true disciple. Apart from that, I'll also lend him an artifact for 100 years. As for the Su family of Clearwind City, do as you see fit." The woman said in shock, "The identity of a true disciple of Xingyang Mountain is already extremely honorable. Senior Ape is actually offering an artifact? Is this young man surnamed Lu a cultivation genius that was let loose by the buyer when he was 9 years old?" The old man turned a deaf ear to her. He only smiled at the young master and said, "There are many shops in the town. They all have their own origins. Miss, you can take a look. You might be able to pick up some scraps." The little girl called out childishly, "Go, go, go." The old man, who was the chief consecrator of Xingyang Mountain, laughed loudly and jogged slowly like a moving mountain. The boy said with a smile, "Xingyang Mountain is really impressive." The woman gestured for Lu Jingchun to return home first. She took her son and walked casually on the street, explaining the origins to him. Apart from the ordinary main path to the top, Xingyang Mountain also has a special path to the sword. Since its inheritance, 6 paths to the top have been opened up. This means that Xingyang Mountain has produced 6 genuine sword immortals who have proven their Tao. The boy sneered, "What's the use of having a rich history? How many years can they live off their past?" Among all the Qi practitioners who entered the town, which one of them didn't have a rich ancestor compared to the few groups that came after us? The woman held the child's hand and said with a smile, "Then, do you know that 2 brand new sword Daos are about to reach the peak of Xingyang Mountain in the past 100 years? The amazing thing about that little girl of your age is that she can move freely on the sword peak that is filled with sword qi. She can stay there for as long as the patriarchs of Xingyang Mountain. The boy was stunned for a moment before he stopped in his tracks and said in an infuriated voice, "Since that dumb lass has such an extraordinary background, why didn't mother tell me earlier? I wouldn't have been at odds with her all the way here, causing her to contradict me for no reason. If I had taken her as my wife in a few years' time, and then conveniently become her Tao companions, wouldn't it have been a great boon for our Clear Breeze city?" The woman looked at the beautiful face that still had a hint of childishness. She was furious like a young tiger. Instead of being angry, she laughed. "You and that little girl are both cultivation talents who have a chance of ascending to the upper 5 realms. Therefore your marriage will be more complicated and changeable. If you insist on doing it on purpose, it will not be beautiful. Do you really think that the lass only hates you with all her heart?" The boy frowned and said, "What else can I do?" The woman said gently, "Let nature take its course." The boy suddenly said in all seriousness, "Mother, I don't like the guy behind Zhou Xian. I don't like him from the first time I saw him." The woman asked curiously, "Why?" The child thought for a moment and replied, "This guy is a little strange. He's different from Lu Jingchun, who knows everything, and Lu Xianyang, who doesn't know anything. Also, I especially hate his eyes." The woman only thought that her son was starting to act childishly again, so she advised, "You can't do as you please in this small town. However, you have to think about what will happen to everyone here after this world collapses. Won't you feel a lot better?" The child nodded and subconsciously repeated the 2 words he had said when he first saw the straw sandal youth. "Aunt." After leaving the small town, Qin Pingon and Lu Xianyang quickly saw the covered bridge. Lu Xianyang casually asked, "Why do you think Song Jisun's old man built this covered bridge? If he wanted to build it, then so be it. Why did he have to cover the old stone arch bridge? I heard that the stone bridge wasn't torn down. It's like wearing clothes. I wonder if it'll be hot in the summer." At the end of his sentence, the tall youth was amused by himself. At the end of the covered bridge hung a plaque with golden words. It was unknown who had written it, but the words were huge. "Wind begets water." When the 2 youths walked up the steps, Lu Xianyang fiercely stomped his feet a few times and said mysteriously, "Old Yao once told me that there's something strange at the bottom of the steps. He said that when the covered bridge was first built, late one night, Song Jisun's father ordered people to dig a big hole here and buried a big porcelain jar as tall as a person. Are you scared?" Qin Pingon said unhappily, "What's there to be scared of?" The 2 walked into the shady covered bridge. Lu Xianyang whispered, "Do you think it's because of the deep pool under the bridge? Drowning is better than a few people, so they need to invite monks and Taoists to suppress evil?" Qin Pingon never talked nonsense about ghosts and gods. Lu Xianyang didn't get an answer, so he lost interest. The newly built wooden covered bridge still smelled faintly of wood and lacquer. The wood used to make the beams were all cut from deep in the mountains and forests that had been sealed for countless years. It was extremely difficult to transport them out of the mountains. The water level of the small stream that wound around the mountains wasn't high, so it was far from enough to float the huge logs. They had to pick a time when it was raining. The path was muddy and slippery, and one careless mistake could cause them to fall into the flood. It was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, no young people died in the flood. Some people said that when the logs were transported out of the mountains, the school teacher Qi Jingchun personally went to help. He taught them how to operate the logs step by step, so it was all thanks to Mr. Qi that everything was safe. When they reached the northern steps of the covered bridge, Lu Xianyang suddenly sat down on the huge blue stone. Qin Pingon had no choice but to squat beside him. Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, "If it wasn't for me, would you and Song Jisun have become good friends?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Maybe a little, but not by much." Lu Xianyang asked curiously, "Why? You 2 are neighbors and about the same age." To tell you the truth, Song Jisun likes to drop bookcases and speaks harshly, but he doesn't seem to have done anything outrageous. You have a good temper, so why can't he be friends with you? Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. When we get to the blacksmith shop, don't be sloppy. Whether or not you can keep your family's armor depends on whether or not you can become Master Ruan's disciple." I know. Qin Pingon, to tell you the truth, you really have to change this nagging temper of yours. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed to death by you." Lu Xianyang fell backwards, the back of his head resting on the top step of the covered bridge. He looked up at the blue sky and said, You've walked very far with old Yao and climbed very high up the mountain. How far can you see the scenery? Qin Pingon casually pulled out a stalk of licorice, brushed off the dust and put it in his mouth to chew. He said vaguely, the furthest I went was probably 3 years ago. I went back and forth with old man Yao for about 10 days. We went around more than 10 forbidden mountains and finally arrived at a very strange mountain. It was so tall that it was frightening. You might not believe it, but when we climbed halfway up the mountain, all you could see was clouds and mist. In the end, old man Yao and I finally reached the top with great difficulty, but in the end, Lu Xianyang waited for a long time but didn't hear him continue. He turned his head and said with a smile, "No one lifts their crotch like you when they're halfway through taking a dump." Qin Pingon was a little sad. He said softly, "You also know that old man Yao has a very bad impression of me. He almost never talks to me, nor is he willing to teach me the real skills of making porcelain. Every time we go into the mountain, old man Yao doesn't like to talk. Usually, from the time we go into the mountain to the time we return to the dragon kiln, he doesn't say much. But that time when we reached the top of the mountain, old man Yao was probably in a good mood, so he said a little more. He said that he wanted me to see the scenery over there and that it was okay if I saw it, but after we went down the mountain I shouldn't talk too much." Lu Xianyang comforted him. "It's not that I want to put in a good word for old man Yao. He doesn't like you, but he doesn't hate you either. He has a bad temper with everyone, but he's a little better when he's with me." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "So in fact I've always been grateful to old man Yao from the bottom of my heart." Lu Xianyang suddenly said angrily, "After talking so much, you still haven't told me what you saw." Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and pointed to the east. "The mountain we climbed is already very high, but when I looked at it from the top of the mountain, there was another mountain in the far east. It was even higher. I can't tell how high it is." Lu Xianyang cursed, "Isn't it just a tall mountain? King thought you saw an immortal riding on the clouds." Qin Pingon thought for a moment and said with a look of longing, "Maybe there really is an immortal on that mountain?" Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, "Qin Pingon, do you think immortals also need to eat, drink and take a dump?" Qin Pingon rubbed his chin. However, after touching the snake gallstone tonight, Qin Pingon had to secretly go to Mud Bottle Alley. According to Gukan's words before he left town, he had to dig under his family's large water tank. Gukan left in a hurry and didn't say anything. He only said that it was his family's treasure. Even his mother didn't know where he had hidden it. When Qin Pingon thought of that slug, he wanted to laugh. In the past, Qin Pingon was Lu Xianyang's follower. He followed Lu Xianyang to catch fish, snakes and bird nests. After Qin Pingon became a teenager, he also had a small follower behind him. For the straw sandals youth who had no one to rely on, one was his older brother and the other was his younger brother. One needed him to repay a debt of gratitude and the other needed him to take care of him. Therefore, after so many years, Qin Pingon's life was very difficult but not bitter. 36. Lu Xianyang quickly ran back with a wicker basket on his back. Qin Ping, and was standing beside the well watching the scene of the well being dug. Lu Xianyang kicked Qin Ping's butt, causing the straw sandals youth to almost fall flat on his face. When he turned around and saw that it was a tall youth, he didn't pursue the matter. Lu Xianyang casually said, "It's done. Master Wan told me to stay here and not run around for the next few days. I'll dig the well during the day and forge at night. After a week and a half I'll be his first disciple in this town, called the first disciple or something. I'll get you a basket and help you feel the stones. I'll feel them from the blacksmith's shop all the way to the covered bridge. I'll say this first, I can't help you with the puddle at the back of the green ox. Master Wan said that if I dare to take half a step to the north and west of the covered bridge, he'll break my legs." Lu Xianyang hugged the straw sandals youth's neck and whispered, "Master Wan said that the town won't lose anything. He also said that those outsiders follow a very strange rule. They can be fair merchants, swindlers and even beggars who pick up scraps. The only thing they can't be is sneaky thieves. He said that in this town the heavens won't sleep or close their eyes, they're watching us. You can say that it's scary, but it's scary." Lu Xianyang suddenly threatened, "Surnamed Chen, you can continue to live in my house but don't wait for me to return. You'll have sold my family's armor." Qin Pingon punched Lu Xianyang's chest, causing the tall youth to quickly let go. He rubbed his chest a few times before he recovered. He scolded, "Where does a skinny little monkey like a bamboo get so much strength from? Do you think you can increase your strength by walking 100 miles every few days with Old Man Yao, or chopping firewood and burning charcoal in the deep mountains for a few months?" Qin Pingon laughed. "Anyway, I'll carry a basket of stones and can run back to the town before you." Lu Xianyang squinted his eyes and said, "Then let's see who can hold their breath underwater the longest." As they neared the stream, Qin Pingon bent down and rolled up his trousers. He casually said, "I'm not going to compete with just one breath." Before entering the water, Qin Pingon plucked a lot of spring grass from the stream bank and put it in the basket. He also nagged that after every 20 stones he had to put more grass in the basket. Lu Xianyang was so annoyed that he wanted to throw the wicker basket to Qin Pingon, but the latter refused. He said that if he were to carry the wicker basket himself, with Lu Xianyang's hot-tempered personality, he would definitely throw the stones into the wicker basket and Qin Pingon's heart would ache. Lu Xianyang almost wanted to throw up on the spot. These colorful stones had been worthless for thousands of years. Why did they become so precious and delicate when they came to Qin Pingon? How dare he complain that Uncle Lu's technique is not gentle enough? But in the end, the tall youth was still unwilling to go underwater to touch the stones. Qin Pingon and him went left and right, planning to completely sweep the stream. The water in the stream was still knee-high. In some places the water level would only reach waist-high. Occasionally there would be small puddles as high as a person, but most of them were places where large stones gathered. When they reached these places, it was time for Lu Xianyang to show off his skills. He first took off the wicker basket and handed it to the youth squatting on the large stone. He then dived into the water in one breath and took out the snake gallstones he wanted from the gaps between the large stones, or even from the layers of stacked stones. Of course, Qin Pingon could also do it, but it would be very tiring. It would take far more time and effort than Lu Xianyang. Before he even touched the covered bridge, the wicker basket was already 70 to 80% full. Among them was a dark green snake gallstone. Lu Xianyang had to touch it 3 times at the bottom of a deep pit before he finally found it with great difficulty. It was as big as a palm mixed with golden specks and ripple-like patterns. The stone was hard and thin and it was very heavy. When Qin Pingon rubbed it with his hand, it actually felt like it was shining. As long as one was not blind, they would know that this stone was not ordinary. In the end, the two youths sat side by side on a large stone in the stream. Lu Xianyang propped his hands on the stone and looked at the slowly flowing stream. He asked, "Qin Pingon, have you ever thought about leaving the town in the future?" Qin Pingon replied, "I haven't thought about it yet. Traveling far away requires money, right? And after I leave, what will happen to the house? No one will help me clean it up. What if it collapses one day? Also, my parents' graves require me to frequently pull out weeds." Lu Xianyang said helplessly, "Why do you always think about so many useless things? So boring. No wonder Song Jisun said that you have the life of a ghost going around a wall. You'll never be able to walk out of this crappy place your entire life." Qin Pingon turned his head and asked with a smile, "Do you still remember what I told you last time? It's about that tree." Lu Xianyang said unhappily, "Is it worth making a fuss about a tree growing out of a grave? Besides, that's the grave of another branch of the Qin family. It has nothing to do with you, Qin Pingon." Qin Pingon sat cross-legged and sighed softly. "I wonder if there are many people with the surname Qin outside the town." Lu Xianyang said, "I don't know about those outside the town. I only know that in the town there are only a few people with the surname Qin. And other than you, they all seem to be the children of the 4 surnames and 10 clans. They have been servants for generations. What's funny is that these people are like cattle and horses in the house, bowing their heads and waists. But as soon as they leave those big houses, they immediately change their attitude when they see people. They love to look down on people. So Old Man Yao is right. If you, Qin Pingon, become a servant one day, then your branch of the Qin family that hasn't moved out of the town will be completely wiped out." According to Old Man Yao, there were 2 branches of people with the surname Qin in the town. However, one of them had moved out very early on. Qin Pingon's branch had flourished before, but this before was too long ago. Even Old Man Yao couldn't tell if it was a few hundred years, 500 years, or 800 years. Or 1,000 years. Later on, it was divided into several branches and the number of people became fewer and fewer. Their luck was probably taken away by the branch that moved out. The incense was often cut off, and many of the tombs were gradually left unattended. In addition, the mountains where most of the tombs were located were gradually turned into forbidden mountains by the supervising officials sent by the imperial court. Old Man Yao brought Qin Pingon into the mountains for the last time. When they passed by one of the mountains, he pointed to a place for him to see. He said that was where the ancestor of the other branch of the Qin family was buried. The tomb was on that mountain, and the feng shui there was very good. As for Qin Pingon's branch, Old Man Yao said that even the gods wouldn't be able to find it. In the past few hundred years, the descendants of this branch of the Qin family were all useless. They were all poor people. Other than holding on to not become servants for the 4 surnames and 10 clans, they were completely useless. Qin Pingon once secretly went to look for the tomb of the ancestor of the Qin family. In the end, he only saw weeds at the place. He also saw many foxes and rabbits, but he didn't see the tomb. Among them, there was a tree that the youth couldn't recognize. It wasn't tall and was much shorter than the old locust tree in town. The weeds were overgrown and foxes and rabbits roamed about. It was all alone, and the tree flourished alone. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Before my mother passed away, she made me swear that I can be a beggar. Even if I starve to death, I won't be allowed to be a servant for those rich families." Lu Xianyang blurted out, "Then before your mother died, didn't she make you swear that you will never be an apprentice at the dragon kiln?" The youth's face dimmed. He didn't refute, nor did he become angry from embarrassment after being exposed. Lu Xianyang felt a little guilty, but he wasn't the kind of person who was willing to say, sorry, after doing something wrong. He could only pretend that nothing had happened. He stood up and said, let's go dig the well. Right, I'll try to persuade Master Wan to let you come here as a temporary apprentice. At that time it'll be easier for you to touch the stones. Qin Pingon said, there's no rush. Let's wait for those 2 groups to give up and leave town. During this time I'll help you look after the house. Lu Xianyang asked curiously, why do you think I'll be able to escape if I become a disciple of Master Wan? Qin Pingon thought about it and said uncertainly, it's like suddenly raining. You'll have to find a roof to hide under, right? Lu Xianyang turned his head to look at the sword furnace ironworks. Who do you think Master Wan is? He doesn't look like a powerful person. Can he suppress those 2 groups? Qin Pingon comforted him, you can't judge a book by its cover. Lu Xianyang turned his head and said, you Qin Pingon look like a poor person. Then are you a poor person? Qin Pingon grimaced and had nothing to say. Lu Xianyang stood up and asked, do you want me to help you carry it to the covered bridge? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, no need. It's not heavy. Remember to return the basket to me next time. After saying this, Lu Xianyang jumped down from the boulder and walked quickly through the stream, causing countless splashes. Qin Pingon carried the basket and carefully climbed down from the boulder. After reaching the shore, he slowly walked toward the covered bridge. After Qin Pingon walked for a while, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned his head and saw that it was Lu Xianyang. Under the warm sunshine of early spring, the tall youth snatched the basket from the straw sandals youth and carried it himself. He turned his head and said sarcastically, from afar, you look like a grasshopper carrying a boulder. How pitiful. I'll be kind and help you carry it to the covered bridge. In the spring breeze, the 2 youths walked together. Qin, if I succeed in my studies in the future, I'll definitely go out and see. I'll marry a wife prettier than GQ. I'll drink the most expensive wine, live in the biggest house and ride the fastest horse. I want to see mountains as high as the sky and rivers countless times bigger than our little stream. In short, I, Lu Xianyang, will definitely not stay here and wait for death. In the spring breeze, the tall youth was looking forward to the future. The straw sandals youth was chewing on grass. One was talking, the other was listening. Qin Pingon carried the basket of stones back to Lu Xianyang's courtyard. As usual, he picked out a few stones that he liked the most and brought them to the side room. The rest were left in the kitchen. After locking the door of the house in the courtyard, he ran to Mud Bottle Alley. When he arrived at his courtyard, he saw the black-clothed girl sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun. After greeting her, Qin Pingon began to brew medicine. The sound of chopping constantly came from the courtyard next door. This was very strange. Although Song Jisun lived a fatherless life in the eyes of outsiders, He had not lacked food and clothing for so many years. He even had plenty of money. Although he dared not say that he lived better than the young masters of the 4 families, he did not lose out to the direct descendants of the 10 families. The 4 treasures of the study, the elegant toys on the desk, the clean supplies in the study, and many luxurious things that Qin Pingon had never seen or heard of were carried into Song Jisun's room. In fact, Song Jisun had never done any dirty and tiring work. The pickles were too smelly, so Song Jisun did not allow the maid GQ to do it. Chopping firewood was too tiring, so Song Jisun directly bought bundles of firewood and bags of high-quality charcoal every year. When Qin Pingon brought the medicine to the black-clothed girl, the people in the courtyard next door were still chopping firewood intermittently. When Miss Ning drank the medicine, Qin Pingon could not help but walk to the courtyard wall. He stood on tiptoe and saw that GQ was holding a kitchen knife and chopping a person. It was a wooden embryo. Qin Pingon had been making porcelain for many years and had seen many good things. He had chopped countless trees so he could roughly see the depth of the wood at a glance. The color of the wood was like jade, so it must be a very old object. Moreover, the puppet was covered with dense red and black spots. The puppet had been chopped into many pieces by GQ. The girl suddenly turned her head and saw Qin Pingon. Her face was covered with sweat and stains. She raised her arm and wiped her face. She forced a smile and said, "You're back. I wanted to borrow a hatchet from you, but the guest in your house was unwilling to open the door for me." Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment. "I'll get the hatchet for you. Don't use too much strength at the beginning. A hatchet is not like a kitchen knife. It's easy to slip. Don't hurt yourself." The girl sat on the small stool. She was exhausted. She waved her hand and said, "I know. Hurry up and get it." Qin Pingon took the hatchet. The girl was already standing by the courtyard wall. She smiled and asked, "Do you know what that is?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I don't know." GQ didn't give an answer. She turned around and continued to sit on the small stool, chopping with all her strength. Her unfamiliar and stagnant movements, as well as her various laborious and unrewarding postures, made Qin Pingon very anxious. But since she didn't ask for help, Qin Pingon didn't think too much about it. He turned his head and found that Miss Ning was no longer in the courtyard. Qin Pingon remembered something. He quickly walked into the room and placed something on the table in front of the black-clothed girl. It was a piece of snake gallstone. It fit perfectly in the palm of one's hand. It was like a piece of frozen honey. The texture was fine and the color was very good. Ning Yao felt a bit strange. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Miss Ning, this is for you." The black-clothed girl who always kept the hatchet by her side suddenly asked, "Do you like this the most?" Qin Pingon was a bit embarrassed. "This one is probably ranked 4th. I've already hidden the 3 best pieces." She accepted the stone. She held it with 2 fingers and raised it above her head. Light shone through the window into the room and shone on the stone. She raised her head and narrowed her eyes. She carefully observed the subtle texture of the stone. She looked at the stone. The youth looked at her. In the middle of the night, a youth sneaked into Clay Bottle Alley. Like a stray cat, he silently came to Gu Qian's courtyard. He found the large water tank in the corner of the courtyard. After squatting down, he found that the originally neatly piled snake gallstones had been rummaged through. It seemed that this person knew the value of the stones before Qin Pingon. Gu Qian was the only freak in the town who liked to collect snake gallstones. And no matter how many he found in the stream, he only took 1 piece home each time. The child only picked the most pleasing stone. After accumulating for a long time, he only collected 50 to 60 stones, which he used to cover the gap at the bottom of the water tank. After Qin Pingon moved away many of the dried snake gallstones, he saw that there were no traces of digging at the bottom of the water tank. Only then did he feel relieved. He began to dig with his right hand little by little. When he finally touched the butter paper, his heart shook and he slowed down. Finally, he took out an object wrapped in the butter paper. It looked like a book. After hiding it in his arms, Qin Pingon filled in the soil again. He carefully looked at the snake gallstones. The rest of the stones were dead. Compared to the 2 new stones that Qin Pingon picked up from the stream, whether it was color, texture or weight, they were completely different. The stones in front of him were like dead old people, while the ones that Qin Pingon picked up were like newborn babies, full of vitality. Qin Pingon thought about it and planned to leave Clay Bottle Alley from the direction of his house. When he walked to the door of Song Jisen's courtyard, he heard a creak and the door opened. Qin Pingon had to pretend to knock on the door and shouted, "Miss Ning, are you asleep? I came back to get something." The lights in the house were quickly turned on. The girl in black opened the courtyard door for Qin Pingon. On the other side, the maid GQ slowly walked out of the house. When she reached the courtyard, she saw Qin Pingon's shadow. He was holding a large yellowed book in his arms. She shook her head and clicked her tongue, as if she had caught a pair of adulterous men and women. She walked alone in Clay Bottle Alley, skipping and hopping. Her golden eyes looked particularly cold and sacred in the dark alley. It made the slender and graceful girl look like a dragon swimming in the narrow stone crevices. It seemed that as long as she walked out of the alley, she would become a dragon. Although Ning Yao let Qin Pingon into the courtyard and even into the house, her face was very ugly. She sat at the table, one arm leaning on the scabbard and her fingers gently tapping the hilt. After confirming that GQ had walked into the alley, Qin Pingon explained awkwardly, "I went to Gu Can's house to get something, but she was just about to go out, so I had to come here to hide." "Miss Ning, please don't think too much." She asked, "What is it?" Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and took out the yellow paper bag. "I don't know now." She turned around and said, "Open it first and then decide if you want to let me know or not." Qin Pingon nodded and sat across from her at the table. He opened the layers of yellow paper and mud kept rolling on the table. Finally, an ancient book was revealed. There were only 2 words on the cover of the ancient book. Qin Pingon only knew one of them, mountain. He put the ancient book on the table, turned it around and pushed it to the girl in black. He asked curiously, "Miss Ning, what does this word read?" The girl turned around again and glanced down. She said, "Shake." The name of the book was Shake Mountain. 37. Shaking Mountain? The black-clothed girl frowned. She reached out to take the ancient book. She didn't expect Qin Pingon to move back. The black-clothed girl's body stiffened. She was burning with anger, as if she had never been humiliated like this before. The dignified Ning Yao's parents were great sword immortals above the 12th floor. Ever since she was born, she had been known as the top sword immortal embryo. Even after running away from home for so many years, she had only lost to others in swordsmanship. No one had ever insulted her character like this. Did she need to use underhanded methods to read, peek at, and possess a broken book? Ning Yao gripped the hilt of her saber. She narrowed her eyes. Thin eyes and red lips. These words were probably used to describe this girl. In fact, if one looked carefully, Ning Yao's face was extremely beautiful. It was just that her entire body exuded a heroic aura that completely suppressed the aura of her rouge. However, the straw-sandaled youth's next words had a magical effect that almost caused the girl to suffer internal injuries. "Miss Ning, this book was taken from Gu Can's home. Although I don't think this is stealing, I will still return it to Gu Can in the future. However, we are friends. So, no matter what is written in this book, I hope that Miss Ning will understand it after reading it." The girl took a deep breath. She slapped the table and glared at him. "What are you looking at? Look at it yourself." "I don't care." Qin Pingon's next words made the girl not know whether to laugh or cry. "Miss Ning, I don't know how to read. Can you teach me?" The black-clothed girl's mind turned. She sneered and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of you? Think about it. Gu Can is clearly a fellow who has inherited a large amount of ancestral wealth. Even the natural sword embryo Lu Xianyang can't compare to him. In the past 1,000 years, there hasn't been many people who can compare to him. Then how bad can the family heirloom that he carefully treasures be? Aren't you afraid that I will be tempted by his wealth? That I will monopolize this priceless secret book?" Under the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, the straw-sandaled youth faintly smiled. He didn't explain anything. The girl coldly snorted. She moved her seat, indicating for the straw-sandaled youth to sit beside her. However, Qin Pingon didn't move his butt for a long time. The girl angrily laughed. "I, Ning Yao, can beat 100 of you with one hand." As she said this, she laughed to herself. "Are you afraid that I will take advantage of you?" Qin Pingon sat beside the girl, feeling a little uneasy and nervous. This saying. Qin Pingon was baffled. The black-clothed girl sitting side by side suddenly laughed foolishly. The girl's smile made him feel like a poor young man with nothing to show for it. He suddenly felt like a rich man. The boy and girl didn't realize at this moment that the joke of beating 100 Qin Pingon with one hand would show its weight and strength in the long years to come. Especially when the straw-sandaled youth was no longer a boy. The more time passed, the more it would be like this. Ning Yao finally returned to her senses. She coughed and sat up straight. She took the ancient book and quickly flipped through a few pages. Then she closed the book and tapped the cover twice. She turned to Qin Pingon and indifferently said, "This is a fist technique manual. The fist technique is called Shaking Mountain. According to the rules of the pugilistic world, you can call it Shaking Mountain Manual." Qin Pingon's face was full of expectation. And then, the black-clothed girl resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She tried to make herself solemnly turn a page. Her slender finger pointed at the preface of the title page. As she slid down, she read, "In my hometown there was a little insect called Bai-un. Throughout its life, it was different from its kind in other places. It was always moving rocks into the water. My fist technique is divided into life and death. It does not determine victory or defeat. It focuses on the will of the spirit, not on the moves. When the 6 moves of this fist technique are practiced to perfection, the killing power will be great. It can easily hurt the heart of people. Although the Shaking Mountain Manual has never been ranked as one of the top fist techniques in the world, but I always believe that if you look at all the martial arts in the world, there will be a place for this fist technique. I hope that the fated person will carry it forward." Ning Yao controlled her temper and read the preface sentence by sentence to Qin Pingon. It was a thin book and the entire fist technique only had 6 moves. The preface was not small. After Ning Yao finished reading the preface, she pushed the book to Qin Pingon's side. She patted Qin Pingon's shoulder and said perfunctorily, "Take good care of it. Don't let it get stolen." Qin Pingon nodded and carefully stretched out his hands to hold the ancient fist technique. This made Ning Yao want to laugh. With this book on the table, can it even grow legs and run? Or is Qin Pingon afraid that it will fall? Ning Yao thought. Qin Pingon rubbed his right hand on his lapel and then opened the book. He read the preface word by word. After that, there were pictures and text. Anyway, the straw sandals teenager was confused. Ning Yao sat sideways and put her elbows on the table. She looked at the teenager's side face and teased, "Do you think that you are rich? In the future you will need a golden axe to chop wood and a golden rice bowl to eat?" The teenager did not raise his head. He carefully pondered over the pictures and text. He said bluntly, "Actually, when I saw your eyes just now, I knew that this fist technique wouldn't be good. But it doesn't matter. For me it is good enough." Ning Yao raised her eyebrows and went straight to the point. "The things I've seen or heard of are indeed very good things. But other than that, I can only distinguish between good and bad things. However, it's hard to say how good a good thing is and how bad a bad thing is." Qin Pingon raised his head. "Then this Shaking Mountain Manual belongs to the category of good and not too good?" Ning Yao said in a bad mood, "I don't know how to describe how bad this fist technique is." The straw sandals teenager blinked and smiled. Obviously he already knew and was just joking with the girl. Ning Yao unsheathed her saber and threatened, "Do you want to be chopped?" Qin Pingon lowered his head and looked at the green scabbard on her waist. He praised sincerely, "Very beautiful." Ning Yao accepted it calmly. Ning Yao personally chose the saber. Of course it is not bad." Qin Pingon looked at her with some envy and admiration for her self-confidence. Even if she was the same age as him and was still in a foreign land, no matter what situation she was in, she was like a rising sun that was unstoppable. This was something that Qin Pingon could feel from Lu Daozhang's cautiousness when dealing with her. Qin Pingon couldn't help but say, if sunlight could be exchanged for copper coins, how good would that be? Ning Yao did not understand and said in surprise, "Qin Pingon, are you crazy about money?" Qin Pingon quickly changed the topic and turned to the first picture. "Miss Ning, can you help me read the text of this picture?" Ning Yao thought for a moment and did not refuse. She only asked, "Do you know why I judged this picture to be not good at first glance?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I also find it strange." The girl smiled and sat cross-legged on the bench facing the young man. She pointed to the open fist manual and patiently explained, There are 3 ways to record the martial arts manuals and the methods of practicing qi. The first way is this Han repertoire, which is made of ordinary paper. How long it can be preserved depends on luck. Not to mention the disasters of war and man-made disasters. After a long period of time, humidity, ants and so on, it will gradually be destroyed and disappear, right? Qin Pingan understood and nodded. The girl continued, therefore, in this kind of method of using material objects to carry words, there is an unwritten rule, which is to pay attention to the rarity of the material. In other words, the value of the object carrying the words must match the value of the content of the words. This is just like how you wouldn't use a box made of elm to hold a country's imperial seal. Qin Pingan was deep in thought. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to be frank with the teenager. The next one is not written. Pays attention to teaching by example. Most of these are the secret skills of the sects and clans. They are often kept secret, or they have complicated rules such as only passing it on to males and not females. Even many so-called direct disciples and inner disciples may not be able to learn the true skills. This is the true inheritance. Ning Yao sighed. As for the last one, it can only be understood but not taught. You can't even talk about it, and you can't even talk about it. For example, of the 2 forces that came into the town, Kai Xianxia from Mount Yunxia, her Mount Yunxia has the Sea of Clouds incident. The Sea of Clouds is surging, and the clouds are very special. They contain spiritual qi, and the qi practitioners of your eastern bottle continent call them heavenly beauties. Some of them can transform into the ancestors of past generations, and if one is lucky enough, they can meet and communicate with them. As for the dense sword qi at the peak of Mount Xingyang, it is said that due to a freak combination of factors, the sword spirits of the ancestors of the various peaks of Mount Xingyang will also appear and manifest the Tao of Swords. As for whether one can see it or not, it depends on how lucky they are. It doesn't depend on one's status or cultivation base. In the end, Ning Yao said, of course, there is no absolute distinction between the 3 methods. The first method is to carve the words on a jade plate, or one of the 72 blessed lands, the bamboo sea blessed land, which produces a mysterious washing word bamboo. Other than that, there are also countless strange items. As long as you go far enough, you will always be surprised. The boundless world is full of strange things. In the future, it is best for you to go out and explore. Don't say that you wish to leave the eastern bottle continent and leave this world, but you should at least try to reach the borders of the Dali dynasty. Qin Pingan nodded, obviously thinking about the fist art manual. He pointed at a word and asked, Miss Ning, what should I read? The girl was furious. Get lost. 38. Qin Pingan looked doubtful. Ning Yao glared at him and pointed at the string of words. It really reads roll. This fist technique is derived from observing the rain in the Great Li dynasty. The momentum of the fist is like a torrential downpour of ink. After it falls into the mortal realm, it rolls along the dragon wall of the Great Li dynasty's imperial palace and falls straight down. Qin Pingan stared intently at the pictures that were drawn in one go. It was like a military formation squeezed into a single page. Therefore, the pictures of the little fist-wielding figures were not large. In addition, the charcoal drawings were not very detailed. Fortunately, Qin Pingan's eyesight was good. Under the dim light, he could still see the fine details. After the young man heard Miss Ning's words that he did not understand, he murmured, "It sounds like this fist technique is very powerful." Ning Yao slightly moved her head and looked at the pictures. She nodded and said, "There is a fist technique that has been passed down in Jianghu for thousands of years and has not been lost. It is somewhat similar to this fist technique." Qin Pingan turned his head and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" In the dim light, the girl's long eyebrows were slightly bent, like a bunch of peach branches bent under the spring breeze. She held back her laughter and said, "There is a fist technique in Jianghu that is suitable for the old and the young. It is called tortoise fist. If you throw it randomly, you can definitely beat an old master to death." The young man said helplessly, "How can you say that?" Qin Pingan imagined it in his mind. Wasn't this Gukan's specialty and the ultimate skill that made him famous? In his memory, Gukan's mother seemed to have had an unpleasant dispute many years ago. It was in front of a cosmetics shop in Apricot Blossom Lane. At that time, Gukan had just learned how to walk. Because Gukan's father was a foreigner and was not at home all year round, He had long been forgotten by the neighbors in Clay Bottle Lane. At that time, the women began to worry that their men would involuntarily slow down when they passed by the Widow Gu's house. Just the women's clothes that were drying on the bamboo poles could easily take away their men's souls. Later on, Granny Ma gathered 5 or 6 women to block Guken's courtyard door. In that battle, Guken suffered a lot, but Granny Ma and the others did not gain much advantage. Both sides suffered losses. However, as time went on, Guken was still weak. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Even her clothes were torn. Her clothes were thin, so it was inevitable for her body to be exposed. This made the women who were ashamed of their inferiority go crazy. They scratched and bit her, doing everything they could to make the men around the alley swallow their saliva. Fortunately, Qin Pingon happened to return to the town from the dragon kiln at that time. He had been taken care of by Guken's mother for so many years, so he went up to help Guken's mother block many insidious moves. From beginning to end, the Straw Sandals youth did not dare to fight back. Qin Pingon was not afraid of causing trouble, but he was afraid that he would kill someone with one punch. At that time, the young man had already walked countless mountains and rivers under the shouts and curses of Old Man Yao. He was only 12 or 13 years old, but he had already walked the path of many old people in the town for several lifetimes. At that time, the young man and the woman were sitting at the courtyard door. Guken was still locked inside the door. She probably did not want the child to see his mother in such a sorry state. The young man turned his head and pointed at the corner of his mouth to the woman. The woman curled her lips casually, then used her thumb to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. The child was crying his heart out in the courtyard, calling for his mother. The woman first smiled at the Straw Sandals youth, then tears rolled out of her eyes. The next day, there was an unwilling burden by the Straw Sandals boy's side. Ning Yao's question interrupted Qin Pingon's thoughts. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Pingon asked. "You said that after Guken and his mother left the town, they followed true Lord Zhejiang to the Book Slip Lake. Can they really live a good life?" Ning Yao asked back. "Do you think that the mother and son had a bad life in Mud Bottle Alley?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment. That kid Guken has no conscience. He was young, so he definitely did not feel that life was hard. But Guken's mother probably did not think that the town was a good place, especially the women in Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. He did not like any of them. Moreover, I think that Guken's mother was not born to stay in the town. She always felt that she was not reconciled. According to Old Man Yao's words, her heart was not steady. If a man's heart was not steady, it was called having a distant ambition. If a woman's heart was not steady, it was called having an affair. I think these words are not quite right. Ning Yao suddenly straightened her back and slapped the table. "What are you talking about? Do you still want to learn the fist manual?" Qin Pingon was shocked. "Miss Ning, please continue." Ning Yao said unhappily, "It is meaningless to talk about cultivation with you because you are destined to be unable to cultivate. Therefore, I can only talk to you about martial arts and martial arts." Qin Pingon wanted to say something, but the girl continued. "The world's martial arts are divided into 9 levels. Of course, some people also say that there is actually a 10th level above the 9 levels. It is just like how each dynasty would raise a group of chess pieces to wait for the imperial order." Speaking of this, the girl's mood improved a lot. She smiled and asked, "Qin Pingon, do you know what a chess piece waiting for the imperial order is?" Qin Pingon of course shook his head honestly. The girl's face was full of radiance. The highest rank among the masters of Go is 9th Dan, which is equivalent to a first-rank official in the officialdom. However, there are some geniuses that only appear once in 100 years who are known as 10th Dan National Masters. Then these people will have all kinds of fancy unique titles. Your Dali dynasty's chess piece waiting for the imperial order is especially embarrassing. It is said that your 9th Dan is only equivalent to the 7th Dan of the Sui dynasty. In the entire Dali, there is only one guy nicknamed Embroidered Tiger, who is regarded as a true rival by the Sui dynasty. Oh right, do you know what Go is? Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I know, and I know a bit about the rules. It's just that I don't know how to play it myself. Song Jisun and GQ have a chessboard and chess pieces at home." The girl was full of disappointment. So it's like that. The girl talked for a long time, but the boy still did not know what the 9th level was. The girl seemed to have realized that she was a bit unreliable. She coughed and said seriously, "My mother said that the martial arts 9 levels are one step at a time. But even if you reach the peak of the 9th level, the final scene is like standing on a mountain and looking up at another mountain in the distance, but you can only see halfway up the mountain." Qin Pingon said thoughtfully, "I understand." Because the boy had seen this scene with his own eyes. The girl did not care if the boy really understood or not. She said, "The martial arts 9 levels are divided into body refinement, chi refinement and spirit refinement. Each has 3 levels. You have to climb to the top step by step. You can't miss a single step and you can't make a single mistake. The more solid you walk, the better. Whether you walk fast or slow is not that important. This is not the same as cultivation." There are 3 levels of body refinement. The first level is clay embryo level. Just from the meaning, it is like this clay bottle alley where your house is located. But once you reach the peak, your body will be like a clay Buddha. Even though you are a clay sculpture, you will still have an extraordinary aura. Your chi will sink into your dantian, and you will be as immovable as a mountain. You can be considered to have truly entered the path of martial arts. In short, the essence of this level lies in the word scatter and the word sink. The talent of a martial artist, the quality of their comprehension, can be seen by the master who leads the way. The second level is wood embryo level. It means that your body starts to become thicker and thinner. When you reach large success, the texture of your skin will be precise and orderly, like a carved talisman. Just like this snake gallstone that you found in the stream. Compared to a normal pebble, the inside is already completely different. The deeper meaning of this level is mountain opening. It widens the meridians, turning a narrow path into a broad path that can accommodate carriages. The quality of a martial artist's bone structure will be judged in this level. As she said this, the girl in black raised the stone that the boy gave her. She gazed at the beautiful stone under the light of the lamp. She said softly, "The last level of body refinement is called mercury mirror. The blood is as thick as mercury, but its weight is lighter. Qi and blood are condensed into one. To break through the threshold, you need to pass a tribulation called clay Buddha crossing the river. Whether or not you can successfully pass through the last threshold like a carp jumping over the dragon gate, depends on the luck of the martial artist." Qin Pingon listened in a daze. He stared at the oil lamp in a daze. As the flame flickered, his mind swayed along with it. The girl yawned and lay on the table. "Language," she said, "that's about it. The 3 levels of body refinement have already blocked 80% of the martial artists. It is difficult to advance any further. You have to know that the poor learn literature and the rich learn martial arts. Other than my hometown, the rest of the world is the same. According to your family background and your perception, I estimate that if you can reach the 2nd level in this lifetime, you should be thanking the gods." Qin Pingon asked, "Then how do I practice this fist manual?" The girl raised her eyebrows. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm a bit sleepy." Qin Pingon grunted, "Then I'll take the basket and go pick up some stones. I'll come find Miss Ning tomorrow." The girl said, "If you feel at ease, leave the manual behind. I'll see if there are any flaws or traps." Qin Pingon smiled, "Okay. But Miss Ning, you have to be careful. I'll return this repertoire of shaking mountains to Gu Ken in the future." The girl turned her head and frowned. "How many times do you have to say it before you feel at ease?" The boy smiled and went to the corner to pick up the basket. When he left the house, he reminded her, "Miss Ning, don't forget to lock the courtyard door." The girl lay on the table and did not turn her head. She waved her hand and said weakly, I know. Why are you more talkative than my father?" The boy's body was as light as a swallow and his figure disappeared into the alley. When Qin Pingon had left Mud Bottle Alley, the girl immediately straightened up and stared at the repertoire of shaking mountains as if she was an enemy. Then her whole body collapsed and she lay on the table again. She frowned and said to herself, "How can I teach this thing? I was born with the world's first-class sword immortal body. Why would I need to walk the path of the foot of the mountain? I can't even remember the names of the 365 acupoints. As for how to circulate qi naturally, I've known it since I was in my mother's womb." The girl scratched her head in grief and indignation. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded outside the door. "Miss Ning?" Ning Yao stiffly turned around slowly and saw a tanned face that deserved a beating. She kept a straight face and did not speak. The boy swallowed and said apologetically, I was afraid that you would forget to lock the door, so I came to remind you. Also, if Miss Ning is hungry at night, I can go to Lu Xianyang's house and make some supper for Miss Ning. After that, I can go to the stream." The girl waved her hand. The boy ran away immediately. Along the way, Qin Pingan's mind was filled with the picture of the first move of the fist manual. The fist moved and the body moved, but the feet did not leave the ground. It was like wading in mud, and the momentum was like knee-deep snow moving slowly. The boy himself did not notice that when he tried to practice according to the picture, he involuntarily changed the speed of each breath. The boy even fantasized that it would be better to practice in the stream. There were 2 seals in front of Qi Jingchun. They were carved from the best snake gallstone. Neither of them was big, and neither of them had been engraved with seals. During the day, the young scholar with a gentle temperament visited the school. After that, the 2 of them had a private conversation. The Confucian gentleman who came from afar asked him a question. "Sir, do you want to carry on someone's last wish and continue to bring peace to the world?" Qi Jingchun replied at that time, "Let me think about it." This was obviously not a satisfactory answer. However, the young gentleman, who was famous in half the continent, was not aggressive. He chatted with Mr. Qi, who had been admiring him for a long time, about the local customs of the town and the changes outside the town. Then he left. From beginning to end, the young gentleman did not ask what to do with the jade pendant. However, Qi Jingchun knew that the gentleman of the Confucian Academy in the Eastern Vase continent could tolerate it. The golden boy and jade girl of the Taoist sect, the scripture protector of the great and great Zen temple, the famous ascetic monk, and the representative of the military school were unlikely to care about the reputation of the Cliff Academy. They would not listen to Qi Jingchun's wishes. They would definitely not hesitate to take back the treasures of their respective forces. However, all of this was to be expected. Qi Jingchun sat upright and still, holding the carving knife in his hand. For the first time he was in a dilemma. He did not know how to carve the seal characters of the seal. Sacrifice for a noble cause, sacrifice for righteousness. For this child it seems a little too big. It is not appropriate and it is not auspicious. Peace of mind on flat ground, standing upright. Isn't it a little too fake? But if it's 3 hastily carved seals, it seems too insincere? Qi Jingchun turned his head to look at the night sky outside the window. In the curtain of night, the stars were like luminous pearls hanging on a black curtain. Qi Jingchun was in a daze. After a long time he came back to his senses, picked up the seal and began to carve. In the end he carved out the 4 simple seal characters, calm and proud. In particular, the first character, calm, was the most full of spirit and all-encompassing. Qi Jingchun gently put down the seal in his hand, the bottom side facing up. Qi Jingchun felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. This white-haired scholar waved his sleeves. Very quickly the words wind and water rose on the table and the mountains and rivers rose and fell. Finally, Qi Jingchun focused his gaze and saw that in the dilapidated ancestral home of the small town, a young man and a young woman were sitting side by side, discussing the general situation of the 9 realms of the martial Tao. Above the 9 realms of the martial Tao was the 10th realm. Qi Jingchun had read more than 10,000 books and was no stranger to the Jianghu. Naturally, he knew about the martial Tao. A smile appeared on Qi Jingchun's almost old-fashioned face. Therefore, this scholarly sage who presided over a part of the world made a harmless joke. He carved 3 words on the second seal. Xianxia. 39. Qin Pingan thought that if he touched stones during the day he could start from Lu Xianyang's place and go all the way upstream until he reached the covered bridge. So tonight he chose to go further upstream from where he first entered the water, so he would be far away from the covered bridge and the blue stone cliff called the Blue Ox's Back in the vernacular. It was the place where Qin Pingan first met the girl in blue. Because of this, he missed the meeting with Zhou Xian and the supervisor. On the other side of the covered bridge, there was a plaque with the words, "Wind rises, water rises," hanging high. The man in white robe and jade belt was nominally the supervisor of the dragon kiln, but in fact he was the most powerful king in Dali. Under his lead, Zhou Xian came to the bottom of the stairs of the covered bridge. Before he came, he not only took a bath and changed clothes in the official residence, but also hung a sachet and an ordinary dragon-shaped jade pendant. The color was dull and inconspicuous. On the contrary, the jade pendant of the old dragon, which was more outstanding in terms of texture, appearance and meaning, was forced to be removed by the man. He was not allowed to hang it. Song Jisun held 3 incense sticks in his hand. The teenager stood under the stairs not knowing what to do. Song Jianqiang, the king of Dali, turned around, stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the top of the 3 incense sticks with 2 fingers. The incense sticks were lit. The man said casually, after kneeling down, face the plaque, kowtow 3 times and insert the incense sticks on the ground. That's all. Although Song Jisun was full of doubts, he still followed the instructions of the uncle, who came from the sky and kowtowed 3 times. Although the man said it lightly after the teenager knelt down, his face was dignified and extremely complicated. He looked at the ground where the teenager kowtowed, revealing a deeply hidden hatred. After inserting the 3 incense sticks on the ground and getting up, Song Jisun asked, "Is it okay to burn incense here?" The man smiled and said, "It's just a ceremony. Don't worry too much. From now on, learn to act according to the situation. Otherwise you may be busy in the future." The man stopped smiling. "But don't forget, this covered bridge is your place of prosperity." Song Jisun's lips were black and blue. It was unknown whether it was frostbite from the cold of spring. The young man pretended to be relaxed and said, "These 4 words shouldn't be used casually, right?" The man patted his stomach with one hand and held the white jade belt on his waist with the other. He laughed and said, "It will be like this in the capital. Here there is no harm. There are no court dogs, no wild dogs in Jianghu. No one will catch me and bite me." Song Jisun asked curiously, "Are you also afraid of being criticized?" The man retorted, "In the Dali dynasty I have already defeated all the opponents on and off the mountain. If there is nothing to be afraid of, wouldn't I be more comfortable than the person sitting on the dragon throne? Kid, do you think this is appropriate?" Song Jisun pondered for a moment. After some hesitation he made up his mind and asked, "Are you hiding your strength and biding your time? Or are you raising bandits for your own sake?" The man laughed involuntarily and pointed at the young man. He shook his head and said, "You really dare to say such rebellious words? You don't know the severity of the situation. When you reach the capital in the future, you should go to one of the immortal residences on the mountain and lie low. I advise you not to speak and act so recklessly. Otherwise you will be in big trouble." Song Jisun nodded and said, "I will remember." The man pointed at the golden plaque. "Wind makes the water rise. Wind makes the water rise." "Let me ask you, how does the water rise?" Song Jisun said straightforwardly, "I don't know." The man muttered, "If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. You know." What nonsense. Scholars are all cunning. Even when they fart they have to be full of twists and turns. But in front of the young man the man was a little more elegant. "If I remember correctly, in your town for 3,000 years, no matter how big the flood was, the highest water level of this stream has never been higher than the tip of the rusted sword." Song Jisun said doubtfully, "The old man who lives near the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane often talks to us about this saying under the locust tree. Is there really a mystery in this?" The man pointed to the distance where the stream left the mountains. He smiled and said, "In the mountains snakes have their own paths. In the houses rats have their own paths. As for the rivers and streams, dragons have their own paths." The man retracted his finger and explained patiently, "There are many other places in the Dali dynasty. In fact, there are many customs of hanging swords under bridges. However, those copper coin swords, peachwood swords or talisman swords can often stop the dragons and pythons from entering the river once. They can't stop them a second time. Even many people who hang the magic swords have shallow cultivation. They can't withstand the power of the river once. Instead they annoy the dragons in the flood. Therefore after the flood the bridge that could not collapse collapsed, and the swords disappeared without a trace. Only this sword in this place." The man fell silent halfway through his words. Song Jisun held back and didn't ask. The man sighed and said, "Only this sword. From the day it was hung under the bridge, it wasn't used to deal with the dragons. Instead it was used by the saints to suppress the exit of the Dragon Lock Well. The so-called exit is the deep pool under the bridge. It prevents the dragon chi from dissipating too quickly, so as to prevent this small world from forcefully bursting open." Song Jisun hit the nail on the head and asked, "Is the last true dragon in the world dead or not?" Song Zhengqiang smiled and said, in the battle to slay the dragon 3,000 years ago, countless Qi practitioners died. Even the saints of the 3 religions and the grandmasters of the 100 schools died. Kid, do you think all of them have holes in their heads, or that the saints have lived for so long in vain? Did they deliberately keep the last true dragon and raise it as an ordinary flower, bird, fish, or insect? Song Jisun retorted, maybe it's because they can't completely kill the true dragon? They can only use stalling tactics and nibble away at it. Although I don't know the original intentions and plans of the saints thousands of years ago, I can guess that the true dragon is definitely not simple. After the man shook his head, he nodded. You're half right. The true dragon is undoubtedly dead. As for its true identity and symbolic meaning, the words not simple are definitely not enough to bear it. Song Jisun wanted to say something but stopped. In short, Dolly's plans and countless efforts were all for the sake of stirring up wind and water, for the sake of the great cause of the South in the future. The man took the lead to walk up the stairs and said slowly, if you ask me why the saints killed the dragon 3,000 years ago, I can't answer you. But if you ask why I left you here and why you're the noble prince of Dolly, I can tell you the truth in full detail. Song Jisun lowered his head and his expression could not be seen clearly. Since the young man did not ask, the man naturally did not flatter himself. When he reached the highest step, he turned to face the town. In the future, be more magnanimous. Don't you think it's degrading to fight with Zhou Xian and even have the intention to kill? Song Jisun sat at the top of the stairs and looked towards the north with the man. He asked a completely unrelated question. Is our Dolly at the northernmost tip of the eastern bottle continent? The man nodded and said, yes, he's been regarded as a northern barbarian for nearly 1,000 years. Now he's only won some respect because he's strong enough. Song Jisun still had his head lowered, but his eyes were burning. The man named Song Zhengqiang said calmly, when you reach the capital, be careful of a person nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. Song Jisun was confused. Song Zhengqiang smiled and said, he's now our Dolly imperial tutor and also the teacher of your brother. For our greatly to be able to grow from the founding of 70 counties and 800 cities to the present 140 counties and 1,500 cities in the past 50 years, half of the credit goes to this person. Song Jisun raised his head abruptly. The man smiled, kid, you guessed right. The man also sat on the stairs with his hands on his knees and looked into the distance. The other person's contribution to Dolly's expansion was obvious, far away but right in front of him. At this moment, Song Jisun's whole body was trembling and his scalp was numb. The two were silent. After a long time, Song Jisun suddenly said, Uncle, although I wanted to kill Zhou Xian, and even considered making a deal with Old Dragon City's Fu Nanhua to find a way to kill Zhou Xian, but in my heart I've never felt that Zhou Xian was qualified to be on the same level as me, even if he had a long family history. I killed him because I felt that I wouldn't have to pay a big price to kill him, that's all. Song Zhengqiang was a little interested. So, you have another knot in your heart? The boy touched his neck and didn't say anything. In the middle of the night, all was quiet. There was actually someone walking on the streets of the small town. Her figure was slender and her clothes were thin. When she walked past the iron lock well in Apricot Blossom Lane, she gritted her teeth. When she passed by the memorial arch, she kicked a stone pillar hard. Finally, she came to the lush old locust tree. According to the old man, this tree had lived for a long time and no matter when it dropped dead branches, it would never hit people. It was very spiritual. The girl swaggered under the tree. Of course, she was quite disdainful of these sayings. She opened the ancient book that she borrowed from her master, and began to search according to the picture. She called out the names one by one like a general on the battlefield. When she was a little thirsty, she stopped. With one hand holding the local county record that Song Jisun called the book outside the wall, the other hand pointing at the locust tree, she looked up and scolded, I gave you face but you don't want it? Silence. There was no reply. The girl immediately stomped her feet and scolded, for surnames and 10 clans. Let's start with the 4 surnames. Lu, Li, Zhao, Song. You 4 big surnames, be sensible and hurry up. Each surname will drop at least 3 locust tree leaves. I, Wang Zhu, will not let you go in this life. After I go out, I will deal with you one by one. I don't care if you are young or strong, women or children. Anyway, you are a group of ungrateful wretches. How can you be so ungrateful? The girl scolded until she was out of breath. With one hand on her waist she still scolded, "Song, who is the biggest contributor that the Dali dynasty can have your surname? Don't you know? Are you pretending to be stupid with me? Believe it or not, when I go out I will let Dolly have the surname Lu, Zhao, whatever, but not Song. The 10 big families, each surname will have 2 locust tree leaves. The rest of the common surnames will have at least 1. Of course, if anyone has the courage to bet, the more the better. I will let him make a lot of money later." The Chao family of the 10 big families. Yes, the Chao family that produced that bastard Xiaoxi. That bastard didn't do anything disgusting in the past. Even when he was wearing open crotch pants he was full of evil tricks. In addition to the 2 locust tree leaves, you must give me 1 more as compensation. Otherwise I, Wang Zhu, swear that after I go out I will let Xiaoxi die without descendants. How dare he pee in the well? How did such a wicked person become the true monarch of a country? And that Xia family, your family produced a guy called Xianxia, right? Yes, I have some friendship with him. If it wasn't for me he would have been washed away by the flood. So it is reasonable that you don't give him 1 more locust tree leaf. In the distance, Qi Jingchun quietly watched the scene under the locust tree without saying a word. Like a strict father who only knew how to discipline his children with a plank, he felt helpless when he saw his child become more arrogant as she grew older. However, Qi Jingchun felt somewhat gratified when he saw the girl constantly flipping through the book and the locust tree leaves leaving the branches and falling between the pages. After thousands of words, Qi Jingchun finally muttered, "After you leave home you must be good." The girl seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head. There was no one. The girl was disappointed and frustrated. She shook her head and stopped thinking deeply, turning back to continue scolding locust trees. 40. After Qin Pingon carried the basket to the shore he walked towards the back of the green ox. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the water level of the stream seemed to have dropped a little. When he approached the bluestone cliff he suddenly stopped because he could clearly see many people standing there. Everyone's face was almost visible. The reason for this was not because of the resplendent starlight, but because there was a snow-white elk standing on the back of the bluestone. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, emitting strands of white light, like water plants swaying with the water in a small stream. The white elk lowered its head and a little girl wearing a red cotton jacket stood on her tiptoes and reached out to touch its antlers. Outside the elk, there was a young man and a young woman wearing Taoist robes. Maybe it was because of the light from the white elk, but the skin of the man and the woman was whiter than snow and crystal clear. For example, if the people in the small town were aborigines made of mud, then these 2 foreign Taoists were refined porcelain. There was really a world of difference between them. The style of the Taoist robes of the man and the woman was a bit similar to that of Lu Daozhang, who had a fortune-telling stall. However, there were many differences. The Taoist crown was the most different. Lu Daozhang had a lotus crown, while the Taoist crown on the 2 people's heads was shaped like a fish tail. The straw sandals teenager looked at them in a daze. He only felt that the man and woman standing next to the white elk were like characters who had walked out of the statues of immortals. It was as if they would fly away in the next moment and pick up the stars and the moon would be at their fingertips. The other 2 people stood a little further away. Qin Pingon knew one of them. She was the daughter of the sword forger Master Wan. This time the girl in green didn't bring a bag full of food. She held a small embroidered handkerchief in one hand, and there were only a few exquisite and cute pastries in the other. The girl lowered her head and looked very hesitant. She didn't know where to start. The person next to her was about 30 years old. He carried a long sword on his back and a strange ornament on his waist. When Qin Pingon saw them, almost everyone noticed the sudden appearance of the straw sandals teenager. The young Taoist nun was a bit surprised. She bent down and rubbed the head of the little girl in the red cotton jacket. She pointed in the direction of Qin Pingon and whispered. The little girl pricked up her ears to listen to the immortal sister's question. She tried her best to open her eyes and look. After vaguely recognizing Qin Pingon's appearance, she began to spill the beans. She should be explaining Qin Pingon's identity to the immortal sister's owner, the white elk's owner. At this moment Qin Pingon also recognized the 8 or 9-year-old girl. The first time they met was before he went to the dragon kiln to make porcelain. He had met a little girl with pigtails in the mud bottle alley. She was very young but she ran very fast. She held a kite in her hand. Her two thin bamboo-like legs ran like the wind. Qin Pingon had a particularly deep impression of her. Later he saw her intermittently a few more times. One time the little girl was lying at the mouth of the iron lock well and secretly threw stones inside. Qin Pingon accidentally saw her naughty actions. The little girl was so scared that she hurriedly ran away. After running for more than 10 steps, she remembered that the candied haws had fallen on the mouth of the well. She couldn't resist the temptation and ran back to the iron lock well. This time she was too hasty. As a result, she fell to the ground with a bang. After standing up, she grabbed the candied haws and then suddenly stopped. The sect they belonged to was one of the 3 Taoist sects in the Eastern Bottle continent. Moreover, it was the head sect of the continent's orthodoxy. It was incomparably noble. This time he and senior sister he came out of the mountain together. As a reward, each of them had a precious quota to recruit a true disciple for their sect. This disciple would be accepted as their disciple at the same time. Therefore he didn't want to squander it casually. He had to treat it seriously. Everyone in the sect knew that senior sister he had recultivated her mind. Therefore when she said, "Let nature take its course," it was very likely that she had the intention of accepting a disciple. He and He Xiaoyang were known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the Eastern Bottle continent. They were the proud daughters of the continent's Taoist sections. Even the kings of the mortal world had to treat them with respect when they met them. Moreover, the importance of the etiquette was not inferior to that of a great country's true monarch. This was because they were the cultivation geniuses who had the highest chance of entering the upper 5 realms in the continent. When the young Taoist nun took the little girl's hand and walked down the back of the green ox with the psychic white deer following behind them, not only did the young Taoist feel incredulous, the military giant with the tiger amulet on his waist and a long sword on his back also showed a surprised expression. When he saw the young Taoist nun slowly walking over, Qin Pingon felt a headache coming. The young man really didn't want to deal with these immortals from other places. This was because Qin Pingon knew that their simple love and hate would determine his life and death, honor and disgrace. Moreover, Qin Pingon knew that his luck had never been too good, so he was even more afraid of provoking them. However, Qin Pingon didn't run away because of this. On the contrary, he symbolically walked forward for a while. This way, in the eyes of others, was still considered appropriate. The white deer slightly quickened its pace and trotted over. It circled around the straw sandals youth and finally lowered its head and took the initiative to rub against the poor youth. The white deer returned to its master's side. She gently stroked its back and in the next moment, it turned into the posture of a horse. Referring to a deer as a horse. The young Taoist nun looked at Qin Pingon and sighed slightly. She smiled and said something. Then she lowered her head and looked at the little girl in the red cotton jacket. The little girl interpreted it as a small-town dialect and said timidly, "Sister," he said, "you are a person who cherishes fortune. Unfortunately, you and I are not fated to be friends." The young man was speechless because he didn't know what to say without being rude. Carrying a basket, wearing straw sandals and rolling up his trousers, the young man's appearance was particularly comical. The Taoist nun asked with a smile, "You also know the magical use of these stones?" "Qin Pingon, you don't have to worry. I was just casually asking." The little girl repeated her explanation. Her speed was fast and her voice was clear. Qin Pingon hesitated and nodded. "There was a Taoist priest who reminded me that I can often come to the stream to pick up stones and catch fish." Even if Qin Pingon had a good impression of this young Taoist nun, he was careful and didn't even reveal Taoist priest Lu's surname. Moreover, the person who truly revealed the secrets of heaven and pointed out the value of the snake gallstones should be Ningyao. The Taoist nun smiled and said, "You also know our young martial uncle Lu?" Qin Pingon was stunned. The Taoist nun smiled knowingly and roughly explained, "Strictly speaking, young martial uncle Lu is not from the same sect as us. It's just that Taoist Lu visited our sect many years ago and became friends with one of our martial uncles as equals. After many years, us juniors have become familiar with him and are naturally used to calling him young martial uncle." Qin Pingon grinned, completely letting down his guard. The straw sandal youth was grateful to Taoist priest Lu. He would never forget it in his life. He remembered something and bent down to put down the basket. He picked up a stone that he had fallen in love with at first sight. It was as big as an egg, green and clear like ice. It was completely different from the other snake gall stones. He handed it to the young Taoist nun and asked, "Taoist priest, if you see Taoist priest Lu in the future, can you help me give this stone to him?" After listening to the little girl's explanation, she thought for a moment and then took the stone. She slowly said, "Before I came here, I just happened to run into young martial uncle. He was going to Southern Stream Country to participate in an important ceremony of a Taoist sect. It's hard to say when we will meet again, but as long as I see young martial uncle Lu, I will definitely help you give it to him." Qin Pingon listened to the little girl's words and smiled brightly. He bowed to thank this young Taoist nun who had such a good impression of him. Regarding the good and bad of strangers, the youth always believed in his intuition. For example, Funan Hua Kai Xianxia, and also for Taoist priest Lu and Miss Ning. Qin Pingon took out another snake gall stone and handed it to her again. Among the younger generation of the Eastern Bottle continent, this Taoist nun was known as the #1 opportunity. She did not refuse and accepted it with a smile, not forgetting to thank him. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket twisted the corner of her clothes and whispered, "I also want a piece." Qin Pingon smiled and turned around to pick a stone from the basket for the little girl. The little girl ran to his side and carefully said, "I want a bigger one, is that okay?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "As long as you can move it, I will give you the biggest one. But from here to the town and then from home it is not close. And I think the big ones in the basket are not as good as the small ones." She thought for a moment and put her hands on the edge of the basket. "Okay, then I want to pick a small one that looks good." Qin Pingon picked a small pink stone for her. It was moist and cute. The little girl held it in the palm of her hand and was very satisfied. She suddenly tilted her head, grinned and pointed behind her teeth. Then she smiled at Qin Pingon with a proud face. He guessed that she was showing off that her teeth had grown back. Qin Pingon happily said, "Next time, let's go catch crickets together." The little girl's eyes lit up, but they quickly dimmed. She forced a smile and nodded. Qin Pingon carried the basket and said goodbye to the young nun. He waved at the little girl and ran back to the town alone. They were both fairies, but this young nun's gold was not something that Kai Xianxian of Yunxia Mountain could compare to. It was almost like the gold essence of the immortals compared to the gold of the secular world. She took the little girl and the white deer back to the back of the green ox. The young Taoist withdrew his gaze from the back of the straw sandal boy and concluded, "Shallow fate means poor fortune. Naturally, they are not of great use." There were many Taoist sects in the eastern vase continent. Every 30 years a pair of golden boy and jade girl would be chosen. He and his senior sister He Xiaoyang were this year's natural Taoist couple. But something surprising happened. The golden boy's aptitude was not inferior to the previous ones, but the jade girl's fate was so good that it made people's hair stand on end. When she was born, there was an auspicious white deer that took the initiative to walk out of the mountains and wild swamps and came to her side to recognize her as its master. After that, she started on the path of cultivation. It seemed that there were no bumps and her journey was smooth. Some people even said that she would only meet her first bottleneck after reaching the upper 5 states. She did not comment on her junior brother's contempt for the straw sandal boy and laughed it off. At this time, a short boy came from the deep pool under the covered bridge to the puddle under the green ox's back. He only held a piece of snake gall stone in his hand. Unexpectedly, like the white deer, it shone brightly in the night. The dull boy held the stone in his hand and stood on a stone that was exposed above the water. He was like an indomitable immortal holding a pocket-sized full moon in his hand. The 2 big green and red fish that the young Taoist kept did not enter the water. They only swam slowly above the stream. If Qin Pingon saw this boy, he would know that he was the grandson of Granny Ma from the Apricot Blossom Alley. The boy had dementia since childhood and was despised by his parents when he was very young. Granny Ma took care of her grandson by herself. The boy was very unsociable and often climbed to the roof alone to look at the clouds. Since childhood, the boy who followed Granny Ma's surname was bullied to the point that he felt that stepping on him would dirty his shoes. This poor child seemed to only smile at the maid GQ from the clay bottle alley. Therefore Granny Ma especially hated that maid and thought that she was a shameless vixen. She must have taken the initiative to seduce her precious grandson. The young female Taoist priest walked to the side of the man with a long sword and asked, "Is there really no room for negotiation regarding Ma Kuxuan?" The man said coldly, "If your junior martial uncle really wants to take this child as a disciple, why doesn't he come himself? So what if his name is famous? He has never fought with me before. Why should I give it to him? If he is not convinced, he can come to Martial Mountain to find me. If he wins, he can take this child away." The young Taoist priest smiled and said, "It's just to make our junior martial uncle come again. Why bother?" There was a needle hidden in the silk. The man with the sword and the talisman narrowed his eyes. "Oh." The young female Taoist priest was a little annoyed. She glanced at her junior brother. The young Taoist priest laughed and did not argue with that person. He looked up and said, "The moon is so beautiful today." She was a little helpless. As long as it involved her junior martial uncle, not only her and her junior brother, but all the young Taoists in the continent would be honored. On the other side of the covered bridge under the stairs stood a barefoot monk. His face was square and had a tenacious expression. The monk did not look up at the golden plaque. Instead, he looked at the ground where Zhou Xian had placed the incense stick. In the end, he did not say anything and was about to leave. He originally wanted to say that if the Cliff Academy was really in trouble in the future, Chen Pingon, you don't have to feel guilty even if you feel regret. You can just pretend you didn't see or hear about it. You don't have to deliberately do it. However, Qi Jingchun did not know why, but deep in his heart he felt a trace of hope. Even he himself could not understand why. After thinking about it, this hill master of the Cliff Academy could only come up with one answer. It was because the teenager in front of him was surnamed Chen Pingon. He seemed to be different from everyone else. It was extremely difficult to entrust him with a task. Even if you knew that the teenager would not be able to do it in the end, even if he tried his best, you could be sure of one thing. As long as he agreed, he would definitely do it. Even if he could not do it with 100% of his strength, he would be willing to grit his teeth and use 120% of his strength. This was something that made people feel at ease. This was something that Qi Jingchun had been yearning for many years. This scholar who had taken the initiative to ask to be demoted to this place only felt that everywhere in the world was a foreign land. When Qi Jingchun was about to turn around, the teenager who was still carrying the wicker basket hurriedly bowed with great difficulty. In the alley, the scholarly sage returned the teenager's bow. 41. Deep into the night, Song Zhengqiang returned alone from the construction supervisor's office. The young man, Song Jisun, had already gone to Mud Bottle Lane, which was like a dog's kennel. Song Zhengqiang did not force him. As a general who had led the army for many years, he could still snore loudly in the midst of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Therefore, his nephew, who had been raised in isolation, did not live up to his identity as a noble. Song Zhengqiang did not feel that he owed the child anything. Being able to make it back to Dali's capital alive was already good enough. The old steward of the yamen had been waiting at the door with a lantern in his hand. Song Zhengqiang was the first to cross the threshold of the side door. He strode forward and said, "No need to lead the way." The elderly steward nodded silently, slowed down his footsteps and then quietly left. The building on Falu Street was not extravagantly built, and the area it occupied was far less than the houses of the Liu and Li families. The previous supervisor of the kiln business lived a poor and tight life, and the big families in the small town did not think anything was wrong with it. However, Song Zhengqiang was different. He was the younger brother of the current Emperor Dali from the same mother. He had also made great contributions to the development of new territories and was one of the top martial arts masters in the Eastern Bottle continent. His arrival was like a dragon crossing the river and entering a small lake. Even if the local tyrants were not afraid of him in the face of people like Song Zhengqiang, they would show the proper respect. When Song Zhengqiang passed by a small courtyard, he saw that someone was still reading in the room. She was sitting upright, and when she was alone she was still meticulous. He was indeed a gentleman. Song Zhengqiang's sleeves fluttered as he strode past with a mocking smile on his face. In the past there was a young man who studied at Lakeview Academy. His calligraphy was divine and his name shook the imperial court. He was summoned by the king of Southern Wei to the imperial palace to write an imperial edict in the side hall. It was the middle of winter and it was snowing heavily, so the brush was too cold to write. The emperor ordered more than 10 imperial concubines to stand by his left and right sides to help him write. This matter quickly spread throughout the eastern Aquarius continent and became a legend. However, no one thought deeply about how strict the imperial city was. If the emperor, the eunuchs, and the concubines didn't say anything, how did the common people know? Song Zhengqiang suddenly let out a hearty laugh as he walked along the dark path. Song Jisun, dressed in plain clothes, returned to Clay Bottle Alley. The gate of the courtyard was not locked. When he opened the door, he saw the maidservant GQ sitting on a chair in the main hall. She was dozing off with her eyes half closed. When her head tilted to a certain degree, she immediately sat up straight and then continued to tilt. It seemed that the girl was really tired. Song Jisun bent down and gently shook her shoulders. He said softly, GQ, wake up. Go back to your room and sleep. Be careful not to catch a cold. The sleepy girl rubbed her eyes and said in a daze, Young master, why did you come back so late? Song Jisun smiled and said, I went to the covered bridge. It was a bit far, so I came back a bit late. GQ saw Song Jisun's unfamiliar clothes and said in surprise, Young master, why did you change your clothes? Song Jisun did not want to talk about this topic. Let's not talk about this. After I lent you the county journal, how are you reading and learning? Do you want me to teach you? The girl shook her head and said, No need. Song Jisun returned to his room. It was pitch black. He took off his outer robe, kicked off his boots and touched the bed. The youth murmured, Wangzhu, so it's like this. GQ returned to her room, turned off the lights and went to sleep. Her whole body was curled up in the bed. She made a slight noise as if she was secretly eating something and chewing something in her mouth. In the end she even burped. Although Lu Xianyang had not officially become Master Ruan's disciple, anyone could see that Master Ruan valued this tall youth very much. Otherwise he would not have personally taught him how to forge swords. The row of sword forging rooms was not a place that anyone could enter. During the afternoon break, a young man who used to be a kiln worker ran up to Lu Xianyang and said that someone was looking for him. He winked at Lu Xianyang and said that it was a beautiful woman who was even prettier than the madams of Fulu Street. Lu Xianyang followed him with a smile, but his heart was heavy all of a sudden. Sure enough, there was a slender woman standing next to a well. There were many strong young men digging the well and moving the soil around her. They were working very hard. Just as Song Jisun despised, Lu Xianyang was indeed a country bumpkin. However, whether a woman was beautiful or not had nothing to do with whether she was educated or not. Perhaps the tall youth did not know that there was a kind of charm in the vague description of beauty. Especially a dignified and inwardly charming woman, it was especially moving. The word charm, if the word charm could be understood, it meant a woman who drew eyebrows. The woman in front of him, whose name and background he did not know, had delicate eyebrows like a bug's beard. Her forehead was like a cicada's, wide and square, bright and full. Today she came here alone. She didn't look like she was going to condemn him, nor did she look like she was going to bully him. Lu Xianyang heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lu Xianyang did not deny that this graceful and luxurious madam's face was beautiful. If it was in the past, he might have whistled a few times when he met her on the street. However, this did not mean that Lu Xianyang would be tempted. The woman that the tall youth liked was the maidservant in Mud Bottle Alley. She was now and she would be in the future. Lu Xianyang led the beautiful madam to the stream and said firmly, Madam, if you want to persuade me to sell you the family heirloom, I advise you not to open your mouth. The madam smiled sweetly and said, Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me tell you the pros and cons, then you can make the decision. The tall youth's expression did not change. He pretended to be relaxed, but his heart instantly sank to the bottom. In the distance, a young girl was squatting on the threshold of a sword forging room. She was holding a bowl of rice. The white rice piled up like a mountain and towered over the edge of the big white bowl. She was wolfing down the rice. After finishing the mountain, she saw the red braised pork hidden by her. Her whole body was filled with happiness. She secretly turned her back to the man sitting on the other side of the threshold and asked, Father, don't you care about that foreign woman? The man said in a low muffled voice, I don't care. The green-clothed girl said worriedly, He will be your first disciple in the future. Aren't you afraid that he will take the wrong path? The man said indifferently, That kid is not lucky. The girl asked doubtfully, Father, don't you feel that it's a pity? For example, when she saw the delicious and exquisite pastries in the shop, it was fine if she did not have money in her pocket. But if she had money, she bought it and accidentally dropped it on the ground. She deserved to be struck by lightning. The man did not answer the question, "Is the red braised pork delicious?" The girl subconsciously nodded happily, "It's delicious." The girl suddenly tensed up. Her father had given a decree that she could only eat one meat dish a day. So she pretended to only have a bowl of white rice and hid the red braised pork in it. It was so that she could eat a meat dish openly at night. The girl turned her head awkwardly and raised the white bowl high. She said righteously, "There's only one piece. I didn't break the rules." The man laughed and asked, "Then do you feel that it's a pity that you can't eat the red braised pork hidden at the bottom of the bowl?" The girl opened her mouth slightly. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her heart was dead. The man even rubbed salt on his daughter's wound. "If you didn't ask about Zhou Xian, I would have turned a blind eye." The girl did not say anything and ate the red braised pork in small bites. It was obvious that she would be thrifty in the future. After the man finished eating, he looked at the woman and the youth on the other side of the stream and said, "As long as this kid doesn't reach the middle 5 realms, I won't care about his life or death. Even if he enters the middle 5 realms, I will care about him once or twice, but I won't care too much. There is no door to fortune or misfortune, only people call for it." The girl said angrily, "Why don't you care?" The man said in annoyance, "Scholars take in students and martial artists take in disciples. They are not like the gangs in the martial arts world recruiting small fries. They are not thinking about quarreling or fighting with others in the future because they have more people. In the end, in my eyes, whether it is teacher or student, master or disciple, they are all people of the same path. Besides, Zhou Xian is not my disciple yet." The girl did not say anything. The man sighed, "Silly girl, do you know how many people there are in this remote Dali dynasty? More than 20 million households. There are so many people in the world, so many troublesome things. Can you manage them all? In the next 60 years I will take over the town from Qi Jingchun. Don't wander around all day. Stay at the sword furnace and practice swordsmanship. Otherwise, if you cause trouble, will I care or not?" Without waiting for the man to finish speaking, the girl said, "You don't need to care." Her words almost caused the man to suffer internal injuries. It was so powerful that it was not weaker than a certain sword immortal's trump card. The man really wanted to knock this silly girl's head. "How can I not care about your matters?" The man was a bit sad. The girl said with a face of shock, Why is there an extra piece of red braised meat at the bottom of the bowl?" I've used up my share for today, I'll give it to you, father." The man did not need to turn his head to feel the silly girl's poor acting skills. He said helplessly, "Forget it, you eat. Father will treat it as if you only ate a piece of red braised meat today. Remember to forge in the afternoon, don't be lazy anymore." This time the girl's gratitude was not fake. "Father, you are so good." The man laughed angrily, "It's red braised meat." The girl lowered her head and ate a mouthful of rice. She said softly, "Father is also good." The man's face was taut. It was not easy for him to hold back his laughter. After thinking about it, he felt that it was better to have a daughter. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. "Father, can I eat another piece tonight? 2 pieces and 3 pieces, the difference is not too much, right? Father, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." The young girl ran away as fast as lightning. As for the last sentence, it was only after the girl had run far away that she said it. The man rubbed his cheek and said to himself, "My family's Xiao is a god for food." After Qin Pingon delivered the letter through the streets and alleys, he bought breakfast and sent it to Miss Ning in the mud bottle alley. Then he began to brew the medicine with familiarity. Ning Yao was wearing a brand new dark green robe today. It was clean and neat. She was already full of heroic spirit. With this dress and the long saber at her waist, she looked more noble than the rich kids in the Peach Leaf Alley on Fulu Street. Ning Yao hesitated for a moment. "For now, if you really want to study the Shaking Mountain Manual, you have to do 3 things before learning the fist force: stance, walking stance and sleeping stance. The last thing is more about the accumulation of acupoints and the flow of qi. It's hard to describe in words, so let's not talk about it first. Anyway, the first 2 things don't need to consider too much about talent. You just have to follow the posture drawn in the manual. If you persist for a long time, it will be useful. Even if it can't let you reach a higher level in martial arts, it's not impossible to strengthen your body and prolong your life. Qin Pingon voiced out his own idea. Is it possible to practice the walking stance in the stream? Ning Yao nodded, of course. Start from the knees, then the waist and finally the neck. Qin Pingon followed her words and asked, won't the whole person be in the water at the end? Ning Yao sneered, why? Do you want to practice holding your breath under the water and become a 1,000-year-old tortoise? Qin Pingon was resentful and didn't say anything. Ning Yao thought for a moment, come, I'll show you walking stance. But carefully. Ning Yao asked Qin Pingon to move the table away. Then she took 6 steps forward. Each step was 3 small and 3 big. When she took the last step, she stomped down heavily. The muddy floor of the house seemed to shake. The girl did it in one breath. It seemed to be understated, but it was actually very smooth. It gave the straw sandals youth an indescribable feeling. It was like a waterfall flowing down. It was natural and contained a huge force. It was also like a leaf spinning in a stream. It was round and gentle. Everything was right, but Qin Pingon only knew how it was done but didn't know why. Seeing the youth's blank expression, Ning Yao returned to her original position and demonstrated again. Ning Yao stood still and turned her head to ask, do you understand? Do you want to try? Qin Pingon took a deep breath and tried again. He staggered like a drunken drunkard. Qin Pingon stood in place and scratched his head. Clearly he felt that it was a bit outrageous. Ning Yao's face darkened. She said in a deep voice, again. After 3 times, Qin Pingon's condition improved slightly. However, Ning Yao's face was so gloomy that it looked like a storm was coming. She couldn't imagine how there could be such an idiot like Qin Pingon in this world. He had no comprehension when it came to martial arts and his talent was so terrible. There was no other way. Ning Yao was a person who stood at the peak of the sword Dao since she was young. Her background, foundation, talent and vision were all like this. Therefore, the girl couldn't understand how those people climbed the mountain step by step at the foot of the mountain that was thousands of miles away from her. She also couldn't understand why those people were staggering. In the end, the girl was at her wit's end. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would draw her sword to cut them down. Therefore she had an idea. She patted the youth's shoulder and comforted him. Qin Pingon, the meaning of reading 100 times will be revealed. It's the same for practicing martial arts. If you can't understand it after practicing it for tens of thousands of times, then practice it for hundreds of thousands or even 1,000,000 times. Go and pick up your stones. The clumsy bird flies first. Don't be discouraged. Take it slow. Practice this stance in the stream over and over again. Qin Pingon thought about it and felt that it was true. He had heard Song Jisun say something similar to Miss Ning's, reading 100 times. It was about reading 10,000 books and writing like a god. However, the youth felt that what Miss Ning said was more reasonable. If tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times weren't enough, then practice 1,000,000 times. Qin Pingon smiled as he ran out of Mud Bottle Alley. Along the way he repeated the words, 3 small 3 big 3 big 3 small 3 small 3 big 3. He imitated Ning Yao's posture according to his memory. The youth told himself the truth in his heart. After practicing 1,000,000 times he might be able to master the fist art. Therefore the starting point of practicing this shaking mountain manual was 1,000,000 times. After that, Qin Pingon was qualified to talk about other things. Ning Yao sat alone on the doorstep and muttered to herself, why do I feel like I've dug a big hole? Will that guy not be able to climb out? "42. More and more unfamiliar faces came from outside the town, and the business of the inns and restaurants flourished. At the same time, in Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley, many of the younger generation of the noble families began to quietly leave the small town. Most of them were young and intelligent, but there were also the sons of concubines or the sons of loyal servants. Zhao Yao, the son of a noble family, was among them. As for the child Gu Ken from Clay Bottle Alley, he was chosen by Lu Jimao at first glance, so he was an exception. Qin Pingon went to Lu Xianyang's house to get a basket of fish and left the small town for the stream. When there were many people, Qin Pingon naturally would not practice the quaking mountain atlas walking stance. Once he was out of the small town and there was no one around, Qin Pingon began to recite the incantation, recalling Miss Ning's steps, posture and aura. He did not want to miss a single detail and repeated the 6 steps over and over. When Qin Pingan imitated Ning Yao for the first time in the house in Clay Bottle Alley, it was so clumsy and funny that it was worse than ordinary people. In fact, there was a misunderstanding between the young man and the girl. Qin Pingan always knew that he had a problem. Since he started working in the porcelain kiln, he realized that his eyes were bad but his hands were slow. To be precise, it was because the young man's eyes and eyesight were too brilliant that his hands and feet could not keep up. This meant that if someone else were to imitate Ning Yao's Hanshan manual, they might be 30 to 40% similar, but at least they would not be 30 to 20% similar to Qin Pingan's. This was precisely because Qin Pingan saw it too clearly and was too strict with every step. When his hands and feet could not keep up, it seemed particularly funny. Moreover, under the 90% difference, there was a precious divine resemblance. Ning Yao did not know this. Even if the Hanshan manual was 90% similar, it would not be as good as a divine resemblance. Of course, Ning Yao wouldn't be surprised even if she was 70 to 80% similar, not to mention that she only resembled Ning Yao a little. In Ning Yao's eyes, there was only the remote martial path, the people who stood side by side, and the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Qin Pingan sat on the steps under the covered bridge and rested. The young man roughly calculated that there were 24 hours in a day. Even if he practiced the Hanshan manual repeatedly for 10 to 12 hours, he would only be able to do about 300 times. 100,000 times a year, 10 years would be 10 years. The young man turned his head to look at the clear stream and murmured, "It should be possible for me to persist for 10 years, right?" Although Qin Pingan did not reveal any strange emotions during this period, Lu Daozhang revealed the heaven's secret before he left and exposed Xianxia's sinister methods one by one. This still made the young man feel heavy. There was one thing that Qin Pingan did not mention to Lu Daozhang and Miss Ning. After Xianxia poked him between the eyebrows and patted his chest, the young man had already vaguely felt that something was wrong with his body in the mud bottle alley. That was why he had stayed in front of his own courtyard for so long. He wanted to make up his mind to fight Xianxia no matter what. After all, at that time Qin Pingan, according to the young Taoist Lu Chen, was too lifeless. He was not at all like a young man who should be full of vitality. When it came to matters of life and death, Qin Pingan treated them with less importance than most people. Xianxia used martial arts to guide the young man in straw sandals to forcefully open his acupoints. This caused Qin Pingan's body to be like a house without a courtyard or door. Lu Xian sighed and whispered, "That madam wants to buy my family's ancestral armor. The other master and servant want a sword manual. Before my grandfather died, he told me that if there's no other way, I can sell the armor. Of course, I can't sell it cheaply. But the sword manual, even if I die, I can't admit that it's in my old Lu's house. I agreed to sell the armor to that madam. Other than negotiating the price, I also asked her to agree to a condition. After she gets the armor, she has to persuade that burly old man to not cause trouble for me in the near future. It's a delaying tactic. When I become Master Ruan's disciple, these things won't be a problem anymore." Qin Pingan asked directly, "Why don't you delay that, madam? Do you think she'll come to the blacksmith shop and cause trouble for you? Besides, it's not like she can break in and steal your precious armor." Lu Xianyang let go of his hand and squatted by the stream. He threw a stone into the stream and curled his lips. "Anyway, it's not that I can't sell the armor. Now that there's a fair price, isn't it good? It also makes things more stable. Maybe Miss Ning won't have to take the risk. So I don't think it's bad." Qin Pingan also squatted down and urged, "How do you know that the price she's offering is fair? What if you regret it in the future?" The tall teenager turned his head and grinned. "Regret? Think about it. We've known each other for so many years. When have I, Lu Xianyang, ever done anything that I regret?" Qin Pingan scratched his head. He felt that something was wrong. But the teenager was clumsy and didn't know how to persuade Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang had always lived a carefree life. It seemed that he had never been troubled by anything. There was never a knot in his heart that couldn't be untied or something that couldn't be done. Lu Xianyang stood up and kicked the basket on the teenager's back. "Hurry up. I'm going to return it to Master Wan. When I get back, I'll formally become his disciple and offer tea. You can come and broaden your horizons." Qin Pingan slowly stood up. He He wanted to say something but stopped. Xianxia laughed and scolded, Qin Pingon, your uncle. What I'm selling is your family heirloom. Or your wife. When Qin Pingon passed the basket to him, he asked tentatively, you don't want to think about it? Xianxia took the basket and took a few steps back. Without any warning, he jumped high and did a fancy roundhouse kick. After landing steadily, Xianxia was proud. He smiled and asked, amazing, right? Are you scared? Qin Pingon angrily replied, your uncle. After leaving the Ruan shop, Qin Pingon went into the water to pick up stones. He didn't know if it was because he was uneasy or because the water level in the stream had dropped, but he didn't get much today. By the time Qin Pingon reached the covered bridge, he had only picked up 20 or so snake gall stones. Moreover, none of them could make people's eyes light up and fall in love at first sight. Qin Pingon took down the basket of fish and placed them in the grass by the stream. He took a deep breath and turned around in the stream to practice his walking stance. After a round trip, Qin Pingon's heart tightened. He saw a short boy squatting at the place where the basket of fish was hidden. He had a green dog's tail grass in his mouth. He was the grandson of Granny Ma from Apricot Blossom Lane. He had been treated as a fool since he was young. In addition, Qin Pingon's impression of Granny Ma was very bad. He was stingy and mean. She had caused her precious grandson to be used as a punching bag. Every time the boy went out, he would be chased and bullied. Every time he wore new clothes and boots, within an hour he would be covered in dust by his peers or older teenagers. Imagine a pair of brand new boots that Granny Ma had just bought from the shop. After the grandson wore them out, he was immediately stepped on by a dozen people. When the child returned home, how new could the boots be? This silly boy, whose real name was Zhou Xian, had long been forgotten. He had always been very strange. When he was bullied, he never took the initiative to complain to Granny Ma. He also never cried or begged for pity. He always had a very calm face and indifferent eyes. Therefore, the children in Apricot Blossom Lane did not like to play with this little fool. Zhou Xian had learned to play by himself very early on. He liked to watch the clouds in the sky from the slope or the roof. Qin Pingon had never bullied Zhou Xian. He had also never pitied this fellow of the same age. He had never thought that these two fellows who were in the same boat would try to hug each other for warmth. This was because Qin Pingon always felt that Zhou Xian was not a fool. Instead, he was very similar to Zhou Xian in his bones. He might even be better than him. They did not seem to speak, but they seemed to be waiting. It was as if they were silently telling others that the heavens owed them a lot of things. Sooner or later they would take them all back. If the heavens owed them a copper coin, Zhou Xian would probably ask the heavens to obediently return one tael of silver. Zhou Xian might even ask for one tael of gold. Qin Pingon did not think that this was bad. It was just that he did not like it. The youth was no longer the fool from before. He spoke clearly and asked with a smile, you are Qin Pingon from Clay Bottle Lane, right? You live next door to GQ? Qin Pingon nodded. What's the matter? The youth smiled and pointed at Qin Pingon's wicker basket, reminding him, perhaps you haven't noticed, but the water level of the stream has dropped by a lot. The only good stones left are the deep pool under the covered bridge and the puddle on the back of the green ox. The other places won't work, just like the ones in your basket. They won't be able to retain their qi, and the quality of the stones will quickly change. Some of the lucky ones can be used to make excellent whetstones, while some can be used to make scholars' ink stones. In the end, these things are still good stuff, and it won't be difficult to sell them for a high price. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He did not say anything else. The short youth suddenly said, were you practicing martial arts in the stream just now? Qin Pingon still did not speak. Zhou Xian's eyes sparkled. He laughed. So you are not stupid. That's right, you are similar to me. We are the same kind of people. Qin Pingon walked around the youth and said, I will leave first. Then he picked up his basket and went ashore. The youth squatted in the distance and spat out the chewed dog's tail grass. He shook his head and whispered, my martial arts are not good and there are many flaws. No matter how much I practice, I will not be able to get anything out of it. Zhou Xian did not turn his head. Have you retrieved our military token? The man behind him laughed. Remember to call me master in the future. The youth did not respond. He stood up and turned his head to ask, can you show me that small sword tomb? It was the military grandmaster with the tiger tally on his back. He claimed to be from Martial Mountain and had once declared that he would fight against the young martial uncle of the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. The man shook his head. It is not time yet. Then he became a bit angry. Why did you deliberately destroy that girl's mental state? Do you know that once you do something like this, you will become a lifelong enemy? The youth said indifferently, the path of cultivation is difficult. If I can't even withstand such tribulations, how can I hope to live a long and worry-free life? The man laughed angrily. You haven't even entered the sect, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? The youth grinned, revealing his white teeth. In the future, when I encounter such opportunities on the path of cultivation, I will take the initiative to tell that girl. When the time comes, master, you are not allowed to interfere. Let her ruin my plans. The man sighed. Do you know that in this world there are big and small opportunities, thick and thin fortune and high and low innate abilities? If you judge everyone based on your own reasoning, you will meet someone with a bigger fist, a deeper cultivation and a higher realm. When that time comes, they will be in a bad mood and break your mortal bridge with one punch. How will you live then? The youth smiled. Then I will accept my fate. The man laughed at himself. In the future I will not reason with you anymore. It is like playing the lute to a cow. The youth suddenly asked, how did that guy from Clay Bottle Alley know the wonders of the stones in the water? He even started to practice martial arts? The man's expression suddenly became stern. Zhou Xian, I don't care how arrogant you are, but there is one thing you must remember. We are the orthodox sword cultivators of the military school. Cultivate a sword that can break all techniques, cultivate a sword that follows your heart, cultivate a sword that seeks invincibility, but you are absolutely not allowed to willfully slaughter the innocent, you are not allowed to humiliate the common people, and you are not allowed to intentionally trip up your fellow Taoists because you are jealous of others. The youth stretched. Master, you think too much. No matter how powerful that guy from Clay Bottle Alley is, as long as he doesn't provoke me, it has nothing to do with me. In the end, no matter how high these people's achievements are, they are nothing more than stepping stones for me in the future. Jealous? I can't thank them enough. The man said helplessly, this really doesn't make sense. I think Martial Mountain will not be peaceful in the future. The youth asked curiously, what's your rank on Martial Mountain? The man smiled. Let's not talk about this. It hurts my face. The youth rolled his eyes. If I knew, I would have acknowledged you as my master later. The man laughed it off. There was something he did not tell his disciple. There were many kinds of geniuses in the world, and so were their talents. The youth in straw sandals from before seemed to be walking with ordinary 6 steps, but his entire body was filled with fist intent. "43. Still 06 chapters. Qin Pingon did not return to Lu Xianyang's house directly. Instead, he went back to Clay Bottle Alley and told Ning Yao about Lu Xianyang's plan. After Ning Yao heard it, she did not express any opinions. She only said that this was a matter between the two of them. She was only responsible for taking the money from Lu Xianyang. If Lu Xianyang could avoid the disaster without her help, she would return the 3 bags of gold and copper coins. Qin Pingon said that this was not a matter of money. In the end, Ning Yao coldly replied, then you want to talk about feelings with me? Have we reached that point? Qin Pingon almost choked to death by her words. He could only squat by the door and scratch his head. Ning Yao glanced at the pastries that Qin Pingon brought over on the table. There were cheap and delicious glutinous rice cakes, as well as relatively expensive rain dew balls. This must be the way the young man treated his guests. For the first time, the girl's heart softened and she felt guilty. For a moment, she felt that she was a bit unkind. She ate and lived in other people's houses. Even if she could not help much, she should not add fuel to the fire. So she asked, could it be that Lu Xianyang was threatened by the blacksmith shop and had no choice but to sell the dark green armor? For example, the lackeys of the 4 surnames and 10 clans were hiding in the shop and secretly taught Lu Xianyang a lesson? Qin Pingon thought for a moment and shook his head. No, Lu Xianyang is definitely not the kind of person who would bow his head and admit defeat after being threatened. When I first met him, even when he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by those people on Fulu Street, he did not say a single word of surrender. He kept holding on and was almost beaten to death. After so many years, Lu Xianyang's character has not changed. Ning Yao asked again, young and vigorous, courageous and brave. He values his words and disregards life and death. In fact, there is no lack of wanderers in the alley. I have seen many of them on my way here. It's just that once the benefits are right in front of him and he's faced with a different kind of temptation, will Lu Xianyang be able to keep his heart? Qin Pingon sank into deep thought again. Finally, he said with a determined gaze, Lu Xianyang would not become a prodigal just because an outsider gave him something. He had deep feelings for his grandfather unless it was really like what he said. Before his grandfather passed away, he told him repeatedly that he could sell the treasured armor, but not sell it at a cheap price. And that sword manual must be left in their Lu clan, and it will be passed down to future generations. Ning Yao said, as far as I know, the masked armor is of good quality, but it's not too rare. As for the sword manual, since Xingyang Mountain has been coveting it for a long time and even sent 2 people here to search for treasure, it's obvious that they see it as theirs. So it must be something good. Therefore, the decision to sell the armor and leave behind the sword manual makes sense. Qin Pingon nodded. Ning Yao stroked the green scabbard with a cold gaze. To be safe, I'll accompany you to Lu Xianyang's house and send that woman away first. Since Lu Xianyang himself said that he wants to sell it, then just move the chest containing the armor. After that, I'll go with you to the Ruan clan's shop to meet Lu Xianyang and ask him what he thinks. If it's really his grandfather's will before his death, then you and I don't need to tell him what to do. Every family has its own difficulties, so don't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. If it's not, then let him talk about his difficulties. At worst, I'll take the chest back. Qin Pingon asked worriedly, Miss Ning, are you all right? Ning Yao sneered, if it's to deal with the moving mountain ape of Xingyang Mountain, I'll definitely be defeated. But if it's that woman in this small town, one hand is enough. Qin Pingon asked curiously, moving mountain ape? Ning Yao said perfunctorily, it's a vile species of an ancient ferocious beast left behind in this world. Its true form is a giant ape as large as a mountain. Rumor has it that once it reveals its true form, it can uproot a mountain from the ground and carry it away. However, these are all rumors. After all, no one has actually seen it. Xingyang Mountain has been holding back for hundreds of years. In fact, they have a strong foundation. Although their sex ranking in the eastern Aquarius continent isn't high, they can't be underestimated. Therefore, it's best if we don't fight with them. If we fight, Qin Pingon asked cautiously, what if we fight? Ning Yao stood up and unsheathed the scabbard by an inch with her thumb. She looked at the youth with straw sandals as if he was an idiot. The girl said matter-of-factly, what else can we do? Chop them to death. Qin Pingon swallowed his saliva. After that, the youth carried the basket and led the girl, who had put on the veil hat again and a green scabbard, to Lu Xianyang's ancestral house. Ning Yao turned her head and glanced at the youth's basket. She asked, why are there so few today? Qin Pingon sighed. Ma Kushuan, Granny Ma's grandson from Apricot Blossom Lane. He's about the same age as me. Now he seems to be a completely different person. According to him, the town's geomancy has changed. Therefore, the rocks in the stream are becoming less and less qi. Ning Yao's expression was solemn. She said in a deep voice, he's right. This town is about to change. You'd better settle this matter as soon as possible and leave the town. Even if you come back after leaving, it's better than staying in the town. Qin Pingon was not stubborn. He was used to living alone since he was young. Instead, he understood the fickleness of human nature and priorities. He nodded and smiled. I will. As long as I see Lu Xianyang and Master Wan drink the tea, I'll leave immediately. It's best if Master Wan agrees to forge a sword for you at that time. Ning Yao was puzzled as she looked at the joyful fellow. Why are you so happy about something that has nothing to do with you? Why aren't you convinced that you're a good person? Qin Pingon probably thought that the two of them were familiar with each other. He didn't beat around the bush like before. He said confidently, Lu Xianyang, Gu Kan and you, Miss Ning. Think about it. There are so many people in the world and I only care about the good and bad of the 3 of them. How am I a good person? Ning Yao smiled and asked, then what's my ranking among the 3 of them? Qin Pingon blushed and said sincerely, for now I'm 3rd. Ning Yao took off her saber and held it casually in her hand. She patted the youth's shoulder with the scabbard and said with a fake smile, "Qin Pingon, you should thank me for not killing you." Qin Pingon was baffled. "Don't you find it annoying to brew medicine?" Ning Yao was stunned for a moment before she understood his thoughts. "Qin Pingon, I suddenly realized that even if you go outside you can still live well." Qin Pingon wasn't greedy at all. He said sincerely, "As long as it's as good as it is now." Ning Yao didn't comment. She gently shook the green saber in her hand, like a country girl shaking a flower branch. When they reached the corner of Lu Xianyang's alley, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Ning Yao almost pulled out her saber, but fortunately she stopped herself in time. It was a yellow dog that intimately circled around Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon bent down and rubbed the dog's head. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's the pet of the family next door to Lu Xianyang. It's called Lai Fu. It's been many years and it's very timid. In the past Lu Xianyang and I often brought it up the mountain, but it would only follow behind us to join in the fun. Lu Xianyang always complained that it couldn't catch wild hares and pheasants. In general, Lai Fu can't even compare to a cat. Just like Ma Kushuan's cat, someone saw it often bring pheasants and snakes into the house. However, Lai Fu is old. It's about 10 years old. It's very old." Speaking of this, the straw sandals youth couldn't help but bend down again and rub Lai Fu's head. He said softly, "You're already so old, so you have to admit that you're old, right? Don't worry, when I earn a lot of money in the future I won't starve you." Ning Yao shook her head. She couldn't empathize with this. Even though she had seen a lot of people and a lot of things along the way, she had seen a lot of people and a lot of things. The high and mighty immortals, the common people in the marketplace, the rich and powerful children, the immortals who rode in the wind, she had seen a lot of joys and sorrows. Ning Yao, there was the Buddhist monk who walked barefoot on a windy and stormy night, chanting the name of Buddha and walking with firm steps. There was the poor scholar who went to the capital to take the imperial exam. In a dilapidated ancient temple, he gently drew the eyebrows of a fox in human skin. When he finally set off on his journey again, he didn't regret it even though he knew that his hair was already white. There was the young Taoist priest who had the title of Taoist master. He walked alone in ancient battlefields and mass graves, silently chanting the immeasurable heavenly Lord for blessings. He didn't hesitate to consume his own cultivation to lead a path of transcendence for the lonely souls. There was the middle-aged civil official who personally banned the Dragon King Temple when he first took office. His lips were cracked and bleeding. He set up an incense table by the dry riverbed and read the Dragon King prayer for rain with a hoarse voice. In the end, he knelt in front of the Dragon King temple and asked for forgiveness for the sake of the people in his territory. There was an old man in his 70s who was unwilling to bring along his son, who had become an official in the new dynasty. He only brought along his grandson who had just begun his studies, to climb the mountains and write essays. Facing the crumbling mountains and rivers of his country, his tears flowed down his face. He told his beloved grandson about the original names of the provinces and counties that had already been renamed. There was a small boat in a 1,000-mile-long gorge that went straight down the river. There were scholars on both sides of the river. They were high-spirited and vigorous. When they read something that they understood quickly, they looked up to the sky and roared. There was a beautiful woman in armor. After the smoke of war, she rode a horse and drank wine. She was the most beautiful woman. Along the way, Ning Yao's heart towards the Tao was as steady as a rock, without the slightest hesitation. Now Ning Yao saw another scene. There was a lonely young man in a shabby alley. He carried a wicker basket and tied a fish basket. He stroked the head of an old dog. The young man was full of hope for the future. Not long after they returned to Lu Xianyang's house, someone knocked on the door. Qin Pingon and Ning Yao looked at each other. Then Qin Pingon went to open the door. Ning Yao just stood at the door. However, she turned back and glanced at the long sword lying quietly on the counter. The person who knocked on the door was Lu Jingchun. Naturally, the woman was the leader. There were also 2 loyal servants of the Lu family. Lu Jingchun looked kind and asked softly, "You are Lu Xianyang's friend. Your name is Qin Pingon, right? We are here to move the box. Lu Xianyang should have told you about it. So, don't worry and accept this bag of money. In addition, our madam has agreed to Lu Xianyang's conditions. In the future, everything will be handed over to him." Qin Pingon took the bag of money and stepped aside. The graceful and generous woman took the lead and walked into the courtyard. Lu Jingchun and the two servants followed behind. The woman personally opened the red lacquered wooden box that had been placed in the main hall. She squatted down and reached out to touch the ugly armor. Her eyes were blurred for a moment. Then there was an unconcealable passion and desire. However, this emotion was quickly restrained by the woman. She returned to normal. After she stood up, she indicated that Lu Jingchun could start moving the box. The box wasn't heavy. After all, there was only a set of armor inside. The woman was the last to leave the house. When she reached the threshold, she turned back and looked at the straw sandals youth. She smiled and said, "Lu Xianyang really treats you as a friend." Qin Pingon, who didn't understand the meaning behind her words, could only silently send them off. In the end, Qin Pingon stood outside the door for a long time, unwilling to move. Ning Yao came to his side. The woman walked behind Lu Jingchun and the other two. When she reached the end of the alley, she turned her head and saw the young man and woman standing side by side. She smiled playfully and said, "It's good to be young, but you have to be alive first." In the covered bridge that spanned across the stream, a tall youth lay in a pool of blood. His body twitched and he constantly spat out blood. However, this time, the tall youth could no longer hear a certain dark and skinny fellow screaming, "Someone's dead," over and over again. At the northern end of the covered bridge, there was a crowd of people moving about and discussing. They watched the commotion from afar, but they didn't dare approach the youth for fear of attracting trouble. Two people quickly walked onto the covered bridge. The man squatted down and took the youth's wrist to check his pulse. His expression became increasingly heavy. The green-clothed girl was filled with hatred. She gnashed her teeth and said, "He smashed his chest with a single punch. What a vicious method." The man didn't say anything. The green-clothed girl with a ponytail said angrily, "Father, are you just going to watch Lu Xianyang get beaten to death like this? Lu Xianyang is half your disciple." The man never let go of the youth's wrist. He was expressionless as he said indifferently, "How would I know that the great Jingyang mountain would be so unruly this time?" The girl stood up abruptly. "If you don't care, I will." The man raised his head and asked slowly, "Wan Xiu, do you want me to collect your corpse?" The girl strode forward with an indomitable will. She said in a deep voice, "I, Wan Xiu, am not only good at eating. I can also kill." The man's brows were furrowed with thunderous fury. A small part of it was because of his daughter's foolishness, but more of it was because of the old ape of Xingyang Mountain. The man thought about it. Since he had yet to officially take over Qi Jingchun's position, did that mean that he didn't have to be so reasonable? The green-clothed girl suddenly stopped in her tracks. She suddenly saw a skinny youth running madly towards her from the other end of the covered bridge. She saw a familiar figure wearing a pair of straw sandals. He was expressionless and unperturbed. The two of them brushed past each other in an instant. The girl wanted to say something, but she couldn't. For no reason, she felt very wronged and tears flowed down her cheeks. When the youth with straw sandals sat beside him and reached out to grab one of the tall youth's hands, Lu Xianyang, whose vision had already blurred, seemed to regain some vigor. He tried to squeeze out a smile and said intermittently, "That woman said that if I didn't hand over the treasured armor, she would kill you. She also said that since she and her son came to our town, it's only one of them being expelled. She could afford to pay the price. I was afraid, very afraid that she would really kill you. What I told you before wasn't all lies. My grandfather did tell me those words, so I thought that it wasn't a big deal to sell it. It's just that she sent someone to find me just now, saying that the old man was crazy. Once he heard that I didn't have the sword manual, he insisted on killing you first before killing me. I was really worried about you and wanted to tell you, so I ran all the way here and was punched by that old bastard. It did hurt a little." The youth with straw sandals lowered his head and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of Lu Xianyang's mouth. The youth frowned his dark and thin face and said softly, "Don't be afraid, it's fine. Believe me, don't talk anymore. I'll take you home." The tall youth's vigor that he had forcefully held up gradually faded. His vision drifted and he muttered, "I don't regret it. Don't blame yourself. Really, it's just that. I'm just a little scared. It turns out that I'm also afraid of death." In the end, the tall youth tightly gripped his only friend's hand and sobbed, "Qin Pingon, I'm really afraid of death." The youth with straw sandals sat on the ground. One of his hands tightly gripped Lu Xianyang's hand and the other hand was placed on his knee. He panted heavily, desperately trying to breathe. The young youth was like an old dog at this moment. The eyes of the youth with straw sandals were red. When he wanted to seek justice from the heavens, he was even more like a dog. Qin Pingon didn't want to be like this. He didn't want to be like this again in his life. 44. The Lu clan's house in Fortune Street was small and exquisite, but it was a world of its own. Even the Su clan's mistress in the Clear Breeze City felt that it was like setting up a training ground in a snail's shell. She had done it to the extreme and could not ask for anything more. In a pavilion by the lake, the mistress who had just successfully acquired the Lu clan's Baozi armor was smiling triumphantly as she leaned lazily against the railing. It was probably because she was in such a good mood that the fly Lu Zhengchun standing upon the steps of the pavilion did not find him to be that much of an eyesore. Her son dressed in a bright red robe stood upon a long bench, throwing bait into the small lake. Close to 100 red-back carps crowded together, the red waves rolling, a rather spectacular sight. The mistress then instructed Lu Zhengchun, "You don't have to stay here and await orders. Once this matter is settled, you will come with us to the Clear Breeze City. Besides having my husband take you in as his direct disciple, he will also agree to your grandfather's rather unreasonable request, to ensure that you will be able to ascend into the middle 5 realms one day. You must know that this kind of promise is the most valuable, which is why I say your grandfather is an old fox." Upon saying that, the mistress smiled sweetly to herself. "The way I see it, if your grandfather was the head of the Lu clan's dynasty might not have collapsed so quickly." Even the highly arrogant vassal of Dali Song Zhangqiang admitted that being able to bring about the downfall of the country in just a year, half of the credit goes to your Lu clan's royal family. Of course, your little town's Lu clan has not been that lucky. Together with the main Lu clan, one's glory may not be shared, but one's downfall would really be a downfall. Hence, the Clear Breeze City is giving you this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do not miss it and make good use of it." Lu Zhengchun bowed low, his hands clasped above his head as he said gratefully, "Lu Zhengchun will never dare to forget Mistress Su's great kindness. When we reach the renowned Clear Breeze City in the future, I will be Mistress Su's slave, and Lu Zhengchun swears that I will only be loyal to Mistress Su in this life." The mistress of the Clear Breeze City smiled charmingly and her eyes narrowed as she said in a gentle voice, "Words that come from the bottom of your heart, please don't let my husband, who will be your future master, hear it. Or perhaps you can repeat it before him when the time comes." Perhaps it was because he had knelt before Lu Xianyang in Clay Bottle Alley, Lu Zhengchun no longer held any grudges against this matter. After hearing the woman's harsh words, he immediately knelt down and prostrated himself on the top of the stairs outside the waterside pavilion. He said in a trembling voice, "I, Lu Zhengchun, will never forget my roots." The woman laughed and waved her hand nonchalantly, beginning to chase them away. "Alright, get up. When you come to the Clear Breeze City in the future, cultivation is the most time-consuming thing. A long journey tests a horse's strength, and whether you have forgotten your roots, the truth will naturally come to light." Lu Zhengchun backed away from the waterside pavilion and walked down the stairs before he slowly turned around. This heavenly profligate who had once called the wind and rain in the small town before this woman, seemed to have never straightened his back. The Lu family outside the small town, as the ruling family of a great dynasty, after being dealt a heavy blow by the Dali border army, could be said to have suffered a great blow to their vitality and were unable to recover. It would be very difficult for them to make a comeback in the short term. The boy threw out a rock viciously and it smashed onto the back of a carp. Blood splattered everywhere and the pitiful carp thrashed wildly against the water's surface. The child's eyes burned with passion. "My father is best at attacking and his killing prowess is great, not inferior to that Dali Song Zhangqiang in any way. But unfortunately he has always been limited by his naturally weak body and is most fearful of his opponent's shameless methods of exchanging injury for injury. That is why he has not been able to make a name for himself and has even been reduced to a laughing stock. Even our own people in the Clear Breeze City dare to make fun of us behind our backs. Mother, after my father obtains this set of treasured armor, will he be able to attack and defend himself, and be able to compete with that Song Zhangqiang?" The woman still shook her head. The red-robed boy slapped the railing heavily and said angrily, "Don't keep me in suspense." He bared his fangs, looking like he was about to swallow someone whole, just like a tiger or leopard cub. The woman had never felt that there was anything wrong with her son yelling in front of her. After all, when her son was born, he had received an extremely high prophecy from an expert. The appearance of a tiger and wolf, the aptitude of a ruler. The woman explained patiently, "After your father obtains the treasured armor, once he has successfully comprehended it, he will be able to take another step forward. No matter what kind of defense he wants, he will be able to overcome 10 with brute strength and crush his enemies in one go." The boy laughed loudly and was extremely pleased. "Kill, kill, kill. When the time comes, I will let my father start a massacre from within our Clear Breeze city. The most disgusting things done by our own people are the most disgusting." After the boy laughed, he quickly calmed down. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Mother, you are really fooling around with Xinjiang Mountain. Aren't you afraid that if that stupid ape comes back to his senses and leaves the town, he will attack us? There is one more thing that I still don't understand. Since that Lu guy already has a porcelain buyer, he has an excellent foundation. Coupled with the treasured armor and sword manual, there are very few people who are so popular. Even I have to admit that I need to look at him in a new light. Then why is the porcelain buyer unwilling to show up, mother, so you can fish in troubled waters and let the elder ape of Xinjiang Mountain help us solve the mess? After he killed Lu Xian with a punch, everything will be peaceful and Xinjiang Mountain will take care of all the troubles. As for our Clear Breeze city, we will have a lot of room to maneuver." The woman said confidently, "The 1,000-year-old elder ape of Xinjiang Mountain is not very smart, but he is not so stupid that he will be fooled by mother. In fact, he has already guessed mother's method of killing with a borrowed knife. As for why the elder ape was willing to pinch his nose and jump into the trap himself, the reason is more complicated. It is because Xinjiang Mountain is not afraid of getting into trouble, and there is also a secret history that is unknown to others. You don't have to worry about this for now." The woman fell into deep thought. She organized her thoughts again, trying to find loopholes and fill in the gaps to avoid endless troubles. The young Lu Xianyang's porcelain buyer was once a force that supported the Lu family dynasty. After the dynasty was destroyed, they suffered a huge loss and lost everything. Before that, they were indeed a first-class aristocratic family in the secular kingdom at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, they would not have been able to spend so much money to keep Lu Xianyang in the small town and buy him for 9 years after confirming his sword embryo aptitude. After Xinjiang Mountain found out about this through some unknown channel, they went to find that poor family and tried to buy Lu Xianyang's natal porcelain. An ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain offered a sky-high price in person. However, that family seemed to have taken the wrong medicine and was unwilling to give in. They only said that they had already sold it to someone else. As for who it was and where it came from, they were even more tight-lipped. After that, the puzzled Xinjiang Mountain heard that it was Xinjiang Mountain's mortal enemy and that the Wind Thunder Garden seized the opportunity to loot a burning house, gaining the upper hand. That family naturally did not dare to say that they had already sold the porcelain to Xinjiang Mountain's mortal enemy, the Wind Thunder Garden, in front of the sword immortal of Xinjiang Mountain. As for the Lu family's ancestral mace armor and sword manual, as well as the news of the Wind Thunder Garden taking over Lu Xianyang's natal porcelain, who leaked it to Xinjiang Mountain? It was so far away yet so close. It was the Su family of Qingfeng City, but of course they were the kind that hid behind the scenes. She was the main schemer. This time she personally went to the small town and paid a huge price. Naturally, she had to ensure that this deal would at least break even. Otherwise, her family's status in Qingfeng City would plummet and be in danger, not to mention having the extravagant hope of ruling Qingfeng City alone. In fact, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the small town, and they could not be underestimated. Not to mention the declining Lu family, which of the other 3 families did not dominate a part of the territory of the eastern Aquarius continent. In fact, the real foundation of the 4 families and 10 clans did not lie in the number of local tyrants with powerful spells. These family heads and ancestors were actually destined to be inseparable. As the old saying went, if a tree moved, it would die. Unfortunately, they were already the same as the peach trees in the Peach Leaf Alley and the old pagoda tree in the center of the small town. If they moved, they would die and there would be no afterlife. Therefore, even though they had great powers, they could not use them. The foundation of these families lay in the number of dragon kills they could control and the number of families under their jurisdiction, because this would directly determine how many natal porcelains they could provide to the outside world every year. Once a good seed for cultivation appeared, the buyer who bet on the treasure would most likely give an extra big red packet, as long as he was not too short on money. In addition, it was equivalent to forming a relationship with both parties. Of course, it was more important than a nodding acquaintance. The woman suddenly said to her son with emotion, "Don't underestimate anyone, even a lowly dog like Lu Jingchun. Do you think that just because you came to the small town, you can easily get those fated chances and treasures? It's not like that." Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City almost had his Taoist heart shattered. Xianxia from Wuxia Mountain even disappeared from the face of the earth. No one knows whether he's alive or not. There was also a junior with good potential who seemed to have a stroke of luck on the other side of the covered bridge. He made a water observer and ruined his state of mind. It's no different from someone smashing a big hole in the bottom of the Heart Lake, causing the lake water to drop. This kind of thing will not stop here. On the contrary, it will only increase. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, there is no one who is free and unfettered. The child thought for a moment. It's better to be safe than sorry. Mother, I will be careful. The woman nodded. That's for the best. The child threw the last stone and asked, "What's going on with that Qi Jingchun?" The woman was rarely angry. She sternly reprimanded, "How dare you respectfully address Mr. Qi?" The child was stunned, but he obediently corrected himself. "Is Mr. Qi in trouble?" The woman hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "Mr. Qi's teacher was not only a sacrificial offering in the Confucian temple, but he was also the second person to the left of the Confucian school's hierarch." The child was stunned. This meant that Qi Jingxun's teacher was the Confucian school, or more accurately, the fourth person in the long history of the Confucian school. If someone boasted that such an unimaginable existence could completely crush the largest mountain in the eastern bottle continent in a fit of rage, the child wouldn't dare to say that he believed it completely, but he would certainly be skeptical. The woman was worried. She whispered, "It's just that the Saint of Saints is now inferior to those dilapidated statues in this small town." The child swallowed and asked casually, "What should we do with Lu Xianyang's friend?" The woman thought for a moment. "You mean the orphan surnamed Chen from Clay Bottle Alley?" The child nodded. The woman smiled. "Didn't you also call him an ant when you met him? Let them fend for themselves." "45. Two travel-worn guests had arrived at the manufacturing supervisor's office. Both were in their 20s, tall and handsome, as tall as a pine tree. When the gatekeeper heard that they had come to visit Sir Cui, he didn't even inquire about their identities. He hurriedly led them into the official residence and led them to the courtyard where Sir Cui was temporarily residing. After knocking on the door, the gatekeeper respectfully took his leave. The person who opened the door was the gentleman who had come on behalf of the Confucian school to ask for the winnings. When he was young, he had won the reputation of being called Huibelang and had always been viewed as the best candidate to be the next mountain master of Lakeview Academy. When he saw the two youths, he was pleasantly surprised. Looking at one of the youths leaning against the door, he asked with a smile, "Baqiao, who is this friend beside you?" The youth called Baqiao smiled mischievously and said, "This fellow is a descendant of the Qin family of the Great Yong Dynasty's Dragontail Commandery. Brother Cui, you can call him Songfeng. This fellow doesn't like beautiful women or fine wine. His only hobby is stone ink stone. He heard that there were a few old pits in the creek here and wanted to try his luck. He also has a distant relative who is accompanying us. If it weren't for her, Songfeng and I wouldn't have been delayed until now. We would have arrived 2 days earlier. She doesn't like interacting with people, so she went to wander around the town. Ai, what a pity, what a pity. On the way here, I heard that a prince of the Sui dynasty had obtained a heavenly opportunity and earned a golden dragon carp. In the future he has great hopes of becoming a dragon. My eyes are red with envy. Brother Cui, take a look. They are bloodshot, aren't they?" The youth extended his head towards the Confucian gentleman. The latter smiled and used his finger to push the head away, reminding, "Lu Baqiao, since you've already delayed the trip, you should hurry and take care of business. What are you wasting time here for? When did the Wind Thunder Garden style of conduct become so procrastinating?" The descendant of the Qin family of the Dragontail Commandery had an apologetic expression. Smiling wryly, he said, "On the way here there was an accident. Brother Baqiao injured the vital organs of the sword nurturing chamber. I had no choice but to take the risk and move the natal sword to the Mingtang aperture. If it weren't for my insufficient cultivation and becoming a burden, Brother Baqiao definitely wouldn't have been injured." Lu Baqiao laughed heartily. "They're just a few sneaky wild cultivators who relied on some crooked methods to luckily injure me. Anyway, they're already dead souls under my sword. They're not worth mentioning. If I wasn't in a hurry, this young master would make a few cenotaphs for them, erect a tombstone, and write down that they died under Lu Baqiao's sword. In the future, when I become the #1 swordsman, it might even become a scenic spot, right?" The scholarly gentleman had known this genius sword cultivator of the Wind and Thunder Garden for a long time and knew that he was born with an unruly personality. He brought the two of them into the courtyard. Lu Baqiao suddenly lowered his voice. "Brother Cui, tell me something. Is this world about to collapse? Does Mr. Qi from Cliff Academy, who migrated here, really want to go against the heavens?" The scholar surnamed Cui turned a deaf ear. Lu Baqiao chuckled and pointed at Mr. Cui. "I already understand." The scholarly gentleman seemed to be careless as he said, "Song Feng, I went to visit Mr. Qi at the school earlier. He talked about self-cultivation and lamented that time waits for no man. Self-cultivation was to govern the country and bring peace to the world. This saint seed from the Cui family only talked about self-cultivation and then stopped." At first, Qin Songfeng thought that it was just polite greetings between scholars. However, when he saw the scholar's eyes, he immediately understood and cupped his fists. "Mr. Cui, I'll go look for that distant cousin of mine. When I come back, I'll ask Mr. Cui for advice on how to govern the country." In Qin Songfeng's words, intentionally or unintentionally, he skipped the family part and only mentioned governing the country. Qin Songfeng hurriedly left. The scholar surnamed Cui sighed and sat at the stone table in the small courtyard with Lu Baqiao. Lu Baqiao crossed his legs and said bluntly, "This Qin Songfeng is smart and can understand easily. However, his table manners are too careless. It's not too late to sit down and talk nonsense with you before leaving. Why is he in such a hurry to ask for the ancestral shade locust tree leaves? I don't think it's necessary. Now, in our eastern vase continent, other than the Dragontail County Qin family, how many families with the surname are left? If those locust tree leaves don't obediently fall into Qin Songfeng's pocket, are they going to fall into the hands of the local people of the small town?" The Dragontail County Qin family of the eastern vase continent was the Dragontail County Qin family. Although they had been silent for a long time, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although their reputation was not great, they were still a 1,000-year-old family that had produced a large number of heroes. Therefore, even a prosperous sect like Lu Baqiao's Wind and Thunder Garden did not dare to underestimate them. Therefore, even people like Lu Baqiao were willing to associate with them and treat them as half-friends. The scholar asked curiously, "You came here to find Master Ruan and ask him to help you forge a sword?" Lu Baqiao hemmed and hawed and did not speak in detail. The general meaning was to do something for the sect. If it was successful, the Wind and Thunder Garden would come forward to plead with Master Ruan to forge a sword for him. As for the reason for that matter, Lu Baqiao seemed to find it difficult to say. The scholar said again, "Do you know that someone from Xingyang Mountain has also come, and it's a master and a servant?" Lu Baqiao was stunned and said in shock, "I haven't heard of it at all. Who came from Xingyang Mountain?" Then this young sword cultivator who was known for being domineering in the Wind and Thunder Garden closed his eyes and put his palms together. He prayed in fragments, "Please don't let it be the devastatingly beautiful Fairy Sue. I beg on my knees that it's not Fairy Sue who has graced us with her presence. Otherwise, should I draw my sword or not? If Fairy Sue looks at me, I'll go limp. How can I bear to draw my flying sword?" The scholar was somewhat helpless. "Don't worry, it's not the Fairy Sue you admire. It's the white ape who guards the mountain. He's escorting the precious granddaughter of Tao Kuei, the pure Yang sword ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain. Old Cui, you're really my lucky star. If it's not Fairy Sue, then everything will be fine." Lu Baqiao immediately jumped up and down. He laughed loudly and said, "Why should I be afraid of him? Do you think I'm afraid of an old beast? We can be afraid of anyone in the Wind and Thunder Garden, but not Xingyang Mountain. The scholar hesitated for a moment. The Wind and Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain are both orthodox sword cultivators of the same origin. Why can't the knot be untied? Lu Baqiao put away his joking expression and said in a deep voice, Cui Minghuang, when you come to the Wind and Thunder Garden in the future, don't say a word of this to anyone. The scholar sighed deeply. Wind and Thunder Garden, Xingyang Mountain. Both sides, from the sword immortals to the disciples who had just entered the sect, usually did not need to have any disagreements. As long as they met, they would immediately draw their swords and fight. The gatekeeper of the official residence and the elderly steward suddenly rushed to the courtyard door in a hurry. Cui Minghuang and Lu Baqiao stood up at the same time. The steward walked into the courtyard. After bowing, he said, Mr. Cui, we've just received news that Xingyang Mountain has attacked a young man named Zhou Xian. Lu Baqiao was instantly enraged. Which Zhou Xian? The steward was rather respectful to Mr. Cui. As for this young master whose name he did not know, the old man was not afraid at all. He replied calmly, Young master, there's only one person in our town named Zhou Xian. Lu Baqiao's expression changed drastically. He sneered. Xingyang Mountain, you've gone too far. Cui Minghuang's expression was calm. He asked, Has Mr. Qi stepped in? The steward shook his head. Not yet. I heard that the young man was taken to Master Ruan's sword shop. Even if he's not dead, he's probably on his last breath. Someone saw with their own eyes that the young man's chest was smashed apart by a punch. How could he have survived? Cui Minghuang smiled. Thank you for telling me this, old mister. The elderly steward hurriedly waved his hand. You flatter me. It's my duty. I've troubled you, Mr. Cui. After the steward left with the gatekeeper, Cui Minghuang saw Lu Baqiao sit back down on the stone bench. He asked in confusion, Are you here for that young man? Lu Baqiao's expression was gloomy. You can say that. It's going to be very troublesome. Very troublesome. Cui Minghuang asked. It's not just about the grudge between the Wind and Thunder Garden and Xingyang Mountain. Lu Baqiao nodded. It's far more than that. The scholar sat with his arms folded. He said softly, The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Seems that I should go and retrieve the square treasured jade tablet. Even if Mr. Qi misunderstands that Lakeview Academy is kicking him when he's down, there's nothing I can do. Cui Minghuang stood up. I'm going to the academy. I'll be back soon. After leaving the official residence on Fulu Street, he passed by the 12-legged memorial archway. He stopped and looked up at the plaque with the words Never Pass Away. Under the sunlight, the scholar covered his forehead with his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and returned to the official residence. On Fulu Street, a white-haired, burly old man held the hand of a little girl with a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. They did not enter the Lu family's mansion. Instead, they went to the Song family's mansion. Someone was already waiting at the door to welcome them. In the main hall with the plaque, Sweet Dew Hall, a dignified old man stood up and came to the door to greet them. He cupped his fists and said, Li Hong greets Senior Ape. Allow me to kill the people of the Wind Thunder Garden and wait for you outside the mountain peak. If that Qi Jingchun is sensible, he'll watch from the sidelines. If he dares to interfere, I'll dare smash him into pieces. Even if Master Wan makes a move, I'll fight him to the end. Only then will this trip not be in vain. The little girl thought about it and smiled brilliantly. Grandpa White Ape, go ahead. Don't worry about me. The old man smiled freely. Miss, there's even less of a need to worry about me. In a room of the sword shop by the stream, the thick smell of blood permeated the air. Basins of bloody water were carried out, followed by basins of clear water. An old man, the shopkeeper of the Yang clan's medicine shop, who was practically grabbed by a girl in green like a chick, sat on a stool in front of the window. He reached out to wash away the bloodstains on his hands. Sweat seeped out of his forehead as he looked up and shook his head helplessly. Master Wan, this youth's injuries are really too severe. If it were outside the town, Master Wan, with his arms crossed, said with a straight face, cut the crap. The old man could only smile bitterly. He had indeed said a bunch of crap. If it were outside the town, he wouldn't even have to make a move. The girl in green, Xiao, stared fixedly at the locust tree leaf on the sickly youth's forehead. It had already dimmed and was still green, but there wasn't the slightest hint of green. She abruptly turned her head and angrily asked, "Didn't we agree that if Qin Pingon took out his locust tree leaf, Lu Xianyang would have half a chance of survival?" The old shopkeeper of the Yang clan's medicine shop sighed. If the locust tree leaf's owner suffered such a serious injury and then received the ancestral blessing of the locust tree leaf, of course, there would be a 50% chance of survival. But if it was used to give the blessing to others, it's a different matter. Xiao angrily shouted, "Surnamed Yang. Then why did you speak nonsense before, saying there was a 50% chance? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The old man's face was sullen and he felt extremely wronged. "If I didn't say so, I'm afraid that before the youth died, I would have been beaten to death by you." Xiao was so angry that her face turned white. She was about to open her mouth and curse. The man said in a low voice, Xiao, don't be rude to shopkeeper Yang." Xiao clenched her teeth and remained silent. After a moment of silence, the man glanced at the dumbstruck old shopkeeper who hadn't moved for a long time. Like thunder in spring, he began to curse, "Shopkeeper Yang, you're King standing here like a block of wood. Are you looking for death?" Encountering such a father and daughter pair, the old man really wanted to cry but had no tears. Most importantly, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. He could only brace himself and continue to treat a dead horse as a living horse. From beginning to end, the straw sandals youth didn't make a big fuss, nor did he wail. He only brought the water out again and again, changing the basin of bloody water into basin of clear water. After another 15 minutes, the medicine shop shopkeeper was also extremely irritated. He lowered his head and looked at the basin of clear water. Suddenly he slapped the water, causing countless splashes. Then he raised his head and said to Master Ruan with incomparable grief and indignation, "Master Ruan, you might as well stab me to death. I'm just a medicine seller, not a godly doctor who can bring the dead back to life." The blacksmith man frowned bit by bit. The old man immediately shrunk his neck. The young man finally spoke, "Shopkeeper Yang, let's try again." When the old man turned to look at the youth's eyes were clean. He slightly emphasized his tone, "Try again." The old man let out a breath of turbid air. He couldn't bear it and said, "Child, this old man really can't do anything." The youth squeezed out a smile with difficulty, "Shopkeeper Yang, I beg you." The old man's face was filled with exhaustion, but he still shook his head. The last bit of hope in the straw sandals youth's eyes also disappeared. He squatted down and put down the basin. He sat by the bed and held the tall youth's slightly cold hand. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than bitterness and said softly, "I'll be back." The youth stood up and left the room. When he reached the threshold, he suddenly turned around and bowed to thank the Ruan father and daughter, the old shopkeeper, and the 3 people who had been busy until now. The youth stepped over the threshold. The sunlight was somewhat dazzling. The youth paused for a moment and then strode forward. "If the heavens don't give justice, it's fine. I'll get it myself. I'll get as much as I can." "46. Not long after the youth left the house, the girl in green stomped her feet and was about to follow him. She was stopped by the middle-aged man who had changed from Master Ruan to Master Ruan. He said sternly, Xiao, if you get involved now, you'll only do more harm than good and harm Qin Pingon. He'll truly be doomed by then." Xiao did not turn around. She only turned her head abruptly. Her shiny black ponytail swung in a beautiful arc in the air. The girl's eyes were sharp as she said in an almost harsh tone, "Father, you didn't get involved in Lu Xianyang's matter either. What happened?" The man wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he did not reveal the secret. He said in a deep voice, "Trust me. The greatest help you can give to that youth now is to tell him as much as you can about the secrets and rules of this small paradise. Ask him to work within the framework. It'll be good if he can take advantage of everything." Xiao did not fully understand. She was hesitant. The man waved his hand and said patiently, "You are my daughter." That young man from Mud Bottle Alley, no matter how big the stone he threw into the pond was, the splash was limited. It would not disturb the old bastard at the bottom of the pond. This means that everything can be dealt with, but you, Wan Xiao, are different. Remember, you have to be calm whenever something big happens. I told you to read more, but you didn't listen. You can't even compare to a youth from a shabby alley. To think that you're a cultivator. The man actually regretted it as soon as he said the last sentence. He could not help it. When it came to his daughter, he could not stop himself from saying the last sentence. Fortunately, the girl did not feel wrong this time. She quickly ran out of the house, leaving the man with a complicated mood. The man, whose real name was Wan Xiao, picked a stool and sat down. He held the tall youth's wrist. His pulse was a mess. It was terrible. The man, who was already in a bad mood, became gloomier. He complained, "Qi Jingchun is really something. Xinjiang Mountain is so opportunistic. Even if we can't expel him according to the rules, we should at least teach him a lesson as an example. Even if we can't kill him, what's wrong with beating him a few times? Otherwise, with the constant influx of new people, it'll be even more chaotic. Won't it be chaotic? What? Are you thinking that since you're going to step down in a few days, you'll leave me a mess? What happened to the responsibility of a scholar?" The shoddy old doctor sat at the side and looked down. He absolutely did not interrupt in order to avoid getting himself into trouble. The old man only dared to constantly criticize in his heart. What happened to being calm in every major event? After Wan Qing finished complaining, he finally sighed and said, "You Qi Jingchun, have your hands and feet tied. There's nothing you can do about it. You can ignore the first part of what I said, but don't forget to listen to this part." The old shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop had actually been eavesdropping all this while. After hearing what Yi Shiwen said, he was immediately impressed. He thought to himself that Yi Shiwen was indeed worthy of being the next sage to guard the heavenly abode. His face was so thick that it could even block a flying sword. Wan Ju suddenly looked at the old man and asked, "I've only heard that a married daughter is like spilled water. She hasn't even gotten married yet and she's already siding with an outsider?" The old man had been holding it in for a long time and couldn't help but want to say a few words of conscience. Otherwise, he would be letting down his unyielding character. Thus, he mustered up his courage and said, "Teacher Wan, is it because I'm old and blind? I keep having the feeling that that young man doesn't seem to like your Xianxia that much." Wan Qiongzhan looked at the old man with a pitiful gaze and said firmly, "There's no need to doubt it. You're old and blind." The old man also looked at the man with a pitiful gaze. The two of them were speechless. On the other side of the well, Wan Xiao caught up with Qin Pingon. She also didn't say anything, as if she didn't know what to say. Qin Pingon smiled at her. He remembered the first time they met on the back of the green ox. He had thought that she was mute, or that she didn't know how to speak the dialect of the small town. Only now did he realize that she just didn't like to speak. She followed the footsteps of the straw sandal youth and walked towards the covered bridge. The blue-clothed girl finally mustered up her courage and said, "Qin Pingon, I'm called Wan Xiao. My father is called Wan Ju and he's a swordsmith. I've been smithing and forging swords with my father since I was young. This time I came to your small town because my father said that the sect had entrusted me with this task, and that the water and soil here were most suitable for forging a sword furnace, so I came here to wade in muddy waters. In truth, I know that my father wants to find an opportunity for me. My father is a person who cares about face no matter what, just like your friend Lu Xianyang. My father actually really wants to take him as a disciple. You might not know, but if my father chooses to establish a sect here in the future, the choice of the first disciple will be very important." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I don't blame your father." At this point, the straw sandal youth paused and raised the back of his hand to rub his chin. He said bitterly, "I know I shouldn't blame others, but I'm actually very angry. I'm very angry that your father didn't take Lu Xianyang as a disciple earlier. I'm angry that no one stopped Lu Xianyang when something happened to him. Even though I know it's wrong, I'm still very angry." Wan Xiao nodded. "That's human nature." Qin Pingon didn't want to waste any more time here. He asked, "Miss Wan, is there something you need from me?" Wan Xiao asked carefully, "You're not going to seek revenge from the people of Xinjiang Mountain, are you?" Qin Pingon didn't say anything. He neither denied nor admitted it. The girl wasn't good with words to begin with. She simply said whatever came to her mind. "Don't be so reckless. Xinjiang Mountain is a famous sect in our eastern Aquarius continent. That old ape's identity is actually no different from the ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain. Even if the old ape can't use any spells or divine abilities here, it's very easy for him to deal with you. Besides, after he severely injured Lu Xianyang, Mr. Qi will definitely punish him. So at the very least, you don't have to worry about this matter being treated as if nothing happened. Qin Pingon interrupted the girl and said, Miss Ruan, by punishment, do you mean that the murderer will be chased out of town? Ruan Xia was speechless. Do you think you can deal with a mountain-moving ape from Xingyang Mountain with your mediocre skills? Lu Xianyang's broken house, you can take care of it yourself. Go buy your couplets and door gods. I Ning Yao will not serve you. Qin Pingon looked at the young girl and said, Miss Ning, although I haven't known you for long, I can be sure of one thing. If you have the confidence to avenge Lu Xianyang, you will never return these 2 bags of money to me, at least not now. Qin Pingon put the money on the steps between the two of them. Miss Ning, do you think I'm still in the mood to be polite with you at this time? You Lu Xianyang and I are just doing business. It's not like you're trying to trick us. It's just that no one would have thought that we would encounter such a natural disaster. How can we let you pay with your life? Believe me, it's not just me, Qin Pingon, who doesn't want to see this happen. Lu Xianyang, that fool, doesn't want to see this happen either. If he could speak, he would only talk about men's business and leave women alone. The young man suddenly grinned and said, Of course I don't dare to say that to Miss Ning. Ning Yao placed both hands on the white scabbard sword and narrowed her eyes. I only said half of what I wanted to say. Guilt is half of it. Also, ever since I ran away from home, I, Ning Yao, have traveled the world. I've never met a hurdle that I could avoid. The young girl stretched out her thumb and pointed at her heart. Here as well. Qin Pingon thought for a moment. Miss Ning, before you do anything, can you let me find 3 people first? After that, we'll go our separate ways. Ning Yao asked, How long will it take? Qin Pingon said without hesitation, Half a day at most. Ning Yao asked again, Besides Qi Jingchun, who are the other 2? Qin Pingon shook his head. Miss Ning, don't ask. Ning Yao frowned. The kiln supervision office doesn't care about this. Do you really think it's a small matter like stealing chickens and fighting on the streets? Qin Pingon was about to stand up when Ning Yao said in a deep voice, Take the money away. Qin Pingon could only put it away. Qin Pingon. Wait a moment, turn around first. After asking Qin Pingon to turn around, Ning Yao suddenly bent down, lifted her robe and took out a simple dagger tied to her calf. She stood up and handed it to the young man. Her tone was very serious as she said, This is a unique skirt dagger in my hometown. Every woman has one. Since it's an emergency, I don't care about local customs. But don't forget, I'm lending this dagger to you, not giving it to you. Qin Pingon was a little confused, but he stretched out a hand to take the dagger. The young girl said angrily, Use both hands. Can you be a little more polite? The young man hurriedly raised his other hand, but he was still puzzled. Ning Yao said angrily, Do you think you can kill that mountain-moving ape with just a few pieces of broken porcelain? Xianxia is just a person who hasn't gone far on the path of cultivation. What's more, that old beast of Xingyang Mountain was born with a vision and has the most rough and thick skin. Not to mention porcelain, even ordinary immortal weapons can't hurt that old beast at all. What's the point of leaving 1 or 2 scars? It's not useful at all. The young man who took the dagger with both hands and didn't know where to place it had a strange expression on his face. Ning Yao glared at him and said, You're about to cut someone with the dagger and you're not allowed to curse? Qin Pingon was speechless. For some reason, the young man sat back down on the steps and looked up at the sky in the south. The young girl stood beside the young man. Qin Pingon tried to persuade her for the last time, You'll really die. The young girl crossed her arms in front of her chest. She had a sword on one side and a dagger on the other. Her expression was indifferent. I've seen more dead people than you've seen living people. Then she deliberately said in a casual tone, You can tie that dagger to your arm and hide it in your sleeve later. Qin Pingon nodded and said, Okay. Qin Pingon patted his knee hard and stood up. He suddenly said, I'm very happy to have met you. The young girl suddenly turned around and took the lead to walk on the covered bridge. A heroic young girl, a long sword with a snow-white scabbard, and a narrow dagger with a light green scabbard. Her figure at this moment. It was the most beautiful scene the young man had ever seen in his life. At this moment the young man felt that even if he could walk out of the town he would never see a scene more moving than this. This life was worth it. Therefore the young man who had become a little afraid of death after hearing Priest Lu's words was no longer afraid of death like before. If he died, he would die. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.